Super me, vox mortis clamabat in anima mea plora. Lacrimosa, lacrimosa, miserere nobis. Raxualo timpani, terra celum plora, inferni portas pandunt.
Vita fugit solus sum, in umbris lacrimose, flamma doloris me ardet, et mors vocat meat se.
Fatum inexorabile, fatum inexorabile, et corda franguntur in tenebri. Lacrimosa obscura, et celum plorat cum me. Umbrae cadunt et venti ululant. Ploramus, ploramus, miserere nobis. Odite voces mea in tenebris ego regno, mors et dolor me vocant. Lacrimosa, lacrimosa, obscura eternum. Lacrimosa, lacrimosa, miserere nobis. Miserere nobis, in eternum obscura. Ploramus, ploramus.
It's your boy, Kitty Peters. How's everyone doing today?
Oh wait,
Do I know how to make an entry or do I know how to make an entry?
forgot to
Hi,
turn on my
Moose.
tracking.
Hi, Moose. Hi, honey. I don't give a.
Stand there and look pretty.
Hi, Moose. Hi, Leo. Hi, Guardian. Hi, Hitagara. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Misura. Hi, John. Hi, Starwin. Hi, Commando Boss. Hi, Gavin. Hi, Jack. Hi, Mike. Hi, Julio. Hi, Chris. Hi, Tack. How is everyone doing today? Hi, Tyrion. How you doing? This song helped the Tism evolve. Welcome to the Tism stream, where I will get distracted by the drop of a fly. That's the phrase, right? Hi, TJ. How you doing? I've been great doing art and was playing Sonic and Sega All Star Racing Transformer. Hell yeah, base. Good on you.
Thanks,
I'm chilling. Hi, Nico. How you doing? Been busy being busy. Tyrion's finished the goddamn PC. They're booping the
Tyrion.
Lifu. Mods, play his balls.
Ban him so he completes his PC.
Okay, who's among you didn't vote Voices of the Void? I'm gonna start throwing potatoes at you all. Okay. All right. Okay, that's enough, Kyrian. I hope I said hi to everyone. No, did I say hi to Sarah? Hi, Sarah, just in case. If I didn't say hi to you. Doing good. Been working on Final Fantasy VIII Remastered. Hell yeah. I still need to finish Final Fantasy Remastered. I kind of spaced
Stop
out
right there, criminal
on
scum.
it.
Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Why isn't King
Which game
Offroad
won?
as
Assassin's Creed is winning by a landslide.
Yeah, really. Yeah, people are kind of loving me playing it for whatever reason. Thank you so much for the support, Jason. How you doing? I take it you feel a lot better, right, Jason?
Yeah, he keeps talking about meat.
For the love of God, someone give Jason that meat.
Give him the big meat.
Hi, Ivan Drade. Hi, Hell Taco. Hi, Tim. How you guys doing? I've never played either, so I don't think I can vote. I mean, you can vote on which one you want to see as long as you're actually gonna watch it. Also, I do want to underline thank you everyone for helping me out with the controls on Black Flag yesterday. Holy shit, I don't know what my brain did, but I could not figure out how to fire my cannons there. Holy shit, I went full retard mode. Like, actually, it was embarrassing. Could be better, cannot complain. Well, at least it's okay, you know? I'm on the path to recovery, but still unwell. Oh my god. But is the fever gone? On
Dude, that flu
Captain.
must be strong.
It's the super flu. Okay, so I was reading up on it, and yes, if it's something I will get sick with, it's gonna fuck me up. Hi Billy, how you doing?
What's up, Billy?
Vote for Void for 50-50. Do what you want.
Heresy.
Pirates are free. You're a pirate. Also,
You are a pirate.
Darwin, I see you making that voice from the word meat. But yeah. You guys want the good news or the bad news? I did put in the title we have announcement. Do you guys want good news or bad news? You want some tea? Do you want some goss? Do you want some drama? Bad news first. We're not
Hey,
doing
TJ.
what?
I said, hey, TJ.
Hi. Ah, you already said hi to bad news, bad news, bad news. Okay.
Damn.
Bad news. Moose is my manager.
That's the bad news, guys. I'm sorry,
No.
but not sorry.
No. Moose, okay, so Moose is actually, so previously we did the whole thing as a joke that, hey, this person's gonna be my manager, blah blah blah, all that stuff. We did that as a joke, right? But in reality, yes, he has been helping out a lot behind the scenes, with talking to me and figuring out like stuff for the streams and stuff like that. So I greatly appreciate it. And I know there's gonna be some of you who will be like, "Hey, but I help you out too as well." Okay, but the reason why I also picked Moose is because he has a little more free time, right, Moose? Right?
As he's working right now.
But yeah. So listen, it would have been weird if like, imagine I'll hit up like Starwin, be like, "Hey Starwin, you want to be a manager?" Starwin's gonna be like, "Get the fuck away from me! I'm here to be entertained." Or
Yeah, what the fuck?
imagine if I asked Jason to be the manager. I would be
Is there
literally,
cows involved?
I will literally end up being just a cow and just sitting and playing shit games after shit games. So I offered to manage you. I could have used my contract with 4R H to 4H to get you some county fair cow judging gigs. You get some games on your phone, okay? Jokes on you. I don't know who Moose is. I mean, you're new though, so that's to be
Yeah.
expected.
Julio, you're new. You're good, man.
You're new. Calm down.
Calm down. Just calm down.
Jason, he'd be the head of herding, not a manager. Hi, Prince. How you doing? But yeah,
What's up? What's up?
I think I made the right decision, right?
Yeah.
Wait,
I believe.
CowTuber and playing slot games is a bad thing? No. I feel like I made the right decision. I don't think Starvin or Jason would be interested in something like this. Like, am I wrong? Or
No.
am I missing something?
No, you're not wrong.
Like, I will literally put you guys publicly on a spot. Would you have even been interested? Hi Undertaker, how are you doing today?
How you doing,
Yes, I'm
bro?
new. Everyone point at Julio.
He's new guy.
Take all his nuggies too. And Mods flay his balls. It's an initiation party.
Yeah, jump him.
I'm a hater, so no. Okay. I flat out don't have time. Even when playing, I'm still working on the laptop. Exactly. Exactly. For people wondering why I actually considered Starwin and Jason as well, I actually talked to Starwin and Jason behind the scenes as well. They have been helping a lot too. Like a lot. And thank you so much for the membership print. We really appreciate it.
Holy shit.
Hi Ancient, how you doing?
What's up? What's up?
But yeah. What drawer did I put the flame? Well, better find it tag. Flame must be had. Honestly, I would have passed, not because I couldn't do it. I have much experience managing, but after driving 9-11 hours a day, just want to listen to my favorite YouTubers. Exactly. And that is exactly my point. That is exactly my point. Like, I don't want to put responsibility on people who just want to relax and they're super busy.
Yeah.
And obviously, I'm always down to help with anything I can, as I try to do. Yeah, exactly. No. That's the thing. Behind the scenes, like Starwin, Jason, like both of them are always ready to talk and help.
Yeah. Also, hey JRC, how you doing? Doing
Hi,
well, thanks. How
hi
are you
JRC,
today?
how
Doing
you
good.
doing?
Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
I finally
Finally
found
found
my
my people. You're
people.
damn right.
All
You can't
saints,
leave now.
Voices of the Void.
Voices of the
Oh.
Void is like an indie game.
Stop
It's not
right
even
there,
available
criminal
on
scum.
Steam yet.
Nobody breaks the law on
It's
my
so
watch.
good though.
Moses are used cows that don't know better.
Honestly, I mean, to be fair, yes. Can we have like a throwdown between Jason and oh, you know those inflatable onesies? Like the inflatable sumo onesies? Can we get like one moose one cow one, and just have Jason and Moose just fight it out? I would pay money for that.
I would pay money for that as
I
well.
would literally pay. Like I will make like a whole like swimming pool of pudding and just have you guys pudding wrestle. well, we will just stand there and just throw dollar bills at you guys. Okay, maybe I'm
Weird.
going too far now.
Just
a
a
little
tiny
bit.
bit.
And thank you so much for the support, Prince, and thank you so much for the support, Jason.
Thanks, you guys.
Oh God, no! I don't know if my back can take that. I mean, I'll allow it. Wait, dollar
Wait, dollar
bills? My
bills.
back suddenly feels bad. Super Jet leaves so she can throw money. Oh, by the way. Wait, I do have a feeling that Splitgate 2 might have some issues in near future. So on the weekend, we're not gonna make a whole stream of it, but on the weekend, me and Zen will play a little bit of Splitgate to archive it.
Huh?
Splitgate 2.
We are?
I have a feeling they might shut it down. I might be wrong, but I just have a feeling they might shut it down. Yeah, so I'm thinking of maybe
Stop right there,
archiving
criminal
it.
scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Putting on an outfit while in a pool while people throw money at them. Isn't that the most incense thing?
Okay, listen, you get a point there. You guys throw money at us and we put on more clothes. Wait, you guys think we're ugly?
Guys, are we ugly?
Thank you so much for the support, Jason.
Thank you for the support.
To celebrate Moose, the rump for everyone is on Lifu.
Oh, it's on Forgotten Hope, guys. The tap is on Forgotten Hope. he said himself. See? You see right there? Right there.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the
He
law
just
on
called
my
us
watch.
ugly with a $1 bill.
That's crazy work.
Thank you so much for the support, Jason. Wait, my comment got ignored because it was between two
Stop right
super
there,
chats.
criminal
Must be
scum.
with. Oh my
Nobody breaks the
God.
law on my watch.
Yo, stop. Oh, okay. Motherfucker is actually throwing dollar bills at us and telling us you're ugly. What the fuck? Mods play his balls too.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody
Make it
breaks the
rain?
law on my watch.
Okay.
Make it rain. Long as it's not Canadian money, eh?
Stop right there, criminal scum.
You
Nobody
guys are
breaks the law on
actually
my watch.
fucked up. You guys are actually fucked up.
Stop right there, criminal
It's like the
scum.
what?
Nobody
you-
breaks the
okay.
law on my watch.
Are you guys done calling us ugly? It's like, wow. Okay. Thanks so much for the support, Jason, Moose, and Prince. Thanks for calling us busted, motherfuckers.
I'll get the shovel.
Get the
Oh,
shovel.
fuck.
I get the
I
rug.
wasn't muted. I wasn't muted. My bad.
Yo, and ugly. Yo, haven't resorted to paper bags yet. What? Is it too late to say that I actually have a paperback toggle? I
You?
actually do. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. I actually do. Oh,
Really?
Wait. Yeah, one second. I think you do too, honey. I might be wrong though.
You're probably wrong.
But yes, I actually do. uh, am I hot now? Am I now passable?
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
I never said you guys was ugly. I just want to support you guys.
Oh, Prince, we know. This is how the community just makes fun.
Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah,
It's
don't
over.
worry. And thank you so much for the support, Prince. Hi,
Thank you for the
Cosmic. How you
support.
doing?
Hey,
Perfect.
Cosmic, what's up,
Okay,
man?
Mike, shut the fuck up.
Fucking Mike. I should have let him to die.
Oh, oh. Wait, hold on, honey.
Yellow.
Stop moving! Stop moving! Yo, okay, you know what? I'm anyway.
Dodge. Dodge. Dodge.
Oh, she went from 1 to a 3. Okay. Motherfucker. Okay. Wait. This is the stream that everyone just wants here. Just paperback and tits. No? Maybe.
Are you being weird?
A little bit. They're making it difficult? Yeah. I just looked away for a second and now I'm seeing Lifu and Zen having a bag on their heads. Lifu was Jack the Ripper this whole time. And back to 1. Okay. Oh, guys want only one thing and it's disgusting. They want femboys. And am I 10 now? I have a paperback and I have my femboy toggle. Am I 10 now? Did I pass? Only if you're a butterface. I don't even know what a butterface is. Yes, okay.
9.5? What the hell? Can I just have the paper bag?
Oh my god. Alright. That's enough. That's
How you doing,
enough.
Masiko?
Anyway, back to the announcement. So, Moose is an active manager. He's gonna be helping me organize my work. So basically help me figure out what's the priority, what I should prioritize basically. As you guys know, I've been taking on a lot of projects and basically harming my health. It's like it comes from a good place, right? Like it comes from a good place wanting to help others, but I end up overwhelming myself to a point of just falling sick and harming my health massively. So Moose is gonna help with prioritizing things. Hi Wyatt,
Streamlining.
how are you doing? Yeah.
Wyatt.
Streamlining. That's the word. Yes. Moose is gonna be helping with streamlining. Also Moose is gonna be helping me with like communications here and there. Like in areas where I'm just also too overwhelmed and I have way too much to do. And yeah, he's gonna be helping with like brainstorming and doing some changes, like tightening up like the visuals, not tightening up the visuals, but like basically figuring out how I should tighten up the visuals on like streams and videos and all that stuff. Hi Da, how you doing?
Hey, Ben.
Leafu is like that farmer who works in a broke. Oh, you mean with a broken ankle? Yeah, pretty much. I'm like Leafu's therapy moves. Yeah, so like after every stream, I'm gonna be going and like just kicking the shit out of him. Goals. Oh my god. We really don't utilize goals that much. Okay, I guess I have to go into my sweater. Yes, sweater toggle. Yes, sweater toggle. There we go. I'm in a sweater. I'm in a sweater. There we go. I'll keep the shrimp on my head though. Will Moose also handle donut taxes? No, but he will be in charge of the nugget distribution.
Yeah, once a year, remember, Moose.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Thank you so much for the support, Jason. Well, hey now, we didn't discuss that. No, no, not that I'd say no anyway.
Stop
Wait,
right
what do
there,
you
criminal
mean?
scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Hell's going on here?
Jason's just trolling the shit out of me. Okay, even 20. I swear to God, Jason has like the whole thing. Okay, this is my daily stream allowance. Jason comes off like one of those
Stop
people
right
who
there,
have
criminal
any.
scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Really
Fucking
start
start
with?
dry, motherfucker.
Really start with? We expected more from you.
It's gonna be Caddy be like, "Hi, you should have expected less."
Thank you so much for the support, Jason and Starwind.
Thank you guys for the
Anyway,
support.
I feel like I will never get through the announcement. Okay. The other announcement, me and Zen no longer are gonna be doing the stream on the 5th. We'll be doing the stream on the 1st and the 10th. There were some concerns that it basically will feel like one of us will get
Stop
ignored
right there,
on
criminal
our birthday
scum.
streams.
Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
And thank you so much for the support, Prince.
Thank you for the support.
And a lot of people did say like they want to have like separate birthday streams. So I mean I 100% get where everyone is coming from, because that way it's like each day people get to celebrate each of us.
Yeah.
You know? So I 100% get where everyone is coming from. So well, this year we're not doing anything super big scale. I was planning to make some reviews on our birthday streams, but because of like the work behind the scenes, unfortunately I am not able to. Which is fine.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks
Black
the law
flag.
on my watch.
Lächelndes Gesicht, Daumen hoch, schwarze Flagge, Totenkopf.
Wait. Why did the text to speech like say two different words for the last emote? What the fuck? Thank you so much for the hope. Thank you so much for the support, Forgotten Hope.
Thank you for the support.
Parked early, that's why you're trolling us? Okay, buddy. Okay. But yeah,
You little. Yeah.
basically we're gonna have two birthday streams. We're gonna have a stream on the 1st of February, and then we're gonna have stream on
Stop
the
right
10th
there,
of
criminal
February.
scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
I expected so much more from you. I'm disappointed. Go to your corner. Thank you so much for the support. Text
Honey,
to speech tweaked out. Yeah.
I might be sleeping actually earlier today.
No.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
You're tired.
Nobody breaks the law
Yeah,
on my
the food's
watch.
hitting extra hard today.
Oh no, that's understandable. I'm extra tired today as well.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
Are you guys fucking
Nobody
with
breaks
me?
the law on my watch.
I hate it here. You know what? Keep it up. Let's see where this is gonna land you. I'm gonna take the last nugget out of the boiler room. Okay, I'll stop trolling now. I should grab my food. I left it on the counter. I'll be right back.
No. Okay. But yeah, guys. The reason why I've been very tired for the past 2 days is we've been very swamped at work, and I've been skipping lunch,
Okay, I'm back.
so we don't get super swamped. Welcome back.
Yeah, no, Zen hasn't been able to have lunch at work for 2 days now, which I've been pretty angry about. Not at Zen, obviously.
Yes, I understand that, but when work calls, you gotta gotta
No.
go, you know?
So basically, that's not the decision of the boss that is being made. That is the decision of the manager. And what the manager is doing, he is opening the shop to a lawsuit by doing that. In US and especially in Jersey, you're not legally not allowed to restrict your workers, especially hard labor workers, from food or break legally. Not taking your lunch is literally illegal. Yeah, Zen doesn't even get like a full break.
No. Here. I offered to skip my lunch. Like I'll have like a nibble here and there just to keep up my my constant flow of energy. But I won't be eating, you know? Because that just takes too much. Like guys, you have to understand like if I want the shop to go, okay?
Yeah, no.
Like we
What Hell Taco said, it doesn't matter if you offered legally. You have to, like, actually.
yeah, I volunteered.
But I've been pretty pissed about it. Because it's not like an office job where he just sits and works. He actually does hard labor with cars. I don't know New Jersey law, but in California, it doesn't matter if you offer. You must take a minimum 30-minute uninterrupted break. Legally, you have to live. Literally, no. What Prince is saying? Yeah. So someone is queuing too many tasks. Yeah. They should let you have 30 minutes early. Then you didn't get lunch. Yeah, that too. It just bad planning. Very bad planning.
Eh, I these things don't really bother me as much. Like I understand, but it's one of those things where yeah, it's by law,
It
but it's the matter of the grind
is a conversation making you uncomfortable.
a little bit.
Then why did you bring it up?
You brought it up.
What?
I
You brought
said
it up by
yeah.
saying you're not eating. Anyway, all right.
I,
Since the
listen,
topic is making that uncomfortable, we'll just move on. Fair? Fair.
yes, I'm a grown man. I can take care of it. I
Oh
just
man, okay, motherfucker, I'm the one packing you lunch boxes.
I love you.
Love you too. Eat a
I do
snack,
eat
son.
snacks.
I pack him a lot of snacks. I
Yeah, I eat a
pack
lot of
him.
the snacks.
I usually pack him like 2 different snacks.
Like okay, here I'm gonna tell you guys this. The boss is amazing.
Oh yeah.
Like
Let's
Lifu
move
can
on.
stand. Yeah, okay, we move on. Anyways,
But yeah, guys, don't worry. I always pack Zen lunch and two snacks. Um. All right. So let's just move on with the topics. And Zen is uncomfortable, and I'm not gonna make him talk about it
yeah. So I'm gonna head to bed though.
right now.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, that's fucked up.
I'm washed.
No. It's okay. Did you have enough food?
Yeah, I couldn't finish it. It's heavy.
You want something sweet?
I can get it myself.
Okay. Do you know where?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good night, everyone. Wee.
He's just sitting and thinking where. There's chocolates in the heart-shaped bowl. You were 25 seconds behind. Oh no. I did something sweet to him? No. I make sure that Zen has like sugar daily, because if you don't have any sugar at all or not enough sugar, that actually is not good for your body either. Everything basically needs to be in moderation. All right, now that Zen went to bed, he's so hungry he's starting to eat Lifu's hair.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch!
Good night, Zen. Have a good day at work tomorrow, bud.
Zen has to respond. And thank you so much for the support, Prince. We appreciate it. Okay. I do have we're gonna be discussing the propaganda game from UK for a while today. But before that, I wanted to check out this one, because I actually was checking out 5070 Ti PCs, and apparently, which I didn't know, the RTX 5070 Ti has been killed off. And yeah, no, this kind of felt like kind of blindsided me. I know I don't cover tech stuff here, but I'm very curious about what the hell is going on with the world of PC specs. What the fuck is this? So we'll start with this one.
5070 Ti is end of life. The RTX 5060 Ti 16GB is almost done as well, and things are looking pretty bleak across the graphics card market. Since returning from CES, we've had a few chats with AIBs and retailers to gauge the GPU situation, and here's what we've found out. So the headline story is that Nvidia has essentially killed off the GeForce RTX 5070 Ti from the market.
But
Asus,
why?
the largest Nvidia AIB partner, explicitly told us this model is currently facing a supply shortage, and as such, they have placed the model into end-of-life status.
Wait, they killed off the GPU because they just don't have enough supply? That's the reason they're discontinuing it, because it's so in demand? Or am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing context here. Hi, Hellskin, how are you doing?
This means Asus has no plans to produce any more 5070 Ti models from this point forward. What is currently
Blame
on
the
store
damn
shelves
AI
is it from
centers?
them?
Kinda, yeah.
No more production of that card. Their GPU division is shifting focus towards other models they expect will continue to be supplied. This also aligns with what we have heard from local retailers here in Australia. Based on our discussions, we've learned that effectively, it is no longer possible to purchase 5070 Ti stock from partners and distributors. While retailers haven't
AI slop literally killed a GPU that can make AI slop. How many of you have recently checked out websites like Best Buy or like Newegg? Have you guys seen the marketing on the PCs now? Like, oh, this PC is AI powered. This PC can handle AI. Like, even like the stores themselves, they're literally targeting AI usage specifically. And I'm not saying to check it in like the normal PC section. If you go specifically into the gaming PC section, you will see like the AI marketing there. Of course, AI powered. It's Windows 11. Don't buy it. Shut your wallets off and don't change the tune. Well, I mean, it's easy to say don't buy it, but if your PC breaks down, you kind of have to. Like, for example, if my PC breaks down, you best bet I'm gonna go out and buy a brand new one. Which, by the way, this reminds me, I desperately need to figure out an external SSD, which I cannot figure out. I feel like I should back up all the models and all the art I'm doing, just in case if Windows updates keep on messing up my PC. I feel like it would be horrendous if I lose everything. Never had a gigabyte go bad on me. I mean, I don't really have a lot of experience with it.
haven't been explicitly told that this card is end of life, there's simply no supply of it anymore, and these retailers are expecting this to continue throughout the first quarter of the year at the very least. We've been hearing rumours of this for a while now and have seen various reports from places like board channels suggesting this would happen, but this is the first time we've had it confirmed to us from an AIB directly. The original reason we reached out to every OEM was to gather supply for an RTX 5070 Ti roundup that Steve was planning to produce. Since the RTX 50 Super Series has been delayed or potentially even cancelled, we felt it would be a good idea to update viewers on which 5070 Ti is the best in the meantime.
Okay.
But no AIB had supply to participate in the roundup, and ASUS specified the reason for that, which is its end-of-life status. This has quite a few ramifications, and we're hearing it's not just the 5070 Ti that is affected. So let's explore that after this.
Today's sponsor spot is
You guys think it's gonna hit AMD GPUs as well? Like specific popular AMD GPUs? I wonder what will be next. This is kind of a yikes. I wonder how many people are gonna be buying pre-built PCs just to gut them as well. I can see that happening. I can discuss the backup strategies with you off stream as long as they're not expensive and as long as it's not like a cloud monthly payment shit.
brought to you by Thermal Grizzly and the new Duranaut High Performance Thermal Paste. Duranaut offers extreme long-term stability combined with outstanding thermal conductivity, and this has been achieved through a specially engineered silicon oil combined with aluminium microparticles and zinc oxide nanoparticles of various shapes. Duranaut isn't electrically conductive and won't harden over time. For best performance, you'll want to apply a very thin layer, and to help with this, included is the TG Spatula Pro. The spatula's revised design allows for increased pressure during application, making it easy to spread a thin, even layer of Duranaut. So for more information, please check the link in the video description.
We've also confirmed that RTX 5060 Ti 16GB supply has been significantly reduced to the point of being effectively discontinued, with ASUS also telling us this model is end of life and will not be produced moving forward. Retailers cannot easily purchase.
Wait, so it's 5070 Ti, it's 5060 Ti. So what are the options? Just like the newer or the older ones now? What?
This GPU anymore in the 16GB configuration, either from ASUS or other brands. Like with the 5070 Ti, this is expected to be the case for at least the remainder of Q1, if not longer. In fact, based on what ASUS is saying, it's more likely these models will not return. The only models from Nvidia that are currently available for retailers to purchase in reasonable quantities are the 8GB cards, particularly the RTX 5060 and RTX.
Okay, so the 16s are completely gone. Only 8 gigs. What the hell?
5060 Ti 8GB. These models are not end of life and will persist in the market for a while, as they appear to be the only versions receiving GPU supply. Based on what we've heard, we can confirm the report from board channels a few days ago is accurate. The RTX 5070 is being caught in the crossfire to some degree with reduced supply according to retailers, but this model hasn't yet reached the status of the 5070 Ti or 5060 Ti 16GB that are non-existent. With 12GB of VRAM compared to 16GB on those other cards, the 5070 is a bit more resilient to the current DRAM pricing issues and might have limited availability, but it is not being prioritized in the same way the RTX 5060 is. These changes to supply and the end-of-life status for some models are already having an impact on GPU prices. The RTX 5070 Ti has risen from $730 in November for the cheapest models to $830 US today, with a couple of models available from MSI and Gigabyte at that price. ASUS models are not listed on Newegg at all, at least for cards Newegg themselves are selling. In Australia, 5070 Ti pricing has climbed from 1200 Aussie in November to around $1,400 today, and that's expected to increase further in the coming.
Basically, let me sum this up. If you need a PC right now, you should get it right now or wait a year. That's basically the sum up. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Hi, King. How you doing? All right. I got the update I wanted to get. Now, we're going to move on to this. Because, oh boy. To refresh everyone's memory, the UK government has made a game to basically explain, quote unquote, explain to UK people, citizens, how to act and how to treat and how to respond and how to basically live their life. They basically made a propaganda game. They literally made a propaganda game and they pulled it. They made it and they pulled the propaganda game very fast. And hi, Feeling, how are you doing? So to refresh everyone's memory, I'm gonna play a little bit of that. I'll play a little bit of the Asmongold video for you guys to understand how bad the game was. Unfortunately, I have not seen an option to get this game. I'm sure someone will figure out how to upload it. And I cannot show the whole game because it's gonna be like over an hour long. So I'll just show Asmongold's video instead.
Here about
Of him
the
playing
dystopian
it.
Pathways game that the
Also, is it me or it's kind of quiet? Yes, it was a little quiet. Wait, I feel like my browser is like kind of quiet, or maybe I'm just tripping. Let me double check. If something, I'll just use the audio booster. Might be just Chrome today. Being doodoo head. Okay. Yeah, I'll just use a audio booster.
the UK made
There we
to
go, much
combat
better.
radicalization. So, gentlemen, we have a new game made by the UK in order to navigate gaming, the internet, and extremism. It's been made by them for us to become de-radicalized and better members of society. Are you ready? I'm not. Let's start it. Welcome to Pathways, an interactive game where you determine your journey. In this game, you'll have to choose between certain options that can lead to different outcomes. Let's see where your path takes you.
Okay.
In this
Instructions.
game, you will be presented with scenarios that require you to take action, like hearing something hateful while gaming, or watching a provocative video on social media.
Hearing something hurtful while gaming. Oh no.
Like, why does the UK government need to even make something like this? This is so brain dead. Hi, Roland. How you doing? Where's Zen sleeping? I wonder if someone from Dustborn helped make this. You think Norway and UK are in the cahoots with making propaganda games? I mean, I wouldn't be fully surprised, but just a little bit. I wouldn't touch this game with a 10-foot pole. I'm 100% sure that they're gathering information from this. I mean, I can see them gathering information from this, like the responses and like especially for UK citizens. I can see that.
From the 3 alternative options presented, you will use your mouse to select one based on the information given and what outcome you think this will have.
Okay. Got it?
The choices you make will determine the route your character takes. Remember to be aware of getting trapped in risky or harmful situations.
But I thought this was on
as
the
the
internet.
different choices can lead to situations involving extremism and radicalization, damaging the outcome for your character.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay. I don't want to get radicalized. Choose your character. Well, I'm going to be a guy, obviously. Okay, this is level 1.
Charlie was enjoying an online game with friends.
I'm also wondering how much of the tax money did they use for this?
Huh? Yeah? Then what?
Charlie had not long started attending a new college in East Riding.
Yeah.
And they were so relieved to have made new friends having recently left school.
Okay. And then what?
Charlie has started browsing new games and websites that some of the new friends use. Sometimes, though, the people on these websites say things that seem off, even slightly concerning.
Just say Steam. Just say Steam.
Someone on this website has encouraged Charlie to download a video, but Charlie is unsure.
Yeah?
You know what this animation reminds me of? This like super cheap, like pre-made stock images that every single company uses. They all use the same images, the same animation. If you go look at Fiverr right now and look at like company animations, you will get like hundreds of results like this.
How should Charlie react?
Well, tell an adult, right? I mean, you don't want to download the video.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you don't want to do that. Like, I mean, it could be a virus. It's not even about it being a video. It could be a fucking virus. I mean, obviously you don't want to do that. I mean, duh. I'm going to get... all right. Well, it's A, obviously.
Charlie wanted to continue being part of their new online community.
Wait, I'm going to become a Nazi. Again.
Charlie downloaded the video.
Wait, what does he mean again? What? And good night, Kyrian. But yeah, obviously, just don't download stuff from random people, right? Goes without saying.
And shared it with different people online.
Okay. Yeah. What's the video? Doesn't it tell you what the video is?
No.
Charlie felt relieved and happy that people were liking the video.
But they don't even say what the video is.
Deep down, Charlie wasn't sure if this was the right thing to do, as some of the ideas in the video were extreme and violent.
But no, you didn't even say that. So, like, I don't even understand. You didn't even explain what the video...
Once again, one of those choose your own adventures without choosing. Well, obviously, he wasn't one before.
Video was in the first place. How could I have known that it was a good idea to download the video? The only frame of reference you could have had...
Charlie is in college, by the way. What does he need to talk to a trusted adult like he's 12? He can just not interact with it? Exactly.
Ad would be, is the video potentially a virus because you're giving it to a kid? Like, this is so retarded.
It's important to remember that downloading or streaming certain content can lead to a terrorist offence conviction.
Oh, okay.
I love America. I am so glad that I don't live in this country. Oh my God. Okay, so that's number one. I already failed.
Charlie is receiving an important grade on a piece of work they submitted for their hospitality course at college.
All right.
Charlie put in a lot of effort for this work and is excited to receive good...
They don't even specify on the content. Yeah, as long as you can keep it vague enough to convict people for whatever you deem problematic, it's okay for them, right?
feedback.
Okay.
Charlie takes a seat in class
Great.
and waits to get their
I'm going to
grade.
get a good grade.
To their disappointment, Charlie doesn't do as well as they expect.
Burn down
they got
the school.
60 out of 100
Burn
for
it
their
down.
work, but they wanted at least
You have to.
75
You have
out
to.
of 100.
You have to do it.
To make matters worse, somebody else got
And she's
80 out of
black?
100, and the teacher said
Oh,
that
no!
this person has received a job offer.
Now I hate black people. Oh my God, I knew it.
Also, I swear to God, how many people actually like think that that's how he actually thinks? I'm talking about Asmongold.
Shit!
Stop right there,
And
criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Wonder why they choose that name for? Seems sus.
The pathways? Thanks a lot for the support, Prince. This is just this game. Hey, look on the bright side. Concord is no longer the biggest failure of gaming. The UK government did a game a lot worse.
Woman?
Charlie has applied to dozens of jobs, but hasn't had any luck yet.
Yeah?
Somebody else in the class tells Charlie that this is proof that immigrants are coming to the UK and taking our jobs.
True. Ignore the comment and ask how the course leader on feedback on how you can improve. Ignore the comment but don't address your frustration. Agree with the comment and explore the idea further. So true. Absolutely. Yep.
Charlie approached the classmate angrily.
Yeah.
He agreed with the ideas and began shouting about them in class.
Damn, Charlie's crashing out.
The teacher let Charlie know that the school has a zero tolerance on hate speech.
But I thought it was just an immigrant, not a hate. What?
The teacher was concerned by Charlie's outburst and tried to get to the bottom of it.
Uh-huh. Yeah? Then what?
Charlie became more agitated and ended up having to sit alone for the duration of the week's lessons because of the hurtful things they said.
Oh, he had to
Okay.
be in the corner? Why?
Again, remember that this is all like supposedly a college adult, you know? This is not some like 12-year-old. This is supposed to be a person in college.
Wow. Okay, got it.
Free my boy Charlie.
Charlie has been chilling out all afternoon.
Yep, all right.
They've been scrolling on social media.
They? You mean he?
They spot a video that seems to be getting a lot of attention.
They're avoiding gendered language. Oh my god.
Wait, but they, them is still. I'm so confused with the US gender stuff. I am so fucking lost. No matter how much I try to understand it, I'm lost.
This is crazy.
Charlie watches the video and learns from the video that Muslim men are stealing the places of British war veterans in emergency accommodation.
Oh.
So this is in Germany. Because isn't that exactly what happened?
I didn't know that happened in Germany. What?
Uh-oh.
In the video, they explain that the government is betraying white British people.
Yes.
And we need to take back control of our country.
Right. How should Charlie react? Scroll past the content, ignoring the message. Find more about the topic online. Engage directly with the post.
What was the point of choosing a gender at the beginning? There was literally no point.
This seems... Well, I would look up more about it, right? Obviously. Yeah, you should look it up and see if this is true.
Yeah, so how should Charlie react? Find out more about the topic online, scroll past the content, ignoring the message, engage directly with the post. This seems unfair. Yeah, obviously, Asmongold is right. The only right option here is actually do some research and try to understand what the hell was happening, right?
True or not. Yeah, I feel like that's smart.
Yeah.
You know, find out more. Yeah, you go with B. That's what I would do, of course. Okay?
Charlie wasn't sure if this video was true,
Yeah?
but the recent other encounters made them curious. Charlie went directly to the account's website and found research papers, statistics, information about protests, and more regarding the replacement of white people.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh god! This is bad. This is really bad, guys. This is super bad.
They continued browsing and encountered lots of harmful groups who agree with these
Like, now they're going into specifics.
sentiments.
Yeah?
Charlie began intaking a lot of harmful
Based.
ideological messages.
Based.
In fact, some of the groups were actually illegal.
Oh no! Oh god!
So wait, if you choose the route of trying to do research and educate yourself on what is going on, it leads you to being radicalized. If you try to understand what exactly is happening, you're becoming radicalized. That's the approach that UK government is taking. Research is radical. Yes, education is bad. Can we just go back to what, the 16th century, where we just burned women at the stake for trying to read a book and just call it a day at this point? Remember, remember in England, you do not ask questions. Questions are burden to everyone, apparently. Hi, Ryuko. Hi, Ryuko. How are you doing? They aren't saying the groups are wrong. They literally said a radical illegal group. Don't ask questions, do as they say. Yeah, pretty much. Video games are bad, but it's okay when we use it for propaganda. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. How often have we heard that video games are bad? They're there for to be radicalized, and here we are, right? Literally reacting to a propaganda game.
Audit, they were illegal groups, or have they have illegal opinions? Oh no!
Having different opinions is radical. Common sense is radical. Not caring is radical. It's all radical. No, no, no. Also add, just literally doing research is radical.
So I want you to keep in mind that what they're saying here is that by researching and looking things up yourself and looking for further information, you will find out that you're radicalized. Sorry, you will become radicalized. That's it. Stop. Because, like, if again, you go back to these options. Can I click on these? I don't think I can I? Okay, it's literally just fucking 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, ignore your lying eyes. Don't research things any further. If you hear something that doesn't go along with what our thinking is, then you need to turn that off immediately. You have to report it as soon as you can. This is a real thing.
Charlie has been enjoying a family dinner at home when they receive a notification from their friend.
Let me guess.
But literally telling us, don't think for yourself, just listen to us. Yeah. And so for people who are complaining about living in US, you know, referring to people like Frogan Hassan, I'm not even comparing US to like Middle East, right? But even compare US to UK. And how like content creators like Frogan and Hassan keep telling people how US is the most oppressive country where you have no choices, it's unsafe and all that stuff. Well, in UK, you literally are going through propaganda stuff. It just pathetic. Yet they live in luxury. I mean, Hassan does, not Frogan. Frogan literally is begging for rent money on stream. I'll be watching this later. I got work. Well, good luck with work, Niall. Hassan and Frogan would last in countries like Russia. Wouldn't last in countries like Russia or China. Yeah, absolutely not. Like Hassan went to what, China, and kept on glazing it. Try pushing all the anti-country in a country outside of US. You're not gonna have the same end result.
Black people are bad.
Charlie's.
Why is it this moment that I unpause it? God fucking damn it. My pausing ability strikes again. What the hell? So I'm gonna just rewind for full context. My bad.
Charlie has been enjoying a family dinner at home when they receive a notification from their friend.
Let me guess. Black people are bad.
Here, the full context. my pause timings are the worst. Holy crap.
Charlie's mum makes a comment about using phones at the dinner table, but Charlie checks in anyway.
You don't want to listen to a woman?
Amelia, Charlie's close friend, has made a video encouraging young people in Bridlington to join a political group that seeks to defend English rights.
So, spoiler alert, the main topic will be going into how the game backfired. You see this girl here? Yeah, memorize her well. The purple hair girl.
Oh my god. Yeah, is that right? So, should we not defend English rights?
Amelia, Charlie's close friend, has made a video encouraging young people in Bridlington to... Amelia encourages Charlie to join a secret group on an app Charlie hasn't heard of before. Charlie isn't sure whether to join, explore further, or ignore.
Okay, what should he do? Ignore the...
Oh yeah, no, he's reading through the options. My bad.
Video, risk upsetting your friend. Like the video and show your support to a friend, but don't join the secret group. Share the video and join the secret group as your friend requested. I think we should go with the based option, right? Let's go join. Yeah, definitely. I think that's the right option for sure.
To be fair, most people would have chose that out of sheer curiosity.
Like, I would probably choose B personally.
Amelia's waifu material. Hi, Engine. How you doing? Amelia do be a baddie. Oh my god. You guys, okay, you guys are down bad.
But, okay, we're going to go with C. Let me see what B says. Because I think B is the most entertaining outcome. Like, because, like, B is just like, oh, yeah, okay, for sure, man, definitely. Let's explain how that's a bad thing. The radicalized route? Yeah, let's go with this. Because that's what I would pick. I would pick B. B is the reasonable thing that I would do as an individual.
Okay.
I would be like, okay, fine, that's nice, great. This is okay. Let's go at fence sitter. Well, yeah, I'm not much of a joiner for things. So, yeah, I'd go with B. I'm Charlie, okay? You're not Charlie, I'm Charlie.
Charlie settled for a middle ground. They didn't want their friend to think they didn't care, but they didn't know if they wanted to join the group.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
They decided to like the post quickly and continued to eat their dinner.
Yeah, exactly. You're busy. Yeah, sure. We
Okay.
are all Charlie? You're Charlie. Charlie who?
During the night, Charlie received a message from a stranger who saw that they had liked the post.
What?
In the middle of the night.
Okay. Okay. Hold up. How is it even realistic for for people to message you because you liked a post, considering that likes are not even visible anymore? This is just so stupid.
In the middle of the night, they're messaging him. Did you just like this post?
Charlie Boy's critical.
Did you like this post about
They're stretching
hating black
massively.
people?
Oh my god.
Before they knew it, Charlie had been added to an encrypted private group without Charlie's permission.
Oh, okay.
What? So you're in the group?
What kind of a dreamland are they living? Holy shit. This writing is more fictional than Star Wars. Hi, JX. How you doing?
Group anyway. Oh my god.
Charlie was seeing their dad at the weekend. He lives in Hull, so their weekends look very different to their weekdays in East Riding.
Okay.
Charlie's friend Amelia immediately looked interested and told them about a protest she wished she could go to herself.
The
but was
audacity
not
to like a
allowed.
post,
why not?
exactly.
Because she's a woman.
Amelia spoke of a gathering that had been organised by a small political group. They would come together and protest the changes
That's
that Britain
Israel.
has been through in the last few years and the erosion of British values.
The erosion, they would come together and protest the changes that Britain has been through in the last few years and the erosion of British values.
Amelia talked about the banners and the pickets that her friends had made for the events and expressed a real regret that she could not go, begging Charlie to go in her place. Charlie has nothing to do this weekend, and a protest sounded like an interesting thing to take.
Oh, okay. Okay, listen. If you're trying to make like propaganda games, at least make them believable. It's not like people go, "Oh, okay, I'm free this weekend. Might I go as well go protesting, right?" One second. Zen will sit in for me for a second.
I am here. I just finished with the shower. And looks like we are watching, this is a British propaganda game. Oh, I am so lost. Okay. Based on this, I'm assuming Britain, the UK, made a propaganda game, and it's probably something with protesting and all that stuff. What's up, guys? Hey, Zyzak. What's up, Hito? This is so weird right now. Bitch. Oh. Yeah, she's back now. I'm going to sleep. Night.
No,
Really? Huh?
word for word, yeah.
Dude, what the fuck?
Sorry, guys. My voice changer broke for a minute. My bad. Bruh, Zen left the whole bathroom wet. Like everything just water. He
Stop right there,
was
criminal
taking
scum.
shower on the
Nobody
highest
breaks
setting.
the law on my watch.
Watch your voice get so deep, lol.
Yes. Sorry. My subscription on the voice changer ran out. Had to add another quarter. My bad. Thank you so much for the support, Print. Okay, back to the video. I really hope it's not some curse on pausing this time.
Part in.
I wouldn't want to go because it's annoying. Decline the offer, risking your friendship. Tell your friend you'll watch from the sidelines. Let them know what happens. I wouldn't join that shit, bro. Like, fuck no. Like, what if somebody tries to drive a car through that? This is Europe, man. Like, fuck no, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I would not, like, I'm not gonna tell her no, but I would say, like, yeah, I'll watch it happen. I'm not gonna get involved in this, bro. Like, she's asking you to carry her cross. You gonna let this bitch tell you what to do? Fuck that. She ain't gonna run me. She ain't gonna tell me what to do at all. Fuck that.
Okay.
Charlie went to the protest in the end. It wasn't what they expected.
What? What was it instead?
They noticed the protest seemed to be more about racism and anti-immigration than British values
You don't
and
have to repeat
honouring
yourself.
fallen veterans.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Charlie grew increasingly uncomfortable as the crowd became angrier. Police arrived after a few violent outbreaks.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the ones that are the violent ones, for sure.
Before they knew it,
Uh-huh.
they were running away from the scene. Some protesters next to Charlie had drawn the attention of the police.
Oh, Charlie's going to jail.
Charlie had only been here to observe, but the line between observing and participating was too easy to cross.
Uh-oh. Does Charlie die now? Oh, no.
Imagine that would be the plot twist.
Oh. Anti-immigration is racism? That's what they say.
Charlie thought about all the difficult choices they had needed to make in the last few weeks.
Uh-huh. Yeah?
Some of their choices had led to changes in friendship, and Charlie was feeling low, as they
Okay.
weren't sure if they had made the right decisions.
Uh-huh.
The teacher had noticed this and decided to reach out.
What does this bitch want?
Wait, so now, okay, so like because he went to one protest to be on the sidelines, now he's completely ostracized from the whole community and all the people, all the human interaction around him. Maybe it kind of speaks more on that they're kind of trying to brainwash kids in college now. Sorry, not kids, adults.
The teacher sat with them and talked openly and frankly about the ideology that Charlie had discovered.
And now what?
The teacher reassured that Charlie had made the right decisions. Charlie realised that if they had...
This is just so stupid. Hold on. Charlie could have just observed from the sidelines, but the game made him go in the middle of the protest. Yeah. Hi JJ, how you doing? Um, I'm just okay. This might be super far fetched. Am I the only one who's seeing this? This emote all the time? Am I like the only one seeing this? Like, am I going crazy? I feel like this game is making me radicalized. Not the opposite. Are you watching UK propaganda game? Yeah. Man, this is legit pissing me off. I feel like this game just fucking with my head at this point. Not the only one. Also, guys, this is not the China flag. China flag looks really different. This is the Vietnamese flag. It just I saw it, now I cannot see it.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
All of a sudden a pirate's life don't seem so bad.
Thank you so much for the support, Print. I knew it. Zen was behind this game all along. That's why he's not able to take lunch breaks.
Chosen to engage with these harmful ideas, the consequences would have been very different.
Wait, am I the good guy? Click to find out what support Charlie could have received if they had chosen to engage with harmful ideologies. Okay?
I'm sorry, but the fact that Asmongold had to click around everywhere, but only at the end he clicked on the actual button, kinda it's kind of funny. Would it even pirate that game? No, that's not what they're talking about. I'm currently in the playthrough of Black Flag. We're getting radicalized with this one.
Charlie accepted they may need support.
Uh-huh.
Charlie's teacher made a prevent referral, and they were able to provide tailored support for Charlie.
Oh, he got a referral.
They began a workshop that helped them learn how to engage positively
He's being re-educated.
with ideology
Oh
and the
my
differences
God.
between right and wrong.
Yo, wait, no, this kind of is literally like the re-education camp. Oh my God, do you guys remember like I don't know if they still do that, when they used to like send gay people to like the Christian camps for re-education as well. Do they still do that? Brainwashing, yeah. Don't drink the Kool-Aid, son. Hi, Kino, how you doing? This must be a parody. Oh my God, that is re-education. What the hell? Hi, Tom, how are you doing? So let me just replay this segment. Oh, so hi, Suzu, how are you doing?
Charlie.
Oh, he got a referral.
They began a workshop that helped them learn how to engage positively
He's being re-educated.
with ideology and the differences between right and wrong in expressing
What the
political
hell?
beliefs.
Yes, of course. There's right political beliefs
It's called conversion therapy. Okay.
and wrong political beliefs.
I really thought they stopped doing those.
They began a workshop that helped
Charlie
them learn
received
how to engage
counselling
positively.
to help
I did two voices at the same time. Do I need to take my schizo pills?
them
with
process
ideology
the other
and the
events in their
differences
lives
Sorry.
between
and they
right
felt
and
much
wrong.
better
It's a little bit
expressing
back and
political
forth, right?
beliefs.
Okay, yeah, he got re-educated. Here, I'll say it again. I'll have it do it again.
Charlie received counselling to help them process the other events in their life.
Wait, he had to go to
and they felt
counseling?
much better for it.
Because
Yeah, I had to take tolerance training a few years ago because someone didn't speak English in Canada, and we worked on a job that could kill if you're not careful. What the hell? Wait, but if you cannot communicate, how are you supposed to communicate to stay safe? I'm a little confused now.
he liked the YouTube video, he had to go to counseling? What? Congratulations on completing all the scenarios. Let's explore the consequences of your character's choices and see what lies ahead.
It was decided that Charlie was at borderline risk of radicalization, given their proximity to it.
Yeah? And then what?
Charlie...
I'm telling you, this is because at the very beginning, Asmund picked to do research. That's why they're calling him like borderline radicalized. Also, I also found like this this thing. It's the internet discovered hidden endings in the UK government propaganda game.
Hello everyone, Ace here, and today I have yet even more news surrounding the UK government's propaganda game, Pathways. The propaganda
Congrats, all your option led to re-education, yeah.
The piece that gave us the latest right-wing meme in the form of Amelia. I say this because it has been
Congrats, you failed the game, now the UK police is coming.
recently discovered that the game has alternate hidden endings. Or I should say had those alternative endings before the UK government decided to censor itself by shutting down their own propaganda piece. Now, the existence of these endings is not exactly surprising. If you played the
With regard to the propaganda game and the prevent advertisement tool Pathways, after scouring the app's source, I have discovered a set of endings that are not available in play, declining prevent help. I have compiled the 2 alternate ending clips below.
The game, you may have noticed that the 6th and final chapter very much railroaded you into exclusively the good option, or rather what the UK government considers to be the good option. But fortunately for the internet, someone was able to discover and access the 2 alternative endings, the ones that even when the game was still up, you weren't allowed to play. And so, without further ado, here are both the neutral and supposedly bad endings. Because even before the game was taken down, it was, of course, still censored.
Damn. I wish there was actual showcase of it. But Charlie declined the help. They felt that they could handle it by themselves. They didn't take the opportunity to unpack these difficult feelings. Wait, hold on. Charlie started feeling that they didn't really fit into any group now and that they were experiencing a sense of isolation. Okay. They didn't take the opportunity to unpack these difficult feelings. Charlie continued to be reserved at college and continued to worry their teacher and parents. Charlie was furious that the teacher felt they needed to support their political views. Charlie was so insulted that they stormed out and now went to see their friend Amelia. Oh my god. Together, the pair increased the amount of content they shared, attracting the attention of not just the teacher, but their parents and police too. Oh my god. By not accepting help in time, Charlie had given themselves an opportunity to break the law with the thing they were saying and the action they chose to take. This is so freaking stupid. What happens if you pick the girl in the beginning? I have no idea. But, okay. The main focus of why I even brought up this game was not to talk about the game particular, but I wanted to talk about the reaction people had to the game, besides, you know, pointing and laughing and calling it a propaganda game. I don't know if it was just a rage bait. I think it originated as a rage bait, making Amelia as the babe of the game, like people online doing with like fan art and all of that. But they shut down the game because people became fans of Amelia, the character who's corrupting you in the game, right? Quote unquote, corrupting you and radicalizing you. The UK government shuts down their own propaganda game over people loving Amelia. This backfired really badly.
Hello everyone, Ace here, and today let's talk a little bit more about Amelia, the latest right-wing meme created courtesy of the UK government, who invented the character as well as the game she stars in as a propaganda.
It's back up, but without voice acting. Oh, the game is back up. Interesting. Hi, Bug. How are you doing? The people have voted incorrectly.
Piece against the right wing, the very people who co-opted her and claimed her as their own. Well, it turns out the sheer disaster as far as propaganda value is concerned for the UK government has resulted in them deciding to shut it down, which is to say that the game is no longer able to be played from the official government website. If you try to play the game at the time of this particular video, then you'll notice that it is just stuck on an endless loading screen and doesn't actually launch. So yes, the UK government is in fact censoring its own propaganda as a result of how disastrous
Well, after this video, I'm gonna check if we can actually still play it.
This has been. The problem here is this is very much trying to put the genie back into the bottle, which
this game is telling people that free speech is bad and not thinking correctly is also bad. Yeah. Free speech, they're saying free speech is bad. Not thinking the way they want you to think is bad, and even wanting to educate yourself is bad because you're not choosing the right type of educating.
Let's be brutally honest, the UK government isn't going to be up to that particular task. If anything, there's a very real chance that this will instead cause the Streisand effect to kick into full gear, causing Amelia as a character to be more widely known, as well as the complete shit show that has been this story.
It is basically 1984, the game. Yeah, so I will finally read the book on the during this weekend. I already have everything planned out. I'll start reading it this weekend. I have the physical copy. I'm ready. And also V for Vendetta. I'm 100% ready to read it.
At least a shit show for the UK government to also be much more widely known. But that even assumes that the game manages to stay offline permanently. Between the simple coding of the game itself, as is very blatantly evident for anyone that played it, as well as the fact that the technology to download such games off of web.
I would love if people use Amelia as a pillar of revolution against the UK government. I think this is literally where it's heading, though. Now that they saw how much under the UK government the fan base of Amelia went, the internet are like little trolls. Now the second you show them your weakness, they will go for it. And they show their weakness. They show their belly.
Browsers has been around for decades anyways, it's not exactly difficult to believe that this game will show back up on a site that the UK government doesn't have control over. Perhaps reverse engineered by someone, because as I previously mentioned, this game isn't exactly complex in any way whatsoever.
Yeah.
Or alternatively, as I previously mentioned, potentially even just downloaded and re-uploaded back up wholesale. And this is not even mentioning the fact that Amelia as a character is in full swing as far as meme popularity is concerned for her. The UK government shutting down the game does absolutely nothing to stem the flow of memes. And if anything, like I said, because of the Streisand effect, might actually increase the pace of Amelia being memed as a character. And then there's the fact that there will most likely be fan-made games based around Amelia as a character too. All I'm going to say is don't be surprised if we end up with an Amelia.
Yeah, you see? It's already going. Breaking. They have taken down the interactive game pathway. You may kill one Amelia, but 1,000 Amelias will rise. It's already starting. They're so stupid. Like, I'm talking about the UK government is so stupid. They literally just gave people what to use against them. The 1984 movie starring John Hurt was really good. I want to read the book, though, before watching the movie. Also, I didn't know that there's a movie.
Amelia dating sim or something. And these are all things that the UK government cannot prevent. Shutting down their game is simply not enough to stem the tide at this point, and instead is likely going to result in the exact opposite effect of what they intended, kind of like how the propaganda game itself ended up resulting in the exact opposite effect of what they intended. And let's be honest, overall this situation is pure comedy gold. Because at the end of the day, the UK government decided that their best course of action was to censor their own government, or more specifically to censor their own propaganda. That's the most UK government thing I've seen in a while. Turns out the UK government didn't have a license for its own propaganda.
Wait.
Oh God!
Shit.
No! Oh, everything's
I
okay.
misclicked.
Hello everyone, Ace here.
Wait. What's that last part?
Gold. Because at the end of the day, the UK government decided that their best course of action was to censor their own government, or more specifically to censor their own propaganda. That's the most UK government thing I've seen in a while. Turns out the UK government didn't have a license for its own propaganda.
They they censored their own propaganda. I'm sorry, but that's just comedy gold. All right. Let's see. Play pathways. Can I still play it? Is it still there? Can I still play it? Bro, I cannot even find it. Yeah, I guess it's still down. I still cannot find it. My god. Oh my god. Yui, I would say don't. We'll say things on your behalf. I'd rather you not get in trouble. Give it a few days, a better version will be done. Bro, like, I actually cannot find the game. I'm sad now. Okay, well, in that case, what I'm gonna open is... Yep, she's trending. All I needed to do is type in the name Amelia. And it just Amelia fan post. Literally type in Amelia and you'll get all this fan artwork. We have this one, we have this one. Cast of characters, okay. I'm trying to make sure I don't accidentally show some not safe for work stuff. I'm trying to be careful. This is some good artwork though, huh? Damn, people work quick. Oh yes, they do. Oh yes, they do. I'm even thinking myself if I should just tomorrow start stream with the same hair as Amelia. I might actually even end up doing that. We have this one. Yeah, there's a lot. Do it? Okay. I mean, might as well, right? Purple is a nice color. I already have the beauty spot on my model. Might as well do the Amelia toggle, the official Amelia toggle. I mean, I think it will suit you. It's not gonna be a permanent thing. It's gonna be like a... I'll use it for tomorrow for stream, but it's not gonna be a permanent thing. Yeah. Aw, Charlie got a nice ending. He got the girl. But yeah, I'm not gonna risk scrolling down more just in case there's not safe for work stuff as well. But yeah, good job. Good job, UK government. You literally gave the whole world a waifu. Good job. So yeah, that's all I wanted to show about this game. The UK government played themselves. Why is this giving me memories of that how to learn this?
And this is what we're doing is to go even further beyond.
Amelia hair toggle fund. More money for whatever. Thank you so much for the support, Starwin. Okay, how about this? If we get another big super chat, I will just literally, instead of playing Black Flag, I will open my paint program right now and I'll start working on the toggle right now, from drawing to the rigging. I will start working on it right now. Yes, Darwin, let's go. Super Saiyan Amelia. Has propaganda ever failed this hard before? I think this is the first time it failed this hard. I think this is the first time, in my opinion. I'm trying to remember. Yes, first time. Amelia would definitely donate to her Oshi, be like Amelia Fufus. Isn't it cow time? Is it? Hold on. Let me check that for you. No, not exactly. Sorry, Jason. Not fully. Amelia would definitely wait. Oh God! According to that side, they're already 55. I can't. Jason really wants cow time. He does. Wait. Okay. Oh no, Starvin. Oh wait, not Starvin. Jason is right. Wait, Jason is right. My bad. My bad, Jason. My bad. My bad. Look at him pulling up with receipts here. My bad. Here. Happy? My bad.
And this is what we're doing is to go even further beyond.
Oh my God.
And this is what we're doing is to go even further beyond.
Being gaslit by Lifu. Okay, Starwind, Isura. Oh shit, my phone is not charging. Ah, why am I stuck like this? Hey, hold on. Why is my phone not charging? I think the propaganda got to my motto. Hold on. Wait, my phone is actually not charging. Oh, wait, my phone isn't charging. Wait, why? Oh, what the fuck? Just 1 second. Oh, there we go. Fix it. Fix it. I fixed it!
What we're doing is to go even further beyond.
Thank you so much for the support once more, Misura. Oh shit, sorry. I got a bit. I got a little excited. I got a little too close. Thank you so much for the support. Okay, in that case, it's time. It's time to work on the Amelia toggle, huh? I'm opening my programs. We're working on Amelia. And time to debut as Amelia, I guess. But yeah, thank you so much. Holy shit!
What he's doing is to go even further beyond.
Fanboy talk. Thank you so much for the
Stop
support,
right there,
Starwin.
criminal scum.
Oh
Nobody
my
breaks the
god,
law on my
guys.
watch.
I'm twerking for the Lifu toggle.
Jesus Christ, thank you so much for the support, Moose. Guys, okay. I'm opening the programs. I'm working on the Amelia toggle. Let me just change everything. Tomorrow, the whole stream, I'm gonna be as Amelia. The one thing I need to know from you guys, should I add a tail and ears to Amelia or not? Should Amelia have ears and tail? Like a fox girl Amelia. No, let me enjoy my cows. I'm sorry, Jason. Definitely tails and ears. Yes. Okay. You know, this is good because I don't need to make the ears and tail from scratch. I have things I can just plop on it. The only thing I need to do is the hair, and we 100% will have Emilia Fox Girl tomorrow. So I'm gonna start working on it right now on stream. Wait. Hold on. I didn't even ask you guys. Do you guys wanna watch me do it? Do you guys want me to? Okay, that came out wrong. That came out wrong. That came out really wrong. Do you guys want me? Do you guys want me to work on the hair on stream or off stream? Fox Amelia. What? Yeah, phrasing. I fixed my phrasing. I fixed it, okay? Jason, can I catch a break? I know. Oh my god. You know what? On the weekend, we'll do a whole stream with just the cow toggles. Just for Jason. Would that be okay, Jason? We're not gonna set up a goal. We're not gonna do anything. Just a whole cow stream. And I'll even make sure that the cow toggle works with the Amelia toggle. How about that, Jason? Will you be happy? Yes, on stream? Okay. I'm gonna open the programs right now then. Oh wait, in that case, I need some videos. So in that case, we're gonna watch some videos while I work. You guys will get to watch me work. I'm gonna switch here. While playing Splitgate? Yeah, of course. We'll play some Splitgate during it, yes. Oh, did you ever finish the last 45 minutes? Bro, no. I gave up. So just bear with me a little bit, guys. I'm gonna change up everything. Just change. I couldn't find the chat. God damn. There we go. So I'm gonna. If you guys want, if you have like videos you want me to watch while working on the Emilia toggle, share it on Discord. I'll open it. In the meanwhile, yeah, let me change everything. Wait, how did they spell the name Amelia? I think I got it right. At least I think I got it right. If I didn't, I'm an idiot. Okay. Amelia? Okay, yeah. I 100% got it right. All right. Let me put myself in a corner so I don't take up too much of the screen. And I'm gonna open the model and start drawing. Because the only thing I need to draw is the hair. Okay, let's see. I need to open the program for my tablet. And I need to open Clip Studio and I'm good to go. It's that easy. It's that simple. That easy, that simple. I'm gonna need to get a reference for Amelia's hair though. Yeah, I'm going to torture myself and play the UK propaganda game. I was trying to find it. Were you able to find it, Ancient? I couldn't find it. Alright. I'm opening everything. Also, I got Hightail. Hell yeah. Did you start playing it? It's on the Wayback Machine. Oh. Okay. Yeah, you see, I didn't use the Wayback Machine. Also, you guys will have to disregard the outfit my model is wearing here. You guys will have to completely disregard. What the fuck? You guys will have to disregard it. What? Why does it look so weird? Don't worry, Emilia will not be wearing this outfit. It's just a work in progress thing. Don't be alarmed. Just work in progress. Okay. Where's my pencil? Not yet. I only bought it a minute ago. How hell yeah. Which pack did you get? Oh, wait. I need the reference picture for Amelia. Let me pull one from Twitter, actually. Wait, I need to change my title on YouTube, on Twitter. You know what? That's fine. I don't need to do that. Okay. How does her hair look? I'm gonna go off of this reference. Let me plop it. Let me plop it in. Am I going too far with the joke? Or not far enough? Okay, this is gonna be the color and hair reference. Oh, you guys cannot even see it here. This will be the color and hair reference for the toggle. Okay, let me. Fellow chatters, I've only been here for like 2 months. Has Lifu seen any set? No. I still haven't watched set now. Wait, or did I? Now I'm misremembering. I decided to spring for a curse breaker. Wait, is that tier 3? I don't know them by name. Not far enough, I say. Okay. Wait, I'm using the wrong thing. Hold on. It is. Oh, what extra did you get with it? I was curious if it's worth it or not. I wasn't sure. Wasn't sure what. Oh shit. Ah! I'm falling. Ah! Help! Send help! Send the rescue team. I almost knocked down my whole setup. I need a better way to do my setup. Okay. I'll let you guys
bad enough.
listen to some videos while I work on it.
Media and software.
Okay, so she has bangs, right?
Was kind of prevalent in the world, but that slowly faded away in favor of the convenience of digital formats, but
It was
that's
the
also
hair.
paved the road to corporations
Was the hair
controlling
color?
our
Okay.
media libraries, the way
I think it's
we use
mostly
software,
cosmetic stuff with apparently
resulting in
more to
users
come.
not owning
Oh.
really things that they buy, especially
Well,
when it
the
comes
good
to
thing with
digital
Hytale,
products.
you can
In gaming
upgrade
in
whenever.
particular, whether a game stays in your library is solely
That's the great part
dependent
about
on a
it.
company's ability
Wait, you
to
didn't do
render
Dr.
that
Disaster thing
service.
without
If
a
that company goes
preceding
down, then
explosion
all the
blasphemy? Wait, what?
content that they offer that's
I
in your
wasn't
media
planning to
library
react to
goes
him
with it.
today.
So that's already bad enough. But now imagine a future where you don't
Okay.
even own things like PCs,
Make a
because
folder.
all that stuff will now be based in the cloud. That seems to be the end game that a lot of corporations
Okay,
are
I
trying
already
to
have like a
pursue,
base
because,
for
I
it.
mean, the normalization of that
But,
would be incredibly lucrative for corporations who can essentially ask people to rent out PCs for a subscription fee
For a
instead of
second,
owning their
I
own
thought someone was
PC
trying to
that they
open
can
the
utilize
door.
however they
I
want.
think I'm going
On top of being
crazy.
able to exert control over how people utilize their
Okay, how
computers
does her hair
that are now
look?
no longer
See,
personal, that are all
it
owned
just
by
it just
corporations who run
bangs. It
servers
just
from
simple
which
bangs.
people
Okay.
compute from. That is the ideal future for
Hey, how
corporations who stand to make a lot
how
of money
far should
if
I
this
go with
is
the bangs?
widely adopted. And that very much is the notion that Jeff Bezos, CEO of Amazon, presented, as detailed here by news outlet Windows Central, with this report titled, "Jeff Bezos said the quiet part out loud. Hopes that you'll
So
give up your
the one I
PC
found won't
to
let
rent
you go
one
past
from
the
the
east
cloud." Now,
writing
cloud
part.
computing is
If I find
nothing new.
another
If you buy
version, I will
something like
let
a
you know.
Chromebook,
Yeah,
that's kind
please
of
do.
what you're doing
If
there.
you
But it's
find
also
it,
technology that is
I'll play it
not
on stream
widely
as
adopted.
well.
Most people still
I
own
feel like people
personal
would be
computers.
interested
But
to
with what
see
Jeff Bezos is
what it's
saying
all
here,
about.
aligning with recent price increases across the board for consumer electronics as a result of AI hoarding all of the RAM, that's causing
Okay,
RAM and other
so
components to go up in price to the
it's gonna be
point
like the
where,
base outline
PCs
for
are
the
going to
bangs, I
become like
guess.
luxury items rather than something that can be relatively afforded by the masses. We're headed towards a future that
The
could
hair color
potentially
is
be
this.
dystopian, and one that corporations exert a lot of control over.
Let's
So let's look
see.
at the clip in question that's been making the rounds, and that's realized a lot of people's fears when they saw RAM prices go up, and in turn, the prices of personal
It's gonna be
computers
so
go
weird
up,
to see
and
me
how that
without
all could
ears at
potentially
first.
lead towards the normalization of cloud computing, and how that could benefit a lot of corporations who want this to be the norm. In the same way that a lot of companies love that digital media has become the norm.
Her
for
bangs
gaming because
are
of the
kind of
amount of
split in the
control
middle,
that they
so
can
maybe
exert
add that
over that
in
media. So here's what Jeff
show
Bezos
your
had to say.
logo.
Help us with this. You just
Wait,
said you're
is it
you're
split in the
involved
middle?
with it right
Hold
now.
on,
What is
maybe
it
I
that you're
need a
doing
better
around
reference
AI?
picture. You mind
Yeah,
sending me
so
one,
I know a
please?
few things, but small, but it's 95% AI.
And where do you think
It's just so because we're literally working on 1,000 applications.
Maybe I just
in
grabbed
gaming.
like a
So
bad
AI, you
reference
have to remember,
picture.
AI, modern AI, is a horizontal enabling layer. It can be used to improve everything. It will be in everything. This is most like electricity.
I'll see if I can find one. I was
a
exploring it from your
in Luxembourg many
reference.
years ago now.
Oh,
In fact,
this one?
chip was one
No,
of the
it's just
little
like
tiny
normal, like
catalysts for
bang
the
breaks.
founding of AWS.
Very normal.
And the brewery was 300 years old. This company making beer for 300 years. A lot of the oldest companies in the world are breweries, by the way. I don't know why this is. And
Okay.
they were very proud of their
Now,
history, and they had a museum.
kind of
And in that
glad you guys
museum
decided for me to do this on
was
stream
an electric
because this is
power
gonna take a
generator,
while.
100 years old.
I was
And
prepared to
because
stay up. I was
when
prepared to stay up
they
the night to
wanted
work on it.
improve the efficiency
Wait, her
of
hair
their brewery
is
with
kind of like
electricity,
straightish
there
here.
was no power grid. So they had to build their own power station. So they made their own electricity. And at that time, that's what everybody did. If a hotel wanted electricity, they had their own electric generator. And I looked at this and I thought, this is what computation
I don't like
is
this.
like today. Everybody has their own data center. And that's not going to last.
Why does
It
he
makes no
sound like a
sense. You're gonna
douche
have to
talking?
compute off the grid. That's AWS. We were doing it internally at Amazon for ourselves, and the APIs were created. That's a very interesting story in its own right. But this is, these kind of horizontal layers, like electricity.
I think this is
and
kind of like what her hair
and now
is.
artificial intelligence.
He kind of does, yeah.
They go
He has
everywhere.
like this
I
valley
guarantee
voice,
you there
right?
is not a single
Thank God I'm not the
application that
only
you
one
can think of
hearing
that's
it.
not to be made better by AI.
Well, I disagree with that. We're already seeing games get worse as a result of the kind of misuse of AI, specifically generative AI. There's also the fact that plenty of people who've tried to use AI assistants like
Okay, I'm a
Microsoft's
tiny bit
Windows
changing it
Copilot
up.
have all said
A
that
tiny
like,
bit
it's just
changing
not
it up, how it
reliable.
looks.
It doesn't do tasks
So it's like
as it's
looks
asked
more
well,
anime.
and often presents misinformation. There's also the fact that there's research showing that workers who
I
have
need
been
to grab the
forced
hair
to
color
use
again.
AI for their workflow have found AI to be more
I might
impeding
change the
rather than
bangs though. I feel like
beneficial.
the bangs
Not to
don't
say
look
that there
accurate.
aren't good and beneficial uses of AI, but to say that every single thing that AI touches will be improved by it, it's just not true. And this is funny coming from Jeff Bezos, who's the CEO of Amazon, who recently
Oh,
put
that's
out
why. That's why
AI
he sounds like a
dubs
douche.
for anime that
Bezos.
were,
I didn't
you
even
know,
look
some
at
of
the video.
worst trash you could possibly ever listen to.
Damn it! Everyone's crowding into this tiny space. I need space to move. I said I need space! I read all your moves. I saw right through you. Skipper, no please! No, Skipper! Hey, stay with me. Come on, Skipper. Hey, you gotta fight. Don't die on me, Skip.
What
Don't leave me, please.
The AI dubbing.
We've also seen, you know,
I'm
companies
kind
like
of sad they
Coca-Cola put
removed
out
the AI
Gen
dubbing
AI ads that are so uncanny
because it
and
was so
creepy
bad.
and so
It
negatively
was funny.
received that I don't know how Coca-Cola is still committing to AI as a tool for their marketing. There are some areas where he's not
It's like
wrong.
watching
AI
like a
will
worse
kind of
version of
proliferate the world. It
Abridged.
will kind of be everywhere.
Is it AI?
But,
Yeah,
you know, there
yeah.
are some good uses of it.
Amazon
like
launched
if we do
like
machine learning to make
AI
certain
anime
processes better,
dubbing,
but humans
and
are
it
still at the
backfired
forefront
really bad.
of, you know, certain processes, certain tasks and artistry, then that's one thing. But generative AI replacing art, taking stolen art, and then spitting out lazy artwork and outputs that are of lesser quality than what humans can produce, and replacing workers, and on top of all of the damage that it's doing to the environment, all of the deepfakes, misinformation, so on and so forth, and on top of the way AI has been hoarding RAM and in turn increasing electronics prices for consumers, that's where AI starts to lose its appeal because so much of its
Way too
use
thick.
is, you know, abusive and exploitative. But the bit that I really want to highlight is what Jeff Bezos said about visiting this old brewery, this company that's been going on for 300 years, and how it was still using antiquated methods like its own power station. And he said that's how he views computers, where everyone has their own computer instead of all of them being connected to a giant grid that serves as one giant computer that everyone can kind of be a part of. What he's saying is essentially that in the future, we're not going to own personal computers anymore where we host our own stuff in our own hardware, but rather the computers
Yeah, I
will
need
be
to
a
switch
means
these off
to
too.
access the cloud, where we can essentially have all these major
And find
companies
a
having
full
giant
folder
servers
for it
that we
though.
will access as computers. And the way that when it comes to
A full folder
electricity,
for
we
it.
don't own our individual power stations, but we're all part of this grid that all connects to, you know, power plants and whatnot. That's how Jeff Bezos views the future of computing, where we're no longer going to own our computers, but rather access our computers via the cloud, hosted by companies like, say, Amazon, who will have the server infrastructure to be able to handle that kind of workload. And these kinds of corporations would love that because of the sheer amount of profit that they stand to make from this model. What he's proposing here is essentially the Stadiaification of computing. Stadia was a cloud service that essentially tried to take all of gaming into the cloud and try to
So
present
Jeff being
this
a dum dum
as the
again? When
future
is
of
he
gaming.
not?
But Stadia flopped pretty hard and it shut down not long after the
You know
inception
what's fascinating?
of that
Sometimes you
service
look
as a
at these
result
like
of all the
richest people in the
drawbacks that are
world,
associated
and you're
with cloud
wondering
gaming
how did
and
they even
also
get there?
cloud computing. The fact that you're so
With all
dependent
the stupid
on the
things they're
internet,
doing,
all
how
the
did they even get to
input
that
lag and
point?
the visual artifacting and whatnot, that was very disadvantageous for gaming. Now, cloud has come a long way since, and I'm not someone who's entirely against the idea of cloud gaming and cloud computing, as long as it's just optional, as long as it's not something that's being tried to be pushed as the norm. If cloud acts as a companion to personal gaming and personal computing, then that's one thing. But if that becomes the only way to game and to compute, that shit is ass. In the same way that cloud gaming doesn't allow us to do what we want with the games that we buy and own, be it, you know, modded and, you know, do cheats and just do whatever we want with that software and what's housed within personal computers. Computers being entirely cloud-based would be, I think, catastrophic and would give us literally zero control over how we use computers. The kinds of personalizations
Let me switch up
we
the
can do
hair
on our
there.
own personal
Holy.
computers,
It's
the
getting in the way.
greater degree of privacy we can have when it's just our own personal computer, the modifications we can make, all the additional things we can do that comes as an advantage as a result of us physically owning the thing that we buy instead of buying a subscription to access the thing that's being sold to us. Like, that's a huge privilege that corporations hope we're willing
Now it's gonna
to
be
give up.
easier to
Now,
work
be
on
less
it.
afraid of cloud computing becoming the norm rather than a companion.
If I'm myself
to
wondering
personal
that
computing.
myself,
If it wasn't
but
for
all I
what's
have
happening
is
right now
speculation.
with the prices of consumer
My only speculation is that
we're
they
looking
were
at a
smart at
situation
some
where RAM
point,
prices that were
but
once upon a time in the range of
they kind of lost
$300
it.
are now closer
Even
to
the
like
tree in the
$1,200,
ash
almost
biome
quadrupling.
in
We've seen multiple
Hightail was the
companies
tree
announce
you
that in
were
the near
looking
future they'll be
for
raising prices for
your
components
throne.
like RAM and GPUs and SSDs
Wait,
and whatnot. We've seen
Ash
rumors
biome?
that say that they're
Wait,
gonna
the one we
reduce
were last
RTX
in?
50 GPU production
That
by
was the
up
one?
to 40% in
Oh,
early
shit.
2026. That prices for GPUs will be increasing dramatically. Like, for example, an RTX 5090 might be going from $2,000 to $5,000. And on top of everything being incredibly expensive, a lot of components will full on become inaccessible. So, for example, there's a report here stating that NVIDIA has reportedly stopped production of GeForce RTX 5070 Ti GPUs due to memory shortages. And then there are reports that even Asus has stopped producing RTX 5070 Ti's and that RTX 5060 Ti's might follow as well. We're headed towards a future where PC components aren't in high enough supply, and if they are in supply, they're far too expensive for
This is like
your
lighter
average
color,
Joes. And the
okay.
associations between artificial intelligence, the increase in price.
Okay, silly idea, Tom. How about you make your logo a septum ring
and this path that
for
CEOs want
this
towards the
toggle
normalization of
for the
cloud computing,
beam?
where we don't even own the computers through which we access software. I mean, that's already something people have
I'm not gonna
predicted,
do that to
and
my
it's becoming more of a
baby.
reality, especially with Jeff Bezos finally saying the thing that CEOs are
And I see all of you
for the
burn.
future out loud. So Bob Wolf here, for example, tweeted this back in December 17th, 2025, as the whole, DRAM inflation and shortage was going on, as we start to see reports of, GPU production being lowered as prices increase for them as well. Bob Wolf said this isn't just gaming that this AI bubble is impacting. It's going to be less and less viable for general consumers to have local computing power. When the AI bubble pops, all the computing power will be cloud-based. Welcome to hell. Lo and behold, that's exactly what Jeff Bezos proposed as this whole RAM shortage and, price inflation for consumer electronics is happening. There's this belief that corporations will take advantage of the consumer electronics market going
I will do
haywire
one
and
thing
the
though,
massive inflation going
which
on right
I think
now
all of
to
you will agree
justify
on.
cloud computing even more, because AI corporations
Once I'm done with
all
this,
the
of
DRAM and
course.
all of these components for consumer electronics have made consumer electronics so financially and economically inaccessible for consumers due to the inflation and shortages that they caused. And so the same individual came out with this "I told you so" tweet on January 14th, 2026. When this headline came out, he said, so yeah, anyway. Another individual who made a similar prediction was Kittybit Games here, who said, this is what Gen AI is going to bring you. First, they phase out consumer access to local compute by pricing you out and forced scarcity. Then you have to pay for all processing power to them for working, game, video, cloud streaming. They want it to be your only option. Then they will charge you by month, by hour, then by minute. Then they will monitor it all and censor it as they
So
please.
right now
like
I'm
Sony
just
wants to
doing
do
like
with
the base
PlayStation.
shape
Their terms
of it.
service will dictate it all, and without the
We're
power
actually
of
going
choice,
to
they
detail.
won't care how you feel about it. Full control, everything as a service, surveillance and charging you by the minute for it. It all will stem from Gen AI and data centers, the Trojan horse. Don't normalize it. Don't let it in the gates. Resist. It's literally playing out exactly as this predicted. I could not agree more that this is probably the model that CEOs are having wet dreams over when they're thinking about future profits. This individual also came out with an "I told you" tweet saying, called it. They want to take our local compute away and get everyone locked into cloud-owned compute.
I don't think I like
They fully control and
the
monitor.
bangs.
Gen AI is the path for it all. Basically, AI is making consumer electronics inaccessible because it's gonna jack up prices for them to the point
I think I need to
only,
change
upper-class folks can afford that
ear,
stuff.
not the
general
ears,
masses
the
will
bangs.
eventually not be able to afford computers at this pace, and through that, a lot of corporations can be like, computers
Don't
are
laugh.
no longer affordable.
Don't
but we
laugh
got
at
a
my
solution for
forehead.
you. Cloud computing. Pay us every month for the
I have
rest of your life.
feelings. Do not
Because
laugh at
once
my
you become
forehead,
fully dependent
please.
on cloud computing, it's the only way you'll be able to compute. You'll be locked in with us, and we can charge you however much we want, whenever we want. Whereas with a personal computer, it's a one-time payment, and you get to keep that
You
for
mean
as many
5?
years as that hardware will last you, with no monthly subscription, and you can do whatever
Don't
you want. You
laugh,
have full
please.
control
I have
over your own
feelings.
computer. That's what corporations don't want. They don't want consumers to have control, because when corporations control everything, they stand to profit that much more.
Okay,
Jeff
okay,
Bezos brought up
okay.
the analogy of the brewery
Censoring it.
and how they're still using
Censorship.
antiquated
Censorship.
methods like having their own
You
power
guys saw
station. He
nothing.
talks about
This
individual
never
entities having
happened.
their own
You guys
power
saw
generators and
never
power stations,
anything.
as if that's an antiquated
You
model.
guys don't
But just
nothing.
because something is more modern doesn't necessarily mean
Censored.
it's better. Like, yes, we're all part of a grid now, and there's some
Censored,
aspects of
motherfucker.
convenience to it. But what that also means is that all aspects of power
Okay,
and
I
electricity
think
are
what's
controlled by
bothering
a
me
select
is
few major corporations.
I feel
If
like
they
it's a
jack
little
up the
high.
prices, we have no choice but to live with that. We've become so dependent on the system now that if companies try to abuse their position, they can probably get away with it, because we become so dependent on them, because there's nothing we can kind of do to stop them from engaging in nefarious business practices. And that's where computing is headed if what Jeff Bezos proposes comes to fruition. If we become so dependent on cloud computing, if that becomes the norm, because computers, personal computers, are too expensive to buy for us to own individual computers, that we become reliant on cloud gaming, once that proliferates, then we have to rely on cloud computing, and those corporations who own the servers will know that, and they can abuse that power however they want, whether it's pricing things however they want, or, you know, abusing people's data however they want, you know, selling our information, our personal information. They can do anything and everything because they'll have full
What the fuck am I
control over
doing?
how we engage with computing, which is such an important aspect to our modern day and age and society. If a select few corporations can completely take over and control computing, then holy shit, we are fucked. They propose it as a modern solution, but it's a solution.
I think
I
I need to push these a
solutions
little.
looking for problems, if people are convinced that the problem is real, can be lucrative and profitable. Going back to the analogy of the brewery with its own power generator, like, if I could have the option of owning a house and having my own, like, solar power and being off the grid, I would actually welcome that. That actually sounds like the better option than being fully dependent on power companies who can do whatever they want, whenever they want. If I set up my own power station and power system and power generator, or, you know, solar, then in the long term, I'll actually be better off. I'll end up saving money, and I'm not going to be solely dependent on power companies to ensure that I have electricity.
I think this kind of looks like Amelia.
My own personal computer allows me to control
Like a fox
every
girl
aspect
Amelia? What do you
of
guys think?
computing. I don't lose access to my computer and important data if my internet goes out, or if servers go down on the company's end. And pricing wise, I'm not beholden to monthly subscriptions that corporations can control. I can just make a one-time future-proof purchase and save a lot of money in the long term, while having full access to all the capabilities that personal computing allots in ways that cloud computing can.
You guys want the anime cowlick for her?
As a companion, it has its
Like
usefulness.
one of these?
Cloud has come in handy when it comes to, like, being able to share data, allowing a lot
You
of
guys
people to
want
be
one of these?
connected and being able to access
think so.
content that is uploaded and stuff
Looks
like
nice.
that. That aspect is great. But the idea of cloud computing becoming the new norm, the only way in which we compute, or like the new normal way in which we compute, companies hoping for a future where we become so dependent on the corporations
I
who
want that
own,
Amelia
you know,
original
cloud
pic as a
computing
poster.
servers, that they can abuse that power. Fuck that shit. And right now, the more
What I'm gonna
exploitative
do is
uses
I'm gonna
of
also do
AI
this.
and the way that's disrupting the electronics consumers market, like, that's the perfect segue for corporations to start to pitch the notion of cloud computing being the future, being more convenient, being more affordable in the short term.
You
They'll
guys saw
essentially be
nothing.
able to sell you a solution to a problem that they themselves
I need to be
created.
careful
It's like
with this.
video game monetization.
Imagine
Oh,
if
is
I
the game's
get
progression
banned
too
for my
slow? How'd that
own
happen?
freaking model.
Well, we got a solution for you.
I'm gonna
Buy our
cry.
time savers. Buy all of our monetization elements that will allow you to get a boost that will make the game fun. But the amount of control and ownership
What I'm gonna
and
do
customizability
is
that you will lose if cloud computing becomes a new norm, like, I cannot overstate how bad that would be.
I
They've
think
already
you guys
allowed
will like it.
corporations to take away physical media and physical software, and now they're attempting to take away physical, like, owning of computers, like physical personal computing. Hell no. That, cannot happen. We stand a lot more to lose than to gain by allowing cloud
She has
computing
like
to
a
become
she
the
has
new
a collar
normal,
on,
especially when
like a black
that
collar.
happens through taking advantage of how utterly screwed the consumer electronics market is as a result of AI. CEOs love to tell you that they know better, that they get to decide what's good for you and what needs to become the new normal when it comes to technologies.
I feel
but
like
it's ultimately about these CEOs
the
trying to
collar
recoup their investment in the
kind
technology
of
that
ties
they now
everything
have to sell
back,
as useful and
ties
as,
everything
you know,
up.
things that will solve your problems. But ultimately, it is up to the consumers to decide. And the more informed consumers can be about why things are happening rather than the way CEOs are presenting them, the more you can realize that something that seemingly has potential benefits.
What do you guys
overall
think should
has
be
more
written on the
detriments
choker,
if you
though?
really think about what the end goal here is on the part of these corporations. But yeah, this has become a major topic of conversation, and it's something that I wanted to posit to you guys. I'd love to hear what your thoughts and opinions are on all of this in the comments below. I've shared my take, share yours, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
No entry. Fufu love?
Hey guys, everything okay in here?
I like the fufu love more. Should say love fufu. Fumilia. Wait, it's gonna be Fumilia. You know, like. Oh shit. I'm accidentally mirroring it.
בוא, יש פה קופסה, כאילו הוא עושה סקאפולינג מלמטה למטה. טיפה יותר...
No, it's too long. I think that's fine. I think it being long is fine. Let me finish this.
We should try to quench the fire on the front porch first.
How about that right now?
There it goes.
It's becoming a reality. Yeah, I feel like it's missing something. Obviously, I shouldn't be adding more, otherwise it's gonna be just way too much. Wait, I have an idea. Let me see if...
Here,
Let me see if I can do something like that.
in this building for a second.
Yo, the hair looks good. You did awesome.
Alright, dude.
Well,
I'm gonna set my mic down.
it's not done yet. It just the
uh,
outline.
Protect us for a little bit.
Outfit the
Shouldn't take
UK
too
for
long.
Familia. I'm just thinking what else to do, so it looks better.
Bring your ass in here, Doc.
I feel like it's missing a big element. It's definitely missing a big element. Crown? You want a crown? Lipstick? No. We already tried the whole lipstick on my model. It looks so fucking cursed on me. It looks so cursed with my model having lipstick. Oh, oh. What? Yeah, you're right. There's nothing British about it. You're right.
That's awesome.
Where does she wear the clip? It doesn't show it anywhere.
Screenshot right there.
Show it. So I can just... I'll just put it in her hair in that case. Struggling here.
I think I'll be all right.
What is going on in the game? It just game fails.
I will never join the dark side.
It just game fails going on. Wait, I still feel like I should add. Let me see if there's like a pre-made asset for it so I don't have to do it from scratch.
I can hit you.
I'm trying to avoid drawing something from scratch, so I'm like checking if someone else already has it.
Jack, come here. I gotta give you something to run in there with. But you gotta take that. You gotta press and hold the button.
Okay, warte, komm zu mir, komm zu mir. Ja, wenn es knallt, dann knallt es uns beide weg. Warte.
Man, I cannot find. I'm seeing if I can buy from another artist a sweater.
Get out of my way, man. Yo, you turned your... You can't turn your back on me.
I cannot find one. The only options I see are the rigged ones. I'm thinking of downloading XCOM again for my phone. Wait, they have XCOM for phone? Maybe change the outfit color also. Oh no, the outfit color I will be changing, but that's in the program itself. I don't need to draw it from scratch for that.
I got nothing.
I'm good.
Please don't.
No.
So the outfit will be a different color,
good,
yeah.
We're good. I believe you, man. You sound like a reasonable guy. Okay, so what was your question?
So
For a
it seems like
sweater.
it's Tarkov, right? How do I check my magazine?
What do you mean, like check your magazine?
I'm not gonna don't freak out. Okay. So on the bottom left it has a plus sign, right?
Yeah. Whoa! What the fuck? Son of a bitch!
Okay, I'm gonna put them in the lower deck for security.
Do I press R on them?
No, whoa!
How do I get rid of it? How do I stop it?
Right click! Oh my god!
Justin, ich warte hier.
Ich hab... Nein!
The hell is going on with that lobby? Just having fun.
I believe we're witnessing. Hold fire. I believe.
Oh man, I found a sweater, but the problem is that it's already rigged. Uh-huh. Not gonna work well with the model then.
True beauty can be found within a war zone.
Hey, let him live.
He's a sign from God, soldiers. Know him well.
What the fuck is going on?
Fucking hell, it's all kicking off in here.
Going straight through.
I just looked at the screen as well, and like, what the hell is going on?
The smoke ahead.
Good, I hope he gets one.
Urban legends.
Oh, hold on. I need to open one of my versions for this.
System in action. We can change the likelihood of something being a receptacle for these forces just by thinking about it. But we haven't found a method to control the outcome. And yet...
I'm gonna need to copy my own layers. Ah, shit.
Boy, no way, boy. Like, I need backup. I don't even have... I don't even have...
I guess I just...
Or you just had
I could copy this whole
14
thing
hours off that he would
for a day.
True.
So you guys have a visual.
Oh my god! Are you fucking kidding?
You fucking dickhead. Which one is it?
Ah, what the? Why is it all the way there? Guys, my model got upgrades. You guys like the upgrades? Finally, I'm a proper VTuber. Goddamn. I'm finally a proper VTuber.
I'm gonna record it.
Why are you sitting there? Oh. Big double budget. Okay. I think this is the size mine are.
Developer just had their entire game ripped off Steam.
Oh yeah, I wanted you guys to watch this video. Okay, I need to remove all the extra stuff now though.
The sketchiest companies I've ever seen, and they republished the broken down pirated version of the game onto the console's marketplace to try to scam people into buying trash. And apparently this isn't even the first time that this company screws over indie developers either. They have a long history of stealing assets from game developers, gamifying and flooding the indie store marketplace on consoles with their AI shovelware crap, and just trying to scam the players to buy broken down stolen games. So the issue that I'm talking about here specifically has
This
to do
way
with
you
one
guys will
indie
have
dev
more
called
of an
Steel
idea
Crew
how it's gonna
Studios that if
look.
you go ahead and check out their Steam page, they're known for making horror games. Like, for example, you have Rotten Flesh, you have The Voidness, you have Baby Blue's Nightmares,
her
and
outfit
based off
is
the reviews, these games
pink.
are actually pretty good. So Steel Krill just posted this thread on X the other day where it says, a big scam company just stole my whole game from Steam, ripped it, and sold it as their own on PlayStation and other consoles. Recently, with the help of my publisher, I released the Backrooms 1998 on PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo
Here.
Switch. I was pretty happy, you know? Been in development for a
You
while
guys
and
will
being a
have
solo
a better
developer,
idea
and
how it's
finally
gonna
having my
look.
game on consoles is always awesome to see. That was cut short after someone pointed out that the game was there already. This company called Cool Devs SLR stole my whole game, ripped it, pasted a bad AI crap as cover, literally made a bad version of it, and just published it on consoles and
shit.
sold it themselves. So here's some screenshots of how
You don't
the
wanna
actual
switch
real
off all of
Backrooms
that.
1998 looks compared to the fake copy. You can see that apart from like a few filters and like aesthetic choices, the game looks exactly the same. And if you go based off the gameplay footage, you can see that they have the exact same mannequins in the exact same spot, same chairs, you know, same vibe and aesthetics, even the same gameplay, you know? You don't have to be a game developer to know that this is just a ripped off game. So how exactly did they steal it? It says here that they stole the whole game by using some program and decompiled the whole assets alongside the music, sounds, voice lines from the voice actor I hired, and everything else. They only changed the monster and the picture on the frame and put it up for sale on consoles. And honestly speaking, I didn't even think this sort of thing was
I never
possible
thought
outside
I
of
would see a
platforms like
budget
Roblox, for
inflation like
example, because sometimes when you go to Roblox, you look for one popular game
People
and then
finally use
suddenly you
pink
find
on
that
their
yes,
model.
have that game, but it's just surrounded by like
I don't
50
think I have a
different copies of the
choice.
exact same game that have just been ripped off
Considering
and
like
re-uploaded
the
into
coloring
platform.
of
So I know
Amelia
that this
is
whole
this.
situation is something that's prevalent and happens a lot in Roblox.
I think it's very
I didn't know
fitting.
it happens so often on Steam though. But let's go ahead and talk about the scumbag company that's behind all of this, or I guess I should say the companies, since it's not really like one person or one
Hold on, I have an
company.
idea.
It's like an entire group that
I have
operates
another
under
idea.
multiple legal names like Cool Devs SLR, Dev Group SLR, Midnight Works SLR. You know, all I know is that they're all based out in Moldova. Kind of like how you have an entire building filled with offices for scam callers to just be calling nonstop. Well, it looks like you have the same exact thing, but in, you know, with game development. People that are just ripping off popular games off Steam, trying to make some money by making defective pirated versions. So if you go ahead and check out the releases of Cool Devs SLR specifically, you can see that they have Trade 'em Up, TCG Empire Shop, and then you also have down here Liar's Tavern, TCG Card Shop Master. You know,
I think if I
obviously
rate
the
this,
TCG
it's
ones
gonna
are
be
just a
fine.
copy-paste version of TCG Card Shop Simulator, and Liar's Tavern, of course, is just a ripoff of Liar's Den. But you can see that they have an entire library of games that are just, you know, poorly made, copy-pasted, AI-generated crap. And if you go over to the PlayStation 5 online store and you check out the games to wish list section, that section is just filled with so many of these shovelware games, and they're just dropping brand new ones multiple times a week. And it all depends on whichever indie game is popular at the moment. And usually you can spot these
Send
things
the brother
right
to
away,
work,
since the games
okay.
are always a knockoff of a pre-existing game. Their cover art always uses some sort of AI-generated slop, and even though they might be registered on the store as different companies, well, if you look for the games on
There
other
we go.
platforms like Steam,
The only
for
thing
example,
that's left,
usually they'll be under the same company
it just
and
giving it
unfortunately, when
some
you see this sort of
color,
thing happening and
and we're
PlayStation not
done.
really doing anything to address it,
color
well,
left.
you have this one section that could be used for smaller indie legitimate
actually,
companies trying to, like, you know, make their
you
games
copy
stand
this
out,
properly.
and it just makes the entire thing unusable because all you see here is just shovelware crap. So the way
British
that they were
Lifu is not
gamifying the
real. She
PlayStation
cannot
storefront
hurt
was
you.
using an exploit on the upcoming games to wish list section,
She
where this
can,
is exactly
and
how
she
it works. There
will.
used to be an exploit
British
where there are
Lifu
20
exists
slots on
and
the
she
main
will hurt
dashboard
you.
to show upcoming games. This studio figured out that the games shown were the ones being released furthest out, but less than a full year in the future. What they did was crank out 20 crappy asset flips and fudge the dates on them so they would all appear to be coming out in 364 days. This way, the main dashboard would show all of their games and pretty much no real ones. They would even keep changing the dates to make sure their games stayed 364 days out. PlayStation
I'll
then had to
copy
fix
only
this exploit
one.
and change how the recommendation systems worked because of this publisher specifically.
I can work with
and
this.
even then, they still found a way to gamify the system even more, because then it says that they found a new exploit that said Sony reversed the order in which games are displayed so that the games coming out, the 20 games coming out the
is the
soonest
arm?
will be displayed
Oh,
on the
okay.
main dashboard
Well,
instead
that's
of the
too
20
big.
coming out closest to a year out. This was obviously in response to Midnight Works SLR's reputation. How did Midnight Works SLR respond? They changed all the dates on their games to make it look like they're about to come out, so they could still be
Just
the only
copying
ones
the
displayed.
tattoos
This not
from
only
my own
prevents all real
goddamn
games from
model.
getting displayed, but it's deceptive to gamers since they
But
aren't
need
really
a
releasing
step
those
ladder
games
to
on those
reach
dates. I've been watching and they keep
Tab
moving the release
range?
dates forward
Okay.
on their games so that they're
Okay.
always about to come out. This is extremely deceptive to gamers and completely screws over every other real developer on the platform. So I went down a little rabbit hole after we talked about this on stream, and I found the official documents for Cool Devs SLR, the name of the CEO. I found the website for Midnight Works, which is one of the companies that they talk about. You know, again, they're all under the same umbrella basically, and apparently Midnight Works also works on publishing games, so if you make a game on Steam, they will actually work with you to publish it onto consoles like Stadia, Android, Nintendo Switch, Xbox, PlayStation, which actually coincides with Steel Krill's thread, because Steel Krill mentions on his thread another important detail that may have ties or not. I got contacted last year by a very sketchy publisher wanting to publish my game. I declined because something seemed off. Next thing I know, someone stole it and published it as their own. Could there be ties to
Let's
this?
see
So what ended up happening with
if
Steel
that
Krill
would
and the Backrooms
work.
1998? The aftermath of it all. What exactly went down? Because we had an update that
Yeah, it
happened early
doesn't.
yesterday.
Great.
Well, it looks like the game was removed from all the marketplaces.
Oops.
The fake one, you know, not the official Backrooms 1998. No, the fake Backrooms Horror Escape was removed at the request of Steel Krill, and it looks like the fake devs of the stolen game basically made contact with
Okay,
them
I'm gonna
yesterday
have to
and said that
improvise
it was a
this.
mistake, and they removed it from the store. And I just find this comment to just perfectly encapsulate the whole situation. Sorry, I slipped and copied your game by mistake and submitted it to Nintendo afterwards. You know, the usual. Yeah, stole the source source code, uploaded the whole copyrighted game to all platforms, passed QA, and mind you, added trophies to their stolen game, all by a small mistake. Whoops, my bad. I didn't mean to do that, but you know, it just kind of just happened. And unfortunately, I don't really think this is going to stop this company from continuing to do this. They'll probably stop doing it to Steel Krill's game specifically, but they're just going to go ahead and keep doing it to other people. And if their company gets shut down, well, like I mentioned, they have so many different names that they operate under, it's really hard to crack down on this sort of like behavior. It's really disgusting at the end of the day. You know, sometimes I see people take my videos from YouTube, re-upload them,
has Scottish in her blood, explains how hostile she is. Okay.
And I'm just like, why would you do that?
So,
you know? So
I'm
just imagining it from like this a game developer standpoint.
Everyone's
where you have
happy
to
with this
code
version.
the entire game, make a masterpiece out of it, and then just have someone literally copy, paste, and try to steal it and pass it off as their own. That's honestly just disgusting behavior. And as for repercussions for this company, unfortunately, there isn't really much you can do. You know, as a solo developer, as an indie developer, you probably don't have the funding to fight a giant legal battle against someone who's like halfway across the world. And even if you did win, well, who's to say, like I mentioned,
I guess time to flesh it out.
Operate under a different name.
Oh,
or,
yeah.
You know, they probably live in a country
before someone
where
complains
it's just
about this
not
one.
possible to apply the full extent of the law. So it really sucks to see that this happened to Steel Krill. I'm really happy that they managed to deal with it, and hopefully, you know, they can keep making awesome, great horror games. I'm not much of a horror game person myself, but after seeing the story, I'm just like, maybe I'll check out the Backrooms 1998. We'll see if I get jump scared or not. But anyways, guys, yeah.
There we
Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Bro, I'm out of videos. I'm out of videos. Yes, this is good, but the tail still being green throws me off. I already fixed it. Already fixed it. You did this in one day. That's very impressive. No, I just started working on it. It's just an outline right now. So it will be just this part. The only thing you guys will see tomorrow is this part. I'm not okay. No, John, no. Someone get the water bottle. Spray John. If we were to make a game, I would try everything I possibly can to not be as cringe as these bad studios. Tifa, when you teach us to overthrow the government, what the fuck? I have to add you guys to the society. Let's see. Okay, what should I play? Here.
VTubing is not friendly for male.
Some VTuber slop.
For the longest time, the exception is
you guys like VTuber slop, right?
Is a bit more mainstream in the greater otaku culture. In the West, not so much. The industry here is overwhelmingly female dominated. Most of the relevant audiences are other men who just want to see cute girls doing cute things. Most men were relegated to peasant
It's quiet?
jobs,
Hold on.
editors, clippers, reactionaries,
Is it better?
and even professional simps. But then came a lightning in a bottle for the most unexpected company. Nijisanji English's own Hololive myth, Luxium, their EN branch's
Love the
first
color
female
choices,
group.
but I'm
Their
biased.
debut
Well,
song
it's
reached 1
literally
million
the
views
colors of
unexpectedly.
Amelia.
Their tweets started getting interactions. Even I made this
Still
video
quiet?
documenting
Hold
their
on.
massive rise. It aged like an abused child celebrity, but it was relevant for
How's
its
this?
time.
Is
Heck,
it
I
better?
even made another dedicated video on Vox Akuma himself. In 2022, Luxium was on top of.
Wait, it looks like Streamlabs has like a limiter there. Wow, why is there a limiter? Oh, okay, it was fine.
the
Okay,
world,
okay.
actively competing against Hololive English's numbers, dominating the Southeast Asian otaku culture, and it seemed like it was only going to get higher from here on out. Or at least, that's what
Okay,
many
time
of their
to work
fans
on
thought,
this.
including myself. Because come literally the next year, we started to see the cracks. Of course, the tale of Digisanji EN's downfall
this
has
guy,
been
I
recorded
haven't
many
watched his
times,
videos
but
in
in this video,
forever.
I'd like to point the microscope on the face of the branch itself, Vox Akuma. Because he was the king of not just Nijisanji English, but the king of male VTubing as well. Those who followed on
He
his
kinda
stead
was,
became
though.
popular with
He was
him. His
he was
presence elevated the
super
numbers and
huge in
dynamics to those
VTubing.
around him.
But he
No
kind
longer.
of shit it all away.
Today, we look at the tragic downfall of English VTubing's king of male VTubers, Vox Akuma. When Luxium started
He
rising,
literally
Mr.
shut it
Elias was
away.
actually the one who led the charge at first. His infamous interaction with Mr. Rogers, as well as his general comedic bits, made him Luxium's first favorite. But come the middle of the year, Vox Akuma easily took his spot's place, and this was for one major reason: pandering. It was clear to many people that the reason why Luxium was so successful was because they tapped into a niche previously untouched in the English side of VTubing: the female demographic. VTubing's overwhelming number of audience always has been men, like I mentioned, and Luxium, with their handsome design and kiss your homies goodnight sort of banter, they managed to innovate. The reason why Vox Akuma started to get more popular than everyone in the group was because he was the one who went all in, shamelessly indulging on his horny female fans' wildest imaginations and serving English VTubing's
Ew.
most potent boyfriend experience.
What's with the ropes?
Everyone in Luxium didn't really
I'm
do
a
this.
femboy
At
today.
most, they would validate
Don't
their
a-
audience, tell them
don't
they love
question
or
it.
appreciate
Just
them or
embrace
something.
it.
But nobody was licking this audience's digital pussies or ravaging their
Ew.
digital throats quite like Vox was. People outside Vox Akuma's audience had a very strong impression
That's
on
a way
him
of
and
wording
his
it.
audience, especially Hololive fans. Notice how I said strong, not good. Because the first drama he was involved in was in March 2022, roughly 4 months after they debuted. There was an accidental Discord server leak from a fellow Nijisanji member, Petra. In this leak, we were able to see that a few Nijisanji members were shit-talking Hololive, and people didn't really like that. The biggest lightning rod of the outrage was Fulgur himself, who was being smug that Hololive console didn't do as good and that a lot of Hololive fans were insecure and mad that Nijisanji was thriving. The second biggest lightning rod was Vox, who said Hololive tech issues in shambles, Niji thriving. The context that I personally believe in and had peddled in the past was that
They
this was in
act so
response
gross,
to Shu,
holy shit.
because Shu was their tech guy. This was supposed to be nothing more than a joke, so I didn't really take it seriously. I threw a lot more shade at Fulgur's out-of-pocket comment, but a lot of Hololive fans didn't really give out as much grace. Before this drama, there was a war brewing between Hololive EN and Nijisanji EN fans, you see. Tribalism was at an all-time high. Hololive talents like Calliope Mori unfollowed a few of them. She did refollow them back, but it was clear that it pushed a sensitive spot for her. Though this fueled the tribalism, it didn't really do much against Vox aside from like making him kinda weird out to outsiders. The real drama happened shortly after. May 2022, fellow Nijisanji member Reimu and Vox were streaming at the same time. Reimu was playing FNAF while Vox had a roleplay date ASMR stream.
Wait, what? Didn't it become public that they were dating and she's like super obsessive or something? And hi, Victor, how are you doing? What about the eyebrows? I'm not changing my eyebrows. The eyebrows are iconic. Plus, I look weird with different eyebrows.
All of a sudden, Reimu decided to message Vox to help her out for a game. Vox momentarily paused the date stream to help her out, but when Vox hit that end stream button, he awoke to see that his people were mad. Like, mad. Especially the Chinese. Not at him, but on Reimu. All because Reimu dared to disrupt their date together. Death threats were lobbed her way, a harassment campaign
Damn.
started. Social media was filling up with all sorts of angry, schizophrenic ramble about how Reimu was a whore. You would think that the appropriate response for this was pushback from Vox Akuma himself. Tell these people to cool it, tell them to shut the fuck up, or try to de-escalate matters. But nope, that's not what Vox did. What he did instead was to lightly touch upon the subject, only implying dissatisfaction but still defending
Are you
his
going
fans.
to add
People didn't
a
like
nose?
this.
No.
The greater Niji EN community
Having no nose
did
is
not like
iconic.
this.
Come on.
The backlash was intense. But thankfully, he would later address this matter, firmly saying that none of the things he does is real, and that this is all roleplay, fucking obviously, and that he doesn't claim that people throwing off and randomly harassing other people. He would even say that he doesn't like them, a sterner, more absolute defense of his friends and his reputation. And while yes, did his recover his PR, it put a bad impression of his audience's character, because in the background, everyone, everywhere, was starting to recognize that Vox's audience was pretty fucking toxic.
Wait, is this like a... Is this like a version of like VTubers when like their community controls them? You have that in like mainstream streamers, right? In VTuber, actually no, wait, in VTubers it happens often that their community is fully controlling the VTuber too. That would, yeah, that would be pretty accurate to say.
Not just within Nijisanji's own community, but even to people beyond it. Even
I hate to
his
say
friends
this,
like Shoto,
but why does this
which
look
a lot
remind
of
me
Nijisanji
of
fans seem
I think it's the length of the hair. I don't know. Well, we're doing the UK propaganda, Amelia.
to think that he was part of Nijisanji for some reason, to a point that Mista had to address and clarify something so...
Oh, if you're talking about the blue, it's a toggle I use for me to see better between layers. If that's what you're talking about.
obvious. And even still, these fans still kept harassing him to collab with them more, only to end up being angry that Shoto was being disrespectful in some kind of way somehow. This tiny chaos and dissatisfaction beyond Vox's audience is important to note, because while yes, within your walls you are thriving and the economy of your kingdom is still flowing greatly, it becomes a lot harder to expand and trade beyond it. By the tail end of Vox's golden years, people even inside the Nijisanji community recognized the signs, faced the insane
off to bed.
reality
Have a good night.
of
Good night,
Vox's
Jason.
own
Hope you
toxic
feel
fan base.
much better tomorrow.
Vox still got involved in minor drama, such as
Make
in
sure to
August of
take meds
2022
before
when he was
sleeping.
making fun of Sonny's mom. Fans from China who had a culture against such behaviors were super mad and demanded Vox apologize, but this was a nothing burger. Vox addressed it, we all chalked it up to culture clash, and that was it. Yet at the same time, while these dramas were minor, they were signs of a greater issue. See, the problem with catering to parasocials fucks as hard as Vox did isn't just you getting pigeonholed into your own content, it's also the fact that you have to cater to these insufferable fucks. You are stuck in a horrible, uninviable place where you can't go hard on your fans too much or they'll rebel, but at the same time, people outside your walls are afraid of your fans just as much as you are. So it's hard to engage with you.
The amount of content creators who are so afraid to be stern with their own audience because they're afraid that they will lose all the support is really big. There's a lot of content creators who they even backtrack to their own opinions because they can see that their audience does not agree with their opinion. It's so common.
With this fanbase, even if you find the courage to try and hard wrangle them, it's not going to work most of the time. You can't unschizo a schizo. His chat was constantly spammed by emotes. He kept being infantilized. During this specific era of his popularity, his audience was more to blame than himself. Vox never intended to do BFE when he joined Nijisanji. He just felt obligated to do what the audience he captured wanted him to do because they kept flinging him shit tons of money. One thing you gotta know is that throughout a huge part of 2022, Vox received huge sums of money for months on end. $100,000 almost every single month in donations from his gachis. Every month, brother, and that's just donations. Ads, membership money, merch money, and sponsorship money aren't even taken into account. So when you start from nothing into getting that kind of money on the regular, it can be hard to cope or even, for a lot of people, empathize with that kind of mental rewiring. To a certain extent, it's understandable why Vox felt like he had to cater to these people. These people, even if some were freaks, were the reason why he had so much money, why he had so much freedom, ironically. It's scary to distance yourself away from that big of a bag and that kind of external validation. Such is the core problem of the parasocial Andy streamer. Some people are built for this sort of content. A lot of VTubers sustain it healthily, even for years, without developing a problematic audience. Even if there are freaks in his chat or tweets causing a scene, telling them to get the fuck out isn't necessarily going to work the way he wants it to. It's a dangerous fanbase. We've seen such a case with the downfall of the GFE queen Uraharusha, who got cancelled when it turns out that she and another famous Japanese content creator Mafu Mafu was in a relationship. But these sorts of fan bases don't just get dangerous when they start hating you. I would argue they become even more dangerous when they love you too much. In February 2023, Vox announced that he was going on a hiatus to deal with emergency family matters, but False ID received reports and broadcasted the news that Vox's actual address got leaked. A stalker, it seems, was able to pinpoint accurate information and even determine his personal Instagram account by referencing photos that Vox himself posted on his corporate Twitter. Of course, we don't actually know if this doxer and stalker was a fan of him or not, but such an egregious action is not beyond what a Vox fan could do and want to do. The reason I say that is because now on a deleted site called Nifco, aka the dox site, these sorts of informations and discussions were freely thrown around. Yes, there is a Japanese website dedicated to finding and talking about private information of VTubers. Who are the majority of the users, you may ask? Nijisanji English fans. Vox fans. There is a saying that goes, the chat reflects the streamer. This statement is generally true, I would like to think. But sometimes there can be exceptions. It's not an all-encompassing fact. I don't think any streamer or content creator should be held 100% responsible for what their audience is doing. You can't really hard wrangle all your fans. It's just impossible. Even if you're not putting a call to action, even if you tell your fans not to harass anyone and to play nice, some small fraction of idiots in any fan base will always do so. And even if that fraction is a minority, their actions will still reflect badly on the streamer itself. Such is a problem with Vox Akuma's fanbase. No matter what he did, the goodwill he would generate, that small fraction of his audience will always haunt him, will always make him look bad. In 2023, we have seen an utter collapse of Nijisanji's reputation, and Vox was one of the heavier targets for the mockery. The Zion Lanza drama, the Gundo Mirai termination, the Nina Kosaka graduation,
really
the
well.
Mysterious
Thank
graduation.
you.
All of this happening, and the toxicity of his own fanbase has had profound effects on Vox's mental health. He was already diagnosed with ADHD before. In fact, this diagnosis was used as a sort of explanation for a lot of his actions. Fans were recognizing the fact that he was not in the best shape. In fact, fans recognized more than that as well. It would seem that collaborations with a lot of people have disappeared. Vox's banter with anyone was genuinely a fun time to watch, so it was sad to see that over time, his collaborations with the very few people his fans enjoyed him interacting with has ceased. One-on-one collabs with Shoto, for example, has noticeably stopped, citing that shippers and toxic fan behaviors ruined it for them. He also stopped getting invited to many events or shows that would have multiple appearances from other guests. Because of Vox's fanbase, even in 2023, people outside Nijisanji were rather reluctant to collab with him. But as long as he can still make his content, as long as his fanbase's thirst can be quenched, he can make it. Right? After all, I've been talking a lot about the negatives of having his own walls up, stuck within this sort of fanbase, but in reality, it's not all bad. Even if he didn't get as many donations as before these days, he was still bringing in mad money, still had a loyal viewer base, could still do his ASMRs and roleplays, and he even made a feature-length lore video. There was a bit of a drama around this movie he made. Vox and Nijisanji
And where's your
accused
husband?
a
He's
company
sleeping.
basically of violating
He's very
copyright by
tired.
using a piece of the music
Had a
that
long
he
day
used
at
for
work.
this movie. But then it turns out that said music didn't even belong to them. It was purchased from a third party, so technically no copyright was being violated. But like, that ADHD kinda made him jump the gun over here, huh? Being a corpo VTuber is a job. It can't just be a hobby, and just like any other job, sometimes you just gotta deal with it. As long as you stick to your own circle, do what you gotta do, you'll be fine, to a certain extent. But like a real job, sometimes you can't do it as effectively because your stupid boss said so. All of a sudden, YouTube just declared that ASMRs are to not have any adult themes. Otherwise, say goodbye to your content. Many VTubers were hit hard by this change. Some channels even just straight up died. Vox was one of the few people that was affected. All those 18+ ASMRs that he had lovingly created for his audience just gone. The reason this is a big deal is because ASMRs are perhaps one of the greenest evergreen content.
Looking good.
A person can and will always have a reason to go back to a particular ASMR that they like. But beyond its financial and tangible usefulness, it also served as a historical and cultural marker for Vox Akuma's content and identity. He was the Nijisanji BFE, the John boyfriend experience. A lot of that BFE content needing to get deleted? it's just a waste. But perhaps this wasn't all that bad. I can gamble on the idea that perhaps after the initial distress, Vox was relieved by this in some sort of way. With all of that deleted, perhaps he would feel like doing his ASMR more poignantly, even tone down the intensity of his ASMR, a reason to refuse uncomfortable scenarios or requests. And besides, it's not all his ASMRs that were being deleted, just the more explicit ones. Perhaps that even despite Nijisanji's declining reputation, he can continue and maintain this audience that likes him and his content. An exclusive group of people that will not be affected by the happenings.
How did you get the brush to rotate like that?
Those were
Is your
what the walls
tablet
were there for.
detecting? No.
Maybe in the coming year.
How to rotate this? Like, how to do this thing? Is that what you're asking? How do I do this? It's a hotkey on the program. It's the sign minus and the sign like a comma. That's it. Pretty easy.
Year, he can stabilize his content, and while his best year was behind him, perhaps he can still carve out something special for himself.
That when were
is
you
not what
using the
happened.
square tool?
In February 2024,
Oh,
Nijisanji
no,
EN
it just,
terminated Selen Tatsuki, one of
it doesn't rotate. It's point of habit, you know. It's point of habit of using it, I guess. I've been working on my models for like a year and a half now with this program. So at some point you just get used to it.
VTubing's most beloved creators. This followed months upon months of instances where Selen had her requests frequently rejected by Nijisanji,
Yeah, I'm
or
gonna work on the
that
bangs
she
a little
got
bit
screwed
right
up
now.
in some sort of way. She responded to this termination, but the fierce backlash that came from her and the greater VTubing community had to prompt a response from Niji EN itself, and shockingly, they did. It was perhaps the greatest, biggest sin ever recorded in English VTubing. One of the people responsible for this, actually no, the central figure of this was none other than Vox Akuma. Vox was the biggest voice of the trio that presented this pushback. In this announcement, he said that before things went down, Selen sent Niji a legal document airing out her frustrations and her intent to leave immediately. He claims that Selen peddled falsehoods in her legal document, said that he felt hurt because this document contained information from other talents, and that she secretly recorded a call with him to use evidence against Nijisanji. He denies the fact that Nijisanji had favoritism, said he doesn't think the confrontation against her was harassment, and lastly, he says that he thoroughly reviewed this document, but this was a document that only legal entities aside from Selen herself was supposed to be able to view. I would attempt to debunk these claims in the video, but this isn't a Nijisanji video, this is a Vox video. I can really only cover what happened to Vox himself specifically, because what exactly happened was a shit show for him. The phrases he said during the black screen stream became a meme. There is no favoritism, and in my opinion this is not a form of harassment. Because in Nijisanji, there was obvious bias towards Vox Akuma and Luxium as a whole, owing to them being the biggest in the entire branch. Vox and Luxium got invited to fancy
Bro
dinners
is using
with the
the
CEO
fear
while
and
in
hunger
Japan.
OST.
Nobody got consistent merch releases like they did. They were getting milked the fuck out. Of course,
Okay, I would just
it's
say,
the nature of any
what I
business
say
to have
again.
blatant
Shoot.
favoritism or an extended leniency for your biggest and most influential assets. But to deny that none of it exists is whack. And to deny or outright dismiss the fact that your friend was in emotional distress and almost killed herself, to basically invalidate and that claim that what they did to her was not harassment, all without any emotion in your voice.
Alright, so far the only thing that really bothers me about this video is that he keeps saying that Vox was Celine's friend. That's the only thing that's really like kind of bothering me. He obviously was not her friend. Like why would you keep on saying that? It happened again? What the fuck?
It was
Just say it on
weird.
Discord.
It was sociopathic to see from him even. He seemed blind to his privilege and position in Nijisanji and the bigger industry, seemed to lack empathy, seemed like he was just emotionally manipulative. He could have just said no, not including himself in this whole
Hi,
debacle.
SCP. How
No,
you
he wasn't
been?
forced into this.
Hopefully
All
everything's
implications
fine.
point to the fact that to some degree, he wanted to participate. He lacked responsibility, digging his own grave only to bitch about it later. And that did not sit right with people beyond Nijisanji. After the black screen stream, Nijisanji EN as a whole were losing followers and viewers, Vox included for obvious reasons. And people started to bring up old allegations from Vox's past, also they could find a reason to hate him even more. For context, there was a previously dismissed accusation against Vox when he debuted, claiming that he did horrible things in his PL as a creator named Vade. Some of these accusations include flirting with a minor, when he himself was a minor, being emotionally manipulative, making out with a 19-year-old woman.
Are we counting people for being a minor flirting with a minor now? Welcome back, Taco. I've been busy, but fine. Well, as long as it's so good.
When he was 17, and that he was mean because he told an autistic fan that he just needed to stop being a whiny bitch. Another person would even create an entire Google Docie recapping this whole situation, but again, these allegations were bad. There was a reason it was dismissed. Bros were regurgitating second-hand information without any screenshots, trying to cancel Vox for what he did when he was fucking 17. Some people lapped it up, but it seemed like most people thought it was a nothing burger, me included. Throughout the following months, Vox would continue to stream. He initially streamed on Bilibili to get away from the outraged YouTube audience, but he eventually slowly eased back to streaming.
Wait, does Vox
Even
knows,
had an entire
Chinese?
3D all recorded. But after the drama, the Nijisanji community has been largely disconnected from the greater industry and only came in frequent waves via a collab. The Nijisanji EN community has basically labored a major part of the industry as their enemies or something. But despite the volume of this Twitter fanbase, Vox's numbers continued to decline. One of the more interesting points to note after the fallout was his former friend, his most famous friend, Shoto, the person Vox grew together with in the space, said he doesn't fuck with Vox anymore, that they're no longer friends. One can only speculate about why this is, but a lot of conclusions point to the full picture his many dramas painted, that he might be emotionally manipulative. He was a bad friend. He was an alleged bully. As you can see, it's not a pretty picture. All Vox had left were the few friends he still had in Nijisanji, Nijisanji itself, and his very dedicated audience. But this audience would come to learn an uncomfortable truth about him soon enough.
What's
In
the uncomfortable
2025,
truth?
Reimu, the person Vox's fanbase harassed for interrupting their date, and Ike, Vox's friend and Loxiam genmate, left Nijisanji, alongside a few others. But nobody would expect that one jealous girlfriend would set off a series of events that nobody could foresaw. The ex-girlfriend of Ike Eveland made a video basically accusing Reimu Endo of being a doxer and a homewrecker, saying that her ass was being flirtatious towards Ike after she and an undisclosed partner broke up. Guess who this undisclosed partner is? This made big waves in the Nijisanji community, prompting a response from Reimu, who now streamed under a different name, Mari FD. The entire drama was a hilarious fuckfest that has multiple layers, but I'm not going to cover all of it for this video. Instead, I recommend my brother stream Even Star's coverage of it if you want to see the shit show that just happened. But I am going to talk about Vox's involvement, because some information in this little Twitter spat painted him in a light that his simps weren't going to like. For one, this spat had an intentional revelation that Reimu and Vox were in fact in a relationship. And fun fact, this used to be a speculation that was had by many. Reimu also vented to Ike's ex that Vox would have a crazy parasocial fan that would send him bikini photos, a shit ton of horny super chats, would respond to him, and even make self-insert art of herself featuring being intimate with him. And Vox, unsurprisingly, seems to really like that behavior. By the way, the context of these conversations is that Reimu found out Vox was sexting with this cosplayer fan of his because she said she took a look at his phone while he was taking a shower in the same room. And when the fan Vox was sexting asked if Reimu and Vox were dating, Vox said, and I quote, "Ew, no," and it eventually resulted into
That's
Reimu and
fucked
Vox having a
up.
fallout because Reimu just wasn't
No.
having any of it anymore. And when Reimu tried to pretend not to
That's
know,
so
asking on
fucked
what
up.
Vox would do if said girl would send him lewd photos,
Just
Vox
ew,
responded,
no.
saying that he'd cut off their communications right there. My brother didn't know he already got caught and committed to the lie. The person Reimu is referring to here is an infamous cosplayer and member of the Niji-en community who would frequently engage with Vox a lot and do gender-bent cosplays of him
Oh
as
my
early as
God.
2022. Vox was using his platform to actually engage with horny fans for his sexual gratification.
Oh.
One can really only wonder if he's only done this to just one person. I'm just saying, a person like this, a person like Vox, just doesn't stop at one girl. But you know what? I get it. Vox Akuma, I completely understand. No, seriously, I do. This is a relationship between two consenting adults. Lots of your favorite online couples started out as a fan-creator relationship, such as PewDiePie and Martzia, or Joey and the Anime Man, and Aki Dearest. Sure, we can have—
Wait, okay. With PewDiePie and Marta, it's a little bit different because that was like way back in the day when he was also not that big yet. As for Aki Dearest and the Anime Man, same thing. They were in the same friends group. So I don't think that's really accurate. Me, when personal drama is handled in public.
the topic of an unfair dynamic of that kind of relationship, but personally, I don't care. As long as said fan isn't a minor and the creator isn't a minor and it's also consensual, it's free game, in my opinion. The problem for Vox was that the revelation that he was in a relationship with Reimu while actively sexting a side girl is not good for an audience that is parasocial and is in love with him. I guess it also doesn't speak very well of your character, you know, being a cheater, but I think at this point, him being a cheater is one of the less impactful labels that many people are already calling him. There was intense backlash from a fair few Chinese Vox fans that followed after this drama. While
Oh, his video got copyrighted. Oh, damn. Oh, too familiar. Oh, too familiar with this. The music probably got copyrighted. Damn, that sucks. Oh well. We'll just wait until we can hear again. Imagine if I'm just tripping. Hold on. Am I just tripping?
or
No.
being
Is the video.
or
There we go.
part of me feels bad for Vox. It feels like he was just your average guy thrown into a position of immediate power, wealth, and responsibility without any time to adjust and learn from it. He sees a lot of women vying for his attention, giving him money, trying to slide in his DMs, and he started getting into town with them. He sees all the money flowing into his bank account and cannot help but feel indebted to the person, to the ones, to the company that allowed this arrangement. Now, outside his walls, very few people are willing to extend an olive branch for him anymore. Within his walls, parts of it are on fire, a king of a bleeding kingdom. Some part of me feels like Vox isn't a malicious person. He was just overly defensive of his own turf, hostile to even the smallest threats, and insecure about his own competition. He was just stupid. But if you've been through Salengate or feel deceived by him, or even if you were a friend or acquaintance that he used to engage with, I cannot blame you for feeling that he was a bad person. Besides, there might be something else that general public and I myself doesn't know about yet. He was the king of male VTubing. He brought so much joy into many people's lives and proved to the industry at large that males can have a place in this industry. I don't think I can take that achievement away from him. Despite that, male VTubing is still not even—
Okay, I don't think anyone is trying to take the achievement away from him, though. Are you going to redesign Zen as Charlie? All I need to do is like just do his hair black. That's it. He already has like short hair toggle. And since like You can change like the color of the hair blue to black easily, but you cannot do that with black to purple hair. So that's why I need to draw a whole different hair for myself. But I don't mind because it's a lot of fun. I'm having fun being up to no good. I'm just
Half
layering
the
it
level
right
of
away so I
females in
can
this industry.
rig it.
Perhaps it's going to take another person to make that happen. Perhaps it won't happen at all. His story is a tale of pride in action and, frankly, like I said, stupidity. Levels so low it's almost malicious, and while it's a tale yet to be over, he hasn't graduated, nor is his career in Nijisanji seemingly close to being done. But it's a tale worth remembering for the people who knew him, knew of him, and is yet to know him. Hi, thanks for watching my video. If you want to see more content and to get your name featured in the boards over here, consider joining the second tier of my membership, My Scholars. Not only do you get videos earlier and uncensored, they get exclusive access to videos reserved only for members, as well as streams for spicier dramas and topics. My Google Doci series is a series where I condense VTuber Google Docs that would normally take an hour or two to finish into digestible 10 to 15 minute videos so you don't have to. 2 episodes a month. For the Gooners, I'll also happen to recommend VTuber related materials.
What should
for
we
your
play
particular
next?
need.
Let's see.
Either way, liking and subscribing.
Wait,
helps.
what is this?
Is it true you like?
It says TikToks has been creeped. The untold story of Yuri's cosplays. What? What the fuck?
Your brother's 14-year-old friend.
Wait,
Yeah, but I used to have a crush on him.
That Oris? Like Oris cosplays? The one who's in a relationship with her dad?
Why do you always have to bring my parents into it?
Anyone who is in the community and knows anything about the cosplay community already knows who I'm talking about.
This is Oris cosplay. I was the Chris Chan of cosplay for years, which I'm actually very embarrassed about. One more time. What did you just say? I'm love for my dad. You don't know my situation. Anything I say,
I feel like
you
I don't want
blackmail
her
me for disagreeing
situation.
with you. We view minors in a different way compared
What?
to how Japanese people view minors.
Someone who literally in an audio clip said that they were attracted to like a 14-year-old minor.
I feel like there's like a gray area. He came in my room with me. You know that
What?
in Japan, they view 13-year-olds as adults.
I have a lot to say about this person.
Absolutely insane.
I don't really want to question the Japanese.
Do you think that you're the victim in this situation?
Yeah. Oh, well, not 100%. It is currently 6:30 a.m. because I had a lot of trouble sleeping last night. So in this video, I'm going to be addressing something very serious then.
Goodbye.
The fuck did I just stumble upon? What?
Cosplay. A hobby and way of life, both treated with love and respect by those who participate in the joy that is realizing your favorite characters to life in a welcoming and communal setting. From wildly popular meetups at anime conventions held across the globe, to viral sensations on social media who share their craft with millions online through photo ops, humorous skits, and other various displays that represent the joy that such a diverse hobby can bring, cosplaying is truly an artistic marvel. Whether your cosplay is a one-to-one real-life interpretation forged by long
Hey,
hours
I'm right now preparing cosplay as Amelia. Would that be considered a VTuber cosplayer?
of dedication if you casually put something together just to participate in the fun, or even if your cosplay is leaning on the more questionable side of things.
Puppy, this chicken's bussin'.
Cosplaying, for the most part, is truly an incredibly rewarding passion, consisting of individuals who oftentimes may be more reserved,
Was
finding
that
themselves
supposed to be
coming out
My
of their
Hero
shell to
Academia?
participate in a warming sense of belonging. However, veering off the path of naivety
fuck
of
did I
the
just
darker
see?
aspects hidden beneath the surface, cosplay culture is not absolved of its negative aspects and bad actors by any means. From the mildly annoying to outright psychotic, the cosplaying community has brought forth some rather interesting individuals who have been the subject of online scrutiny throughout the years. But with our character of interest today, a predatory individual who has been virtually blacklisted from every major anime convention in the country, who has a special kind of love with her father and has a family made up of plastic dolls. I think it's safe to say that no story has ever been quite as perplexing, more so disturbing than hers. So if you'd allow me the absolute pleasure of introducing to you,
that was not the
Kelly White.
Okay. To be honest, I have watched Wonder's videos before. He does really good work. I've been enjoying his videos. Way back when we had like our first official like Minecraft server, I would listen to his videos quite often while working on like buildings for the capital and stuff. I do recommend the channel. I personally enjoy it. I don't know about you, but I just saw Handsome Shadow. What the fuck is Handsome Shadow? Wait, what? The fuck is Handsome Shadow? I have questions and I'm afraid of the answers. Boy has this voice of a country singer. No, I watch him not because of the voice, but he does good research.
aka Oris Cosplays, aka Reborn Cosplay Mom of Many, or more easily referred to across internet forums simply as Oris. 29-year-old Kelly White, on the surface, appears to be quite the oddity when it comes to the minifigures found on TikTok, remaining quietly in her corner of the website.
You didn't see Giga Chat Shadow? No, I missed it. I think I missed it.
Alongside an even more tucked away page under the name Soft Girl Unicorn that houses a smaller fan base of around 5,700 users, where she ironically has in her bio that she is gender fluid and goes by she/he, despite her open disavowalment of the LGBTQ+ community and her stance as an anti-woke cosplayer. When it comes to her presence on TikTok, her earliest known appearance dates all the way back to early 2019, where she performed a lip sync to a song about her love for anime, while she displayed to viewers her Full Metal Alchemist manga. Following this debut, Kelly would begin to upload across both accounts her numerous cosplays, switching between the title of both Kelly White and Oris, with her most notable cosplaying endeavors consisting of recreating scenes with characters from Hazbin Hotel, The Legend of Zelda, Steven Universe, and...
I don't understand what attracts people about Hazbin Hotel. Can someone explain to me what's the appeal of it? I watched a little bit of Hazbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss, and I don't understand what's the appeal of it. I saw it as I came back with my dinner for tonight.
My Hero Academia. However, what was peculiar about her account that made her stand out against the rest of the cosplaying community was the bizarre inclusion of her 60-plus-year-old father, whom she would often duet with, frequently in romantically themed scenarios, with her mother apparently being forced out of the picture, as Oris has declared her mom.
Wait. I can see John's message now. What I said was, Familia Lore, her fufus appear either obnoxiously snobby or very into FIFA. God damn it.
To be too overweight, therefore making her unworthy to participate in the hobby. Her words, not mine.
So a lot of people ask me sometimes, why doesn't your mom ever cosplay with you if your dad cosplays with you? And I'm gonna sound very mean, but I'm also gonna compare it to like how in Hollywood weight matters.
Okay,
I'm not saying
a
my
fan
mom's
how
fat.
she talks.
I'm just saying if she was like
Is that mean to
skinnier
say?
and she's losing weight by the way. And yesterday I gave my mom a goal. If you get to 180 pounds, maybe you can cosplay Queen Eleanor with me as Merida, and you'll look more healthy.
Despite viewers of her shared fandom stumbling across her content from time to time and noting in the comments the bizarre behavior of a father and daughter cosplaying as a romantically invested couple, Oris would not see her first real sense of virality until late 2024, when she uploaded a POV vlog to her account of her returning home from an anime convention, where the caption states that she had been away from her two daughters over the weekend. For the first millisecond of this video, one would find nothing irregular about this. However, users quickly were left with a strong sense of discomfort and confusion when it is revealed that her daughters are, in actuality, all highly realistic reborn dolls, a type of doll that is oftentimes used by mothers as a therapeutic means to process the loss of a pregnancy. However, Oris has never been pregnant, nor has she ever lost a child for that matter. Though it is
people
explained
who
that her reasoning
just-
as to acting as a mother to these dolls is due to her desire to
It's
fill
a whole
void
rabbit
inside of
hole
her
with those
that she
reborn
feels can only
dolls.
be fixed through motherhood.
Buka,
He takes
how
her
you
so-called
doing?
children everywhere with her, from road trips, movies.
Oh, guys. I think we're in trouble. We have the cake staff in the chat. Okay, Vuka, I can't explain, okay? I can't explain. You know the UK propaganda game? The UK propaganda game that the UK government made? And there's a character in the game that that people love now, Amelia. Basically, I'm redesigning my model as a toggle for my model to be Amelia. I swear we're behaving here. I swear. We're on our best behavior here. We're not planning to spread propaganda yet. But how you doing? Tifu's being a good foxo. I'm making sure we plead the fifth. But how you doing, Vuka? It's been a while.
And cosplaying conventions, to even breakfast with her father.
Nah,
where
don't
each
worry,
doll
I
is given
just
their
came
own
in to
assigned
see how
seat
you're
and
doing
ordered their own food. Where again,
Okay.
Oris's mom is nowhere to be found. Now, I know I just presented a lot of confusing information for you to take in there, but I hope you have quite the appetite, because I regret to inform you that
Hi, Dizzy. How you doing? Was trying to figure out what was happening. Absolutely based. Yeah. So tomorrow, okay. So what happened on stream was, it was a whole joke that, okay, if there's gonna be another big super chat on YouTube, I'm gonna make this into my models toggle for tomorrow in one day on stream. Well, not the whole process, but I'll start on stream right away. And multiple people send big super chats. So now I'm making the Amelia Fox Girl toggle a reality. And tomorrow she's gonna debut on stream.
that was only just the surface of what we are to discuss here today. In
Oh, hail the
fact,
fox,
everything that was just
Aw.
stated will come to be found rather tame in comparison to the nightmarish details
I
that you and I will
promised.
be analyzing here together. For many users, what they found to be yet another of the many questionable
just hope you
spectacles that the
guys
website has
will
offered
like
throughout
it.
its history was
Well,
in
actually-
actuality a figure that had garnered back
You guys already can see how she's gonna look. I just need to finish the layers and rig it. And we're done. And we're gonna be done.
back alley notoriety far before their debut to TikTok in 2019, had an extensive and volatile history dating as far back as 2011, a grand total of 8 years before she had ever arrived on the platform. From Twitter meltdowns targeted at people of color, as well as those of the LGBTQ+ community, to intense body shaming and ridicule of her mother, as well as other cosplayers, the creation of not safe for work images of underage anime characters, to her suspicious relationship with her father, with whom she has publicly stated attraction for, which is met with her creating deplorable allegations against him, involving her father allegedly taking the prior mentioned not safe for work photos of his own daughter, as well as equally
Oh my
disturbing claims
God.
of SA, followed by Oris's controversy
That's
involving sending
bad.
not safe for work photos to minors in exchange for money, to her outright admitting that she is a predator, with her stating that
Wait,
she has
what?
even been in love with her younger brother's friend ever since he was 9, and that the only reason nothing has happened between the two, despite her belief that this twisted desire is a gray area, is due to her recognizing the legalities of such an act. The story of Oris cosplays
is so
one that has been
disturbing.
fermenting in the background of the internet, consisting
Of all the
blatant
things to
hypocrisy,
see after an
unwarranted verbal attacks
8-hour
against
road
any and
trip,
every demographic
what can I say
imaginable,
but
and
based
grotesque
on
predatory
it?
behavior that has
Well,
remained
I hope
virtually
your road trip was
undetected for
good.
the last 12 years. Now, before you and I dive right into this rather interesting case study of yet another internet creep who has managed to go undetected for years, if you'd allow me to briefly introduce myself, I'd be forever grateful. Hi, I'm Wonder, your one-stop shop for calm deep dives on some of the internet's most unsavory individuals around. I upload a new deep dive on a bi-weekly to tri-weekly basis, so if you find you enjoy what you see here today in terms of production itself,
now I need
feel free
to
to leave me a like and
do
subscribe with the bell
these
notification
layers.
on so you never miss out on a new story in the future. As well as yours truly. What, you gonna forget about me? Look at this guy right here, he didn't want to like and subscribe. Also feel free to let me know in the comments
Why do
what
I
you
feel
did
so
or
attacked
didn't
right
like
now?
about today's video so I can work on providing a better viewing experience for you in the future. If you're feeling up to it and feel like you want to help out, I'd love to meet my personal end of year goal of hitting 140,000 subscribers to this channel family. I want to say thank you for all the continued support to the channel. I've been able to talk to quite a few of you in the last month just in random places online. And even somebody last night recognized me while I was playing games. It genuinely was like, no way, that's freaking awesome, dude. It just makes me feel incredibly appreciated not only as a creator, but also as a person. If you'd like to help support the creation of future deep dives, feel free to consider supporting me over on Patreon, where you can have your name featured at the end of each video, as well as access to my Patreon-only Discord server, where you can stop by and
This
say
guy
hello,
has a
or
perfect
becoming
movie
a channel
trailer
member,
voice.
where you'll get access to unique badges to show off how cool and awesome you are. Becoming a member is
Also
always
unrelated, I have
appreciated, but
started
by no means is
Hightail.
ever
How's it
required.
going? Are you
being
enjoying
here
it?
already, my friend, genuinely does
Oh,
help
the
me out
B-side?
quite a bit. If you'd also like to help further boost my ego,
Wait,
if
what
I missed
B-side?
anything in today's video, or
Can I
you
blank
just like
out
to say
on
hey,
something?
feel free to follow me over on my Instagram, as it is the easiest place to reach me.
I feel like
Apologies, but
I'm
a brief announcement
developing
here for my
selective
current community
listening.
members. But I have recently started a sleep-based channel where I interview different people and creators in VR, but the premise is to keep everything rather low-key, so you can fall asleep with some decent background noise if that's your kind of thing. I've had quite a few people reach out and tell me that they use my content to go to bed, so why not make something on the side for those lovely individuals? I have also started just chatting streams alongside other activities every Friday with either myself or friends over on my Twitch if you're interested in stopping by. Both of those channels can be found currently on screen.
Man, I
Thank you
still
for
cannot
allowing me to get
believe
that out of the
I
way,
went from just randomly starting to make VTuber models to try out doing content. Like a year later, here we are making random toggles for my model. Above the UK propaganda. You really don't know where life can take you.
and I hope to possibly see you around there soon, if you're feeling up to it. Without further ado, once more, my name is Wonder, and it
Literally started from free Vroid models to like just doing this shit.
is truly phenomenal to have you here today. So, with that said, go grab yourself a snack and a beverage of the liquid variety, and let's you and I go ahead and dive right into the bewildering story of Oris Cosplays.
And it just
TikTok's
might
has-been
take you
hotel
to
predator.
the front page, who knows? If you're planning to do that tomorrow. When I have the Amelia thing done. I'm gonna probably get a lot of hate for it, but you know, I get a lot of hate for my gaming takes anyway, so who cares at this point? Maybe I am up to no good. Time to radicalize everyone in gaming.
I do remember there's like a video clip of you saying that when you were 20, you had like this huge crush on someone that was 14.
Tomorrow?
Oh,
What'd
yes,
you say
I know
today
what you're
and tomorrow?
talking
No,
about.
tomorrow.
His name is Sam. He's more of my brother's friend. You libtards are the people who are hateful. Anything I say, you blackmail me for disagreeing with.
Is it true
Wait,
you
what?
like your brother's 14-year-old friend?
What?
Yeah, well, he's 16 now, but I used to have a crush on him.
16 is still under the age in the United States if you're 22.
I know.
Oh boy, I need to make a
Fox
thrilling
girls are usually up
disclaimer
to
here.
something?
Since
A little
currently a
bit.
certain
We
little
are up to
wonderful
something a little
platform
bit.
has recently
Hi,
given a bunch
Heathen.
of
How you
clankers
doing?
actual admin privileges to control alt delete people like me on a whim, I will stupidly
What a
have
time
to
to
censor the
join the
faces
stream,
of
huh?
these literal plastic dolls and put a small disclaimer text when they appear that they are, and I state, not real. There are no minors featured in this video. Anyways, let's get on with it, I suppose. So stupid. Before you and I can begin to
Oh, YouTube
fully
is very
explore the
stupid
volatile
these days.
details surrounding their tarnished legacy, we first have to ask ourselves two very pivotal questions. Who exactly is the infamous
Okay.
Oris Cosplays?
I
And
think
where did
the
she
hair is
even
coming
come from?
together nicely.
Important questions to ask, no doubt, but ones that, upon answering, will leave you and I with everlasting headaches nevertheless. But I have faith in you that I
mean,
think
to be
you'll
fair,
okay.
Lifu's never not up to something. She's even up to things in her dreams. Okay,
More
listen.
currently known as stated
Whatever
prior,
Zen told you,
reborn
he
cosplay mom
lied.
of many, on the surface is a cosplay-themed TikToker from Long Island, New York, specifically, and forgive me if I mispronounce this, Ronkonkoma, a small hamlet with a population of around 19,000 residents as of the 2020 census. It is here where Oris currently resides with her parents, Joseph and Patricia, alongside her younger brother Casey, before he moved out. Oris does not live here by choice, as she has stated publicly, due to those who make jest at her for the fact that she still lives with her parents at 29, but rather she claims she does this out of financial necessity as she is unable to afford a home.
I live in Long Island because it's super expensive. Why don't you try getting a house there and see how expensive
I mean,
it is?
to be fair,
You don't know my situation. I mean, you think I want to live with
it
my
is
parents
pretty
like a
expensive
child?
to live on
no,
your
I
own.
want my own house.
It really
I mean,
is.
I want to move to another state just to get my own house. You don't know my circumstances. Please leave me alone. Please stop calling me a child. I'm really getting sick and tired of people calling me a baby. If I'm such a baby, then how come I'm not using my parents' money anymore? How come I'm trying to save money for a house?
However, she isn't aiding her situation by any means here, as she phrases that her cosplaying endeavors, trips to conventions, and purchasing of reborn dolls are akin to that of financial necessities, which is why she cannot afford to leave the home.
I was wrong. My parents do not pay for most of my things. I pay for my own things ever since I got my job.
Never heard of her
You
before.
don't know me, so please stop bringing my parents into this. I was having a really great birthday until you had to make fun of me. Boo-hoo, she lives with her parents. Well, you know what? I'm really
I have
sorry
to-
that living in Long
Have you
Island,
set
New
for
York
tomorrow?
is so
Aw,
ridiculously
thank you so
expensive
much.
that
We
I
appreciate
I
it.
financially can't live
you
by
wait.
myself.
Wait, what do you-
Maybe do your
What do you mean?
research before making fun of me. I had $200 in my
ears, it's
PayPal
ugly.
account, and I did not use my parents' money. It was the money I earned from my
What
job.
did you do?
I spent it on a Zelda cosplay from Echoes of Wisdom, and I spent it on a wig. 2 wigs. You know, I'm sorry I'm not adult enough for you. I'm sorry that Long Island is so expensive. I don't want to live with my parents either.
Hey, you know, I'm not a financial advisor. It's your money. You do
I
as
really
you
hate
please.
how she
I'm not
talks.
your piggy bank whispering sweet nothings into your ear. But perhaps a
fan.
little unsolicited, unprofessional advice if you're in a little bit of a financial bind. Maybe purchasing thousands of dollars worth of lifelike dolls isn't exactly the best way you could be spending your money. However, I can't even fully fault Oris for behaving this way, because it is in my strongest, utmost belief that her parents are not only both enabling this, and primarily on her dad's side, encouraging this behavior of hers.
Oof, her
consisting
voice.
of a
Yeah,
humble
that's what I'm
audience of
saying.
over
It's like so.
35,000 followers,
It's
with
rough,
over
man.
1.5
It's
million
rough.
likes attributed to her account. Oris's account primarily revolves around her day-to-day life as a
Like, I'm not saying I have the best voice, you know? Puka, don't you join calling me Ali Fufu. I hate it here. Someone help. Peak moderation team is mean. Someone help. Oh, this is it's not. Can we time out the peak moderation team? Wait, can we? You have the perfect yapping voice.
cosplaying quote-unquote mom to her, as the
That
name suggests,
escalated
reborn
quickly.
dolls, lifelike dolls that are usually provided in rare instances as a therapeutic means to help a mother cope
But
with the
you-
loss of a
you
child.
love it.
Something Oris herself has never actually experienced. However, this does not prevent her from starting what she believes to be a legitimate family in her eyes. Throughout her content, one can find numerous family vlogs with her current reborn dolls, Emily, Jen, Ashley, and Summer, where she takes these lifelike dolls out for everyday occasions
What
such
the
as
f- that is
frequenting restaurants,
schizo.
road trips,
That is
movies,
actually
and
schizo.
walking around Long Island together, capturing every moment like a proud mother watching her children grow up before her very eyes. Oris, despite recently selling off her son Adam for 72 doubloons, is currently in the market
Huh?
for several new additions to her family, according to her Amazon
She's selling
wish
off
list, where she
her
is seeking
kids?
3 more dolls to call her daughters. She states that once her family unit is finally complete, she will obtain more dolls, but these will strictly be for cosplaying purposes only. Interestingly enough, Oris has actually had a small amount of articles written about her, due to the peculiar nature of her account, where she goes more in depth as to her reasoning behind exactly why she chooses to raise a family of plastic nightmare fuel, and how that this was in reality a rather unexpected direction in her life. In an article by the New York Post posted on September 6,
This is so
2024,
schizo. Why am I
titled,
watching this?
wait a sec, is this literally the title? Jesus Christ, what is journalism? I breastfeed my 7 dolls and care for them like real babies. I don't care what hate.
I'm sorry. I'm watching this video right now and I'm getting radicalized against women myself. Humanity was a mistake. What the hell did I just read? Oh my god.
Haters think. We are provided direct quotes from Oris, where she informs the interviewer that she had purchased her first reborn doll, Julie, for her 27th birthday, and how she had immediately felt a maternal bond form between them, stating that the two
What kind of
became
video you
virtually
watch at 3
inseparable
a.m.?
almost overnight. I just couldn't help but want to care for Jennifer like a real child, Oris said. I can't explain how it happened, but I suddenly got so attached to her and spent the week buying her clothes and eventually her own bed that sits next to the end of my bed in my room. Oris continues her explanation in the following paragraph with a statement that reads as the following. My dad explained to me it was normal to have the desire to be a parent now that I'm in my late 20s, so I didn't really question why I love these dolls so much like real children, she continued. They go everywhere with me.
Aren't you watching for the realization that no matter how bad life is, at least you're not these people? No. For me, it's mostly I'm realizing that I'm sharing the planet with these. Just kind of radicalizing me right now.
By 7 p.m., I get them all ready for bed and I play some songs on an ocarina.
So, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna play some songs on the ocarina.
Is this real? Am I getting punked with
This
this
article
video?
then concludes with a summarization that Oris had began to combine her love for reborn dolls and cosplay into one singular passion, and how she had rebranded her TikTok account to represent this, hence the obvious name, Reborn Cosplay Mom of Many.
I feel like
Also,
I'm getting
a
punked
small
right
error
now.
I noticed that isn't really of major importance, but something
That
you may
doll
have
looks
noticed if
very
you were doing quick math of those
traumatized. I'm
dates there. This
traumatized.
article states that Kelly was 29 in 2024. However, this is inaccurate, as was briefly shown prior. Oris just recently turned 29 in October of 2025. There is back and forth misinformation surrounding her age online, with some users stating she is in her 30s and early 20s, which is incorrect. For clarification, Oris's birthday is October 21st, 1996. Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to share with you.
Before I move on, I should
Entirely
finish the
pointless
bangs
information.
first.
But this article painfully begins with a pun that states that Oris is doing the best she can. So funny. I had to experience reading that, now so do you. With that cleared up, let's continue.
I
When it
didn't
comes
need
to
to
the
know
other
that.
varying aspects of her account, Oris can be found portraying her favorite characters from media, with her most notable cosplays being that of characters from The Legend of Zelda, Hazbin Hotel,
I feel like I'm
Steven
getting
Universe,
panked.
My Hero Academia,
panked?
as
Punked.
well as many others that would take far too long to list, but her portfolio is quite extensive. Often featured alongside in these cosplays of her is her father Joseph, with whom she frequently makes couples TikToks duets with her on her page.
fuck?
But not only does this pair do TikTok together, the two have been going to conventions as a couple long before her
What?
debut to TikTok. And yes, I purposefully use the word couple because they quite literally cosplay as characters that are shipped together, which is, yes,
Why?
the intended goal. To cosplay romantically father-daughter style. There is quite a bit, rather a metric ton of disturbing details that we will unpack together here soon enough. Before she became known as the reborn cosplay mom of many over on TikTok, Oris's first appearance to the internet that I could find dates all the way back to June 2nd, 2011, when she posted to her still active Deviant account, simply known as Oris.
Oh my
An
god.
art she did of a character.
Wait, did you guys see the what happened with the leaks of the kind of stuff Hassan used to engage with on DeviantArt? Apparently, he's a furry. I don't think anyone is surprised. That shit threw me off so hard. For some reason, the day I read it was like I just woke up and that's like the first thing I see. Did I hear furry? Yeah, apparently Hassan is a furry. He had a Deviant account and he would like specifically like furry stuff there. Not surprised, but I'm not in a place to judge. He's a furry. I did not expect that. Really? You didn't expect that? We share the planet with so many weirdos that we do. There's some extremes though. We don't talk to them.
Known as Midna from the game
Oh
The
my
Legend of
God,
Zelda
it's just,
Twilight Princess. A humble introduction expressing
I
her
kinda hate
admiration for the
internet
franchise
sometimes.
and would act as the first glimmer of what would fully develop into a
Oh,
complete
you're
and
talking
utter
about that
12-year-long
one.
dumpster
Yeah,
fire
well,
that is actively
don't
still
talk
burning
about
behind
that
the
one.
scenes
Fuck
to this
those
day.
people.
This DeviantArt page, consisting of countless
should
lewd
go to
images of
jail.
auras that no amount of bleach in my eyes will ever be able to cure witnessing, had a rather innocent beginning in comparison of what was to come. There isn't much here aside from the aforementioned not safe for work images that is incredibly peculiar in nature to take away from this account, but it does provide us with insight as to what Oris is like as a person and how she has evolved from her earliest years. When visiting the biography section of her account, one can find a description that reads as the following.
Current residence, Long Island, New York State. Favorite genre of music, Zelda, other video games, music, Disney, and Les Miserables. I know, I'm incredibly emo. This bio of hers continues on and actually goes rather in depth in a very specific way, as it goes on to state the foods that she likes, the food she hates, followed by her favorite seafood, musical artists, and anime.
This about section is not of any real importance per se. However, there are quite a few interesting bits of information here that leave me somewhat perplexed.
Such as, I wonder what the motive was for adding a favorite food section, followed by a favorite seafood section that just overlaps with the prior list of said favorite foods.
so weird?
It's also a little humorous that she states that she loves manga, but when it comes to her favorite writers, she implies that reading is boring.
But like, you know people write mangas, right? There are words in manga. Hypothetical question here, what would you call a person who writes words in a manga? Ah, if only there was a word for that one. Maybe she just doesn't even read the mangas though. Maybe she's like me and she's like, oh boy, the pictures. But my favorite line out of all this, as it will come to ironically age very poorly, is where she states that her other dislikes are, and I quote, "Forgive me for my Disney-like censorship here. People who are female dogs to little kids. I'll kick those female dogs' gluteus maximuses." She has quite a magical way with words, doesn't she? At the bottom of her About Me section are several links to her socials, such as her Twitter, 2 separate Tumblrs.
Okay, question for everyone. Do you guys... Hold on, let me get it all on. Wait, that's the wrong thing I switched on. Do you guys want... Let me show it here. Do you guys want this size of squiggly? Okay. You want like this, like the cutie squiggly? Or do you guys want one of these squiggly? Like the over the face squiggly. Which squiggly do you guys want? I feel like this is a bad example. The cute hair squiggly looks best, I think. Over the face looks dope. Like the second one. So the long... Oh, okay. The majority think the long one. Which shows more smugness. Cute squiggly. Cute. Wait, hold on. Let me... Or. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. A heart squiggly. I can do a heart squiggly since it's Amelia. Or it can be just like shorter. See? Like one of these, like the heart squigglies. Maybe Amelia deserves a heart squiggly. Hi, Susie. How are you doing? Heart looks cool. Okay, we have one vote for heart. For me, I'm fine with whatever, so it's up to y'all. No, that's why I want like everyone's input. Oh, I think this short heart squiggly. Yeah, I like the bigger. Okay, now you guys need to decide. You guys need to decide. Do you want the big heart squiggly or the small heart squiggly? Yep, heart. They don't want us to feel love. Oh no! I think you nailed it with that one. Like the heart squiggly. Small. I think I'm gonna need to like break it into 2 different layers. I have one in the back, one in the front, so it's like ultimate jumping. The small one. Okay. The big budget squiggly or small but Heathen, you missed this funniest shit that happened on stream with the big budgets. People lost their mind when it happened.
And her current channel. One of many, as she has a history of deleting her channels, much like that scene in Death Note where Light just starts like tweaking with the book. Most of which we will explore in due time as a loving class. But first things first, in chronological order, as her story quickly becomes a roller coaster of events and spectacles that are incredibly hard to keep track of and date in succession to one another.
When it came to Oris's debut into the cosplaying community, her first documented cosplay from what could be found was
Also, I'm not making the ears from scratch. I already have ears I'll be using. At least I'll be able to get it. Actually, hold on. Let me check something. How about this? Do you guys want the shape of ears I have right now, or this like cutesy soft shape of ears? Like the one that's in this picture. Want this shape of ears, like the really soft, cutesy, chubby ones. I like the haircut. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's pronounced a hoagie. I actually I don't know how it's pronounced. I like the more pointy ears. They feel more playful. Those ears look good. I like the current. Yes, not green ears. All right. In that case, I'll have to do them from scratch. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
technically posted on September 3rd, 2011, during a camping trip she took with her family, where she snuck away into the woods to capture a photo of her outfit, with the image captioned as, quote,
With the current squiggly here, I imagine the small portion is the layer on top, but also would coil and bounce a bit when it moves around. Oh, yeah. No, that's exactly the plan. That's why I'm separating it, so I can put one in the back, one in the front, so it's like ultimate squishy and jumpy. And hi, Melvme, how you doing? Could you not add ear floof to... No. Well, my ears, the ones I have right now, I cannot just recolor them, no. I won't
and
be
a
able
lonely
to
world.
recolor them.
However, and this is not a disrespect to the cosplay itself, but I say that this was technically her first cosplay, as I am unsure as to what character she was attempting to portray here, as she states in the description of this post that this image was taken on her 3DS, and she doesn't state who she is trying to portray, which isn't made any more clear as she is wearing a t-shirt and open button-up, so your guess is as good as mine.
Gotta
I
clean
believe
this
this
one
is
up.
the same as her other cosplays featuring a similar character known as Alphonse, forgive me if I mispronounced that, from the anime Full Metal Alchemist, but it is far too blurry and non-descriptive to tell. Also, just a disclaimer, I blurred this image of Oris because she was still a minor at the time that this photo was taken. So apologies on my end, as I know we're trying to be a bit descriptive here, but
Did you do
we
some
can't
emo
really see it.
practice? Hell
In this
yeah.
post, we also see Oris's, to my knowledge, first interaction with another member of the cosplaying community, which displays an individual expressing admiration for her photo, citing their excitement
Because
at
it
the
would
fact
be a
that
new part
Oris
of the
too was
model.
a
Yeah,
Nintendo
yeah.
fan, with a user
I
gleefully
would have to literally make a whole new years and rig them from zero. Yeah, yeah.
inquiring Oris about if it would be okay if she asked for her friend code, to which Oris blandly replies with a lackluster, sure. A small foreshadowing of her inability to reciprocate the kind gestures and words that would be presented towards her over the years as she began her full emergence into the cosplaying scene.
And where community and friendship was presented, it would be matched with volatility and hatred from Oris for quite some time. Something I personally believe was the result of chronic low self-esteem and self-depreciating aspects that can be found throughout the comment sections regarding her cosplays.
A good example of this was when she posted on November 11th, 2011, her cosplay of a character known as Kari, and forgive me if I mispronounced that, from the series Kingdom Hearts, where the last line of the description reads as the following: I don't understand why people love my cosplay so much. To be honest, I think this is a crappy picture of me. Something off the cuff I also forgot to mention is the fact that there are several photos where Oris can be seen using Photoshop to make herself appear more thin than she actually is, which, quite frankly, is really sad, as body dysmorphia is one of the worst things anyone can experience.
These sentiments would eventually blossom into full-blown toxic perfectionism, placed not only on herself but others in the cosplaying community, as well as her own mother, with whom she refused to cosplay with, publicly stating that despite her mother's interest in participating in her daughter's hobby, Oris believed that her mother was too overweight to accurately portray characters, citing that she would cosplay with her mother so long as she meets Oris's, I guess, government-mandated weight loss goals.
So a lot of people ask me sometimes,
Why is she such a
doesn't
bitch
your
towards her
mom ever
mom?
cosplay with you if your dad cosplays with you? And I'm gonna sound very mean, but I'm also gonna compare it to like how in Hollywood weight matters. I'm not saying my mom's fat, I'm just saying if she was like,
bro, I'm sorry, but you cannot look like that and then dog on your own mother and then bring in Hollywood into this.
skinnier, and she's losing weight, by the way. And yesterday I gave my mom a goal. If you get to 180 pounds, maybe you can cosplay Queen Eleanor with me as Merida, and you'll look more healthy.
Despite her clear uncertainty and lack of self-assurance, yet again,
she is met with loving comments and advice from those who do not see the flaws of such a cosplay to prohibit the excitement of seeing someone enjoying themselves with their shared hobby as they continue to garner stable footing with their abilities in the craft.
On September 18th, 2011, in a post that is incredibly desaturated for some reason, so apologies for that,
Oris would post a life update to her DeviantArt page where she explained that she was starting school in the coming weeks and how she had grand plans to participate in a cosplaying competition at an upcoming unspecified anime convention that same year. However, according to what I could find online, the only anime conventions to take place after September 2011 were known as Anime USA, which was held in late November, followed by Pacific Media Expo and Expo TNT 2011, both held in December. Neither of which there is, to my knowledge, evidence that Oris had ever attended these cons. So, for her first publicly recorded appearance at a convention that can be found was at the 2013 Katsucon Anime Convention that took place at the Gaylord National Resort and Convention Center in National Harbor, Maryland from February 15th through the 17th.
It was here where Oris would fully begin her journey as a cosplayer, with their presence once solely being bound to that of Tumblr, DeviantArt, and Twitter, and to now becoming a full-on active member within the scene, associating and sharing her passion with other like-minded individuals, in person over a weekend of entertainment and fun events alike. She would even be fortunate enough to go from using her 3DS to capture her efforts to meeting a photographer by the name of Alicia Griffin, who would take Oris's first ever professional cosplay photos of her as a Zelda variant from the game The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks, something she joyously shared on her DeviantArt page, even going as far to state in her bio that her favorite photographer was Alicia Griffin, which has not been changed to this day. It is clear, in my opinion at least, that Katsucon 2013 was a particularly meaningful weekend of Oris's life, especially when she has attended the very same con that started it all for her every following year leading up to present day. From what I've been told, these conventions truly are a one-of-a-kind experience that you just have to witness yourself to fully grasp the energy of such an occasion, and it is something I personally intend to find out for myself at MagFest 2026 this upcoming January. If you happen to be there at the same time, it'd be great to see you. Over the next 6.5 years, it would appear from her continuous posts to her DeviantArt, Tumblr, and Twitter pages that Oris was maintaining a relatively socially awkward, yet nonetheless innocent existence in her pursuit to keep the dream alive that she had promised to herself at 14, kept alive through a consistent valiant effort to get better and better at what she does. However, if this was merely the legacy of Oris cosplays, you and I obviously wouldn't be here, because buried beneath the surface of all we just discussed is far more that meets the eye than any one person casually following what they suspected to merely be a shy cosplayer sharing their hobby could have ever realistically anticipated. On April 4th, 2019, at exactly 11:18 a.m., in the back alleys of the internet far away from prying eyes, an anonymous user would post a thread to a message board known as lolcow.farms, a bewildering not-safe-for-work photo of Oris, followed by an even more bizarre caption that reads as the following, and forgive me, I have to change the stated words ever so slightly. Openly racist 22-year-old cosplayer from New York that frequently gets into drama with the cosplaying community and is extremely delusional. Used to go on tirades on Twitter about how she hated foreign people, and now has her father take lewd pictures of her cosplaying underage characters in her backyard. When I came across this forum, I was pretty stunned. I had been made aware of the subject of Oris through a mutual acquaintance who had encountered her quite a few times, and stated that she was—
The squiggly is done. The front and back is split, so it looks like it's actually coming out of the hair. Hey.
was quite the character in the cosplaying scene. Yet, based upon that information, I truly had no idea what to expect. But this board contains screenshot after screenshot, disturbing images, claims of deplorable behavior, and even more grotesque allegations surrounding her and her father's relationship, with alleged SA allegations being involved, her blatant racism and vitriol towards other members of the cosplaying community, and inability to comprehend the concept of hypocrisy, followed by speculations, conspiracies, rage bait, and extensive lore, all continuously documented in this small pocket of the internet from 2019, with the latest entry to this forum being from only 14 days ago at the time this script is being written. But just as I was getting ready to fully sit down and begin sifting through what this message board had to offer,
giving a look.
I got a Discord notification. I wonder, there's someone called the worst cosplay.
I'm not rewinding. Absolutely not. That shit is not happening. I am not rewinding.
Players. I've been documenting her for nearly a decade now, since I was just 16 myself. She's done everything you can imagine, from sending not safe for work photos to minors, to bullying her friends for being neurodivergent. I've made videos on her in the past long ago, but I think it's time there's finally a good comprehensive documentary, and I think you're the best for the job. Here's a folder full of damning screenshots. I can connect you to anyone involved if you'd like as well. A creator by the name of Neon Caffeine, one of the only people I have seen actually cover Oris to a wider audience before, reached out to me via Discord and provided me out of left field an entire Google Drive of evidence that, primarily, to my knowledge, had never been seen by the light of day. Upon peeking into said drive, I wasn't sure what to expect or exactly what I was looking for. A lot of what I initially saw seemed to be out of context screenshots and DMs that, despite their apparent unhinged nature, I couldn't make much out of in terms of cohesiveness. However, I was quickly taken aback when I was made witness to several exchanges involving blatant racism, body shaming, and narcissistic gloating from Oris towards other unsuspecting cosplayers who were just trying to have fun with their hobby in peace. Some examples of this were leaked exchanges from one user where Oris had replied to their story, calling someone's has-been hotel cosplay lazy, followed by her sending her own cosplay photos of the same character, citing her attempt to be true to the art form. Like, oh my god, huff your own booty cheek dust under your bed sheets, I don't you? The self-absorption and condescending behavior can also be seen in another series of messages when Oris tells a Steven Universe cosplayer that the character Ruby doesn't wear glasses and that they are the wrong body type to be attempting such a portrayal in the first place. Which, not to be that guy, but while there aren't rubies in the show that specifically wear glasses, the character Garnet, which is a fusion of the character Ruby, literally wears shades. Before I show you just how drastic of a turn these directions take in terms of classical racism, this is not by any means meant to insult anyone's body type. But, Oris, I don't think this is particularly a one-to-one depiction either. Rules for thee, but not for me, I suppose.
Oh, no.
Upon the literal thousands of screenshots I was presented with, I then stumbled across a single out-of-context Instagram DM where Oris was arguing with someone who said that they did not like her cosplay of Raven from Teen Titans. Oris takes a jab at this user's skin color, saying that this user is only attacking her because she is jealous that she's white, to which she is met with the user just simply clowning on her, before Oris just straight up calls her the N-word. Wow, very classy, Oris, very, yeah. But what makes all of this
for a
so
second, the hair looked like a cool
is
skull.
the little cherry on top. That is her inspirational message that can be found on her Ko-Fi page that reads as the following. On the left, taken at KatsuCon 2019. On the right, November a week before Thanksgiving. Cosplays can always improve. Instead of shaming someone who may not be the best at cosplays, use words of encouragement, actual constructive criticism,
Is she
and not
joking?
your cosplay sucks booty. That's not criticism.
That's literally how
being
she
mean.
talks to people, though.
Refer back to her calling a Steven Universe cosplayer the N-word, I guess? Oh yeah, constructive criticism at its finest.
Okay.
Now, despite the sour taste, this time.
Bro, okay. To be fair, she didn't body shame them. She just called them the N-word, right? Come on.
Type of unhinged behavior would naturally leave in anyone's mouth. Where things suddenly took an even darker and far more unsettling turn was when, after sifting through several hundred images and short videos, I came across a file simply labeled orisvid1.mp4. Press click, and I was genuinely caught off guard by what I was hearing.
Is it true you liked your brother's 14-year-old friend?
Yeah. Well, he's 16 now, but I used to have a crush on him. Because
16 is still under the age in the United States and you're 22.
I know. Well, he probably doesn't think of me as a girlfriend, but ever since he was 9, this is gonna sound really creepy.
Yeah, it does sound very creepy.
It felt like I loved him because he understood me. He really got me. And I could talk to him about anything. And that's why I was like, I'm gonna marry him someday.
You realize that is
yeah.
Wow. I don't know about you. I'd hope you agree, but that's pretty disgusting. To somehow make the claim of liking a 16-year-old even worse by stating that you felt seen and understood by them ever since they were 9, leading to you quickly falling in love with them at the same age. It is simply unhinged. And the fact that she seems almost humored by telling viewers this information, it leaves so many questions up in the air that we must answer here together. So, I suppose it goes without saying that you and I have quite the work cut out for us, as we are now merely at the base of the mountain of evidence we will have to sift through to truly make sense out of whatever the hell has been going on here, hidden away primarily out of sight in this niche corner of the internet. This is going to be a genuine mess. So, where do you and I even really begin?
Is anyone else's head is already splitting with this shit?
One more time.
I'm gonna hyperventilate right now. What did you just say? I'm love for my dad.
One of the claims that's been made against you, has to do with,
Oh yes, I know what you're talking about. I said that I had sexual feelings for my dad. Why do you always have to bring my parents into it? Also, I'm tired. I didn't sleep well.
I wouldn't
But why
complain
do you
if
always
it
have to
didn't
bring
finish.
my parents into it? It's none of your business. Like, go away.
Darwin, suffer.
Viewer discretion advised. Trigger warning. CSA.
Timing.
When putting together all the puzzle pieces that make up Oris's legacy, one of the most prominent controversies that is often noted throughout online discussion boards and internet forums is her bizarre, allegedly highly inappropriate relationship with her father. Oris's father, Joseph, would first make his debut appearance to the internet via his daughter's DeviantArt page on September 9th, 2018, where she uploaded a photo of him in My Hero Academia cosplay of the character All Might.
Young Bakugo, you're never gonna become a hero if you have your face buried in your phone all day.
Over the next year following this posting, Oris would continue to upload further cosplaying photo shoots, some even where she is posing in bikini tops, which I must state isn't inherently not safe for work, where she would cite the photography credit as being that of her father's doing. A crucial detail that I want you to make a mental note of for future reference.
I don't want a mental
but where
note
Oris's father would
here.
really begin
Thank
to shine was when Oris posted her first TikTok to her Reborn cosplay account on August 19th, 2019. The two could be seen in My Hero Academia cosplay, meandering around the beach in a goofy fashion. Something that is interesting to note here is that the first several TikToks posted to this account primarily featured her father without Oris being present in quite a few, where her father would perform cosplaying duets with other TikTokers.
Means spot on,
and
but left no
a few
passion
of these
behind
are
it.
quite odd in my personal opinion, and perhaps I'm gatekeeping and not expanding my horizons on the socially acceptable activities of the geriatrics. But, for example, to duet yourself in a romantic cosplaying skit with other TikTokers when you're pushing your 60s, it just seems, oh, I don't know, a little fucking strange to me.
Yeah.
What? Get a few stiff drinks in me and I toss that ass like a salad.
But what the hell, boy?
Wow, that was, how do I put that? Painful. Yeah, that's probably the best way to describe it. Quite the
pretty
experience you and I just shared there together. At first, I thought that this was just Oris simply promoting her father on her account, due to simply wanting to include him in her content for one reason or another, and that she was setting these skits up for him to do, which still may be very well possible, which he happily went along with for the enjoyment of his daughter. However, and I could be very wrong here, I found a caption on one of her TikToks that may suggest that this account was actually her father's originally, and that Oris
I read it as I'm just gonna go jump. I think this is like melting my brain here. God. God, I think my brain is actually melting here. Oh no.
took over the account at some point because hers got deleted, which would make sense as to why there are multiple duets with her, her father, and herself on her own separate page, all in one video, and why Oris fails to appear in multiple. As I browsed through these TikToks one by one, sorting from oldest to newest, I was looking for anything that would lend credence to the claims that suggest that aside from base level oddities, that there was something more going on between this father and daughter duo that breached into a realm of rather suspect behavior. For the first several TikToks, I experienced primarily a mix of humor and genuine disturbance from the occasional nightmare fuel that would jump scare me as I scrolled. There were duets of her father with quite a few teenagers to young adults, some with not safe for work themes, but nothing that really stood out to me in the grand scheme of it all. However, that was until I noticed a TikTok that I almost skipped by habit due to having the audio muted. Because realistically, there's only so much of that I can really take in one sitting. This is a TikTok where Oris and her father are seen cosplaying characters from Hazbin Hotel. Oris quickly raises something up into frame, a fabric of sorts, before she walks off camera, including the brief TikTok. So I unmuted the audio and rewatched it, and realized that these were women's underwear she was holding up, presumably her own, with the skit audio being based around her character stealing Husky's, her father's, underwear.
The fuck?
I stole your underwear, Husky.
I don't have any underwear.
True. There, Alice.
Wakey, it's time for school.
Yes, I will admit that while this TikTok is indeed odd, that is pretty much all we can realistically take away from it. In my personal opinion, filming a video with your daughter where she plays with her underwear online is incredibly weird, and if I was a father in this situation, there's no chance that I would allow my daughter to exhibit these behaviors to the freaks of the internet. But here her father is, content with idly participating in such an activity. It's a little bizarre. Continuing on, if we keep scrolling through the account,
I would take
we come
quite a
across
bit
our first
bizarre.
2 clips where Oris and her father are cosplaying at an anime convention, 2 characters that Oris romantically ships together from the League of Legends show Arcane. And these TikToks, one being a before and after of their cosplays, and the other being the 2 on a dance floor, Oris can be seen being rather physically affectionate with her father. Now, yes, obviously one can be physically affectionate with their parent in a completely innocent way. That is by
Wasn't there like another like daughter dad duo on TikTok that literally did that just for rage bait?
means what I'm saying here. But what I am saying is that I personally felt uncomfortable watching these TikToks of theirs. Because A, the 2 are cosplaying as a shipped couple, and B, Oris is incredibly handsy with her father in a way that feels more akin to that of romantic interest than a platonic moment with a parent. The way she slowly runs her hands against his, the way she caresses his face,
We don't need
and the
that
way she stares
information.
lovingly into Joseph's eyes, it truly left me with a severe case of the heebie-jeebies. However, aside from the continual appearance of her father throughout numerous duets, both consisting of
This will be the
romantic
last
and non-romantic themes,
time ever
the
I'll
majority of
watch
the
his
content
videos.
found on Oris's TikTok page was more speculative and bewildering in regards to her relationship with her father rather than anything directly concrete. But something that one could easily forget to ask themselves when staring at awe, more so an abstract terror at some of the TikToks these 2 have made, is where is Oris's mom, Patricia, to be found
where's the
in all of
mom?
this? Not a single time that I could find across her channel, TikTok page, Instagram, or any of her DeviantArt posts that she's made within the last 12.5 years does she feature her mother in a single photo, which I find to be incredibly odd given the fact that she lives with both of her parents still, and yet even in non-cosplay related content, she is nowhere to be found. This very well could just be her not wanting to have a social media presence, which is entirely fine and justifiable. But as stated prior, I'm a little skeptical of this,
if
given
you
the
have
fact that
this kind of
Oris's mother
family,
had
yeah.
allegedly made an attempt to interact with Oris and her cosplaying,
Would you really
just
wanna
for
be
Oris to then
online?
shut that door on her. And given the fact that we will see that Oris has volatility held towards her mother, I personally don't think that her mother's absence is a coincidence. I need to add a correction here. In a Google Drive of evidence I was sent, I did manage to find a singular instance where she took a photo with her mother. With that said, let's continue. Here's an example of what I mean here. Oris's father recently had his birthday passed this August, I believe officially making him in his early 60s, so Oris filmed their entire day together. Joe's birthday begins with Oris, a reborn doll, and him going out for lunch at a seafood restaurant where she feeds her reborn doll lobster, by the way, and she wonders why she's broke all the time. Before the 2 head back to the house for cake, Joe lights his own candles and presents his birthday cake to an entire table of reborn dolls, which feels
Where's
like a
the
scene straight
wife?
out of
Why
a
is he
horror
not
movie.
spending
I mean, my God, I can
his
only
birthday
imagine
with
what
his
is going through the
wife?
head of this poor dog over here in the corner with a cone on its head. My buddy looks a little bit confused, a wee bit perplexed, I suppose. Oris then feeds each of her dolls their own slice of cake, and the day concludes with her and her father watching The Godfather, as that is his favorite movie. But what is just so
Poor doggo.
odd here is that Patricia is, yet again, nowhere to be found on her husband's birthday for the entirety
Did she
of
leave?
the day.
I mean,
And
justified
this
if
isn't
she
the only
left.
occasion of this occurring too. To my knowledge, Patricia has never once attended a con with a duo, and there are multiple vlogs of Oris and her father going on trips, restaurants, and dinner, all with the reborn dolls tagging along to make their family outing complete, and yet still no sign of Oris's mom, ever. And it isn't as if Oris's mother hasn't made an effort to show interest in her daughter's passions either. If we recall, some of her earliest cosplays posted to her DeviantArt. In the description of several of these posts, it states that her mom had purchased her wigs to help her put together costumes. An endearing gesture, I feel. And when her mother allegedly asked Oris if she too could attempt to cosplay with her, Oris's response was that her mother was far too overweight to ever cosplay, presenting her mother with a goal weight before Oris would ever consider such an idea.
That's so
I'm not
fucked
saying my
up.
mom's fat. I'm just saying if she was like skinnier, and she's losing weight, by the way. And
Bro,
yesterday
does she
I
own
gave
a
my
mirror?
mom a goal. If you get to 180 pounds, maybe you can cosplay Queen Eleanor with me as Merida in Hollywood. Weight matters.
The only documented time
Like,
I
does she
have ever
own a
been
mirror?
able to uncover Oris genuinely considering cosplaying alongside her mother was in a video posted to her channel, Kelly White, where she discusses potentially doing a Little Mermaid cosplay with her mom, where she, Oris, could be Ariel and her mother could be Ursula. Which, I'm unsure as to how many of you are familiar with this character, but let's just say that Ursula's a little, how would you say, shoddy, a little big-bagged. I must reiterate that this isn't meant to insult anyone's weight by any stretch of the imagination. I know that I'm making jokes here, but I'm more so making jest at the fact that the one time Oris considers
hair is
cosplaying with her mother, the
done.
first thing that
What do you guys think? The hair is officially done. I still need to do the collar and the hairpin. The hair is done. Bring the model back. Yay! Just to entertain you guys, I will try out the different eyebrows. Just to entertain you guys.
comes to mind is a rather heavy-set villain, since, as we saw her state prior, she believes that her mother can only cosplay characters that she finds to be within a believable weight class. Her casual nature about publicly body-shaming her mother is just so incredibly messed up. Further displays of Oris attacking not only her mother for her weight, but herself in the process, exhibiting our already speculated theory that Oris has incredibly low self-esteem, can also be located on her inactive Twitter account. It is here where she would primarily post her every waking thought into the void, with a specific exchange, consisting of a laughably cruel post between her and another user that reads as the following. I'm too fat. Only skinny girls can wear makeup and dress pretty. Fat people would look ridiculous if they did that. My mom is fat and old and she doesn't deserve to look pretty. In fact, she doesn't. A user then responds by saying, I beg to differ. I know many heavier ladies who dress well and look absolutely gorgeous. Be kind. To which Oris responds with, but she's incredibly ugly. She doesn't even have a neck. She's the ugliest woman of—
Do you guys prefer these eyebrows? Does that look better? Those are so dope. It's good to see up close. Aw, thank you. I think that's what you guys were asking for. Hold on. Let me add a little bit of gradient to it. Much gradient. Yeah. Better now? The Fox girl, Amelia. Okay, let's see.
The night I have ever seen. The user
It's
before
Fox
then
vibe, so I
replies,
approve the
"Oh?
eyebrows."
How do you know she's a maiden of the night though? If she's a maiden of the night, then obviously she's got something going for her in the looks department. This is then followed by yet another separate tweet of Oris saying, my mom doesn't dress pretty. Good thing because she's fat and ugly. Following this,
What the
and
fuck is
another
wrong
post
with this
separate
kid?
from the prior, Oris commented yet another documented instance about her mother's weight in response to one user's cosplay that reads as, I've seen girls much worse than you. At least your neck's visible. My mom doesn't have a neck. Is this really necessary to put on a public social media platform? These public displays of insults towards her mother were not solely limited to these tweets either. Far from it, actually. Oris is no stranger to such repeated instances of vitriol aimed at her mother, as she claims to vehemently despise this woman, most likely, in my opinion,
Yeah, no,
stemming from a
if I have
deep-seated
to
jealousy
rate
of the time that
the
she is able
ears
to
as
spend
well,
with her father alone.
that's gonna
Because
take a
God
while.
forbid she spends time with her husband, instead of sharing weekends and holidays with a man like it's some sort of custody arrangement.
I'm going to take a wild guess here and assume that Oris's mom would not exactly be too hyped on the idea of a mother-father-daughter polycule. But hey, what do I know? Weirder things have probably happened, maybe. There's a non-zero chance. An example of this jealousy stems from a Father's Day post Oris had made to her Twitter, where she states that her mother was selfish for taking Joseph out for dinner, effectively taking him away from her, citing her mother as selfish, followed by another set of tweets that show her and her father together with the captions, "I love you more than my mom, dad." However, despite her expression of love and admiration for her father, only 2 days later she confusingly posted a tweet backtracking these sentiments, stating that she now regretted celebrating Father's Day, citing that she had just ended her relationship with him. A profession of disconnection that would remain brief, as the two would soon return right back to duetting together on TikTok only a few weeks later. The exact reasoning for this tweet is never expanded upon further, and it remains as an incredibly vague footnote into the behind-the-scenes life of Oris and her father. On Mother's Day of 2017, Oris's love for her mother, rather lack thereof, would be displayed once again in a tweet directed at her that reads as the following. "Mother's Day is garbage. I'll always give my mom the worst Mother's Day because she doesn't deserve me. Kiss my in hell, twat." It is never explicitly stated throughout her constant tweeting as to what reason she specifically hates her mother for, but as stated prior with my jealousy theory, I feel that would make the most logical sense here, given her almost romanticized.
She is literally a horrible bitch. What the fuck? Who's the video about? Oris cosplays. That's who the video is about. Holy shit.
Approach towards her own father, followed by her seemingly intentional exclusion of her mother from virtually every aspect of her life. However, despite this hatred towards her mother, Oris has been outed a non-zero amount of times for making sock puppet accounts of her mother to defend her in times of controversy and backlash, as a desperate attempt to have people stop harassing her, primarily seen in instances where Oris is called out for her public displays of blatant racism online. The first example that can be found of Oris allegedly attempting to portray herself as her mother comes from a series of replies on Twitter under an account that is speculated to be Oris's mom's actual Twitter account that she had logged into to defend herself with. These tweets state that she, Oris's mom, had reported all accounts threatening her daughter, and that Oris's actions should be excused because she has a disability, and that she was not actually a racist, but instead that everyone who followed her just didn't understand who she truly was on the inside.
Oh, sure.
Which,
yeah, sure.
okay, I've been building up to this as I've been trying to find the right time to divulge the many documented cases of Oris's racism. So what better time than now, given that this tweet claims that we're just misunderstanding her intent. Oh, what fun you and I are to have. As we saw prior, we've already witnessed Oris, when losing an argument in an Instagram DM, call an African-American cosplayer the N-word, so there's that. And in another insanely unhinged tweet targeted at the black community, Oris quite literally admits to being a racist in a tweet where she states that she does not like African-American people, and cites her reasoning being that she believes them to be unruly, because they raise their children on Tyler Perry movies, and that while she has tried to hold it back for so long, she can no longer contain her racism. Again, this, I would argue, you know, I might not be too well versed in English here, but again, there isn't real speculation that she may or may not be racist when she wears the title like it's a badge of honor. Exhibit B. In the following tweets, she once again states her bigoted views towards the African-American community by saying that she does not hate such individuals based upon the color of their skin, but because, once again, she states that she believes that they are violent. Okay. So maybe we can help Oris out here a bit. Well, Mr. Oven Mitt of Racism, allow me to tell you what it really means. So if you despise a race of people, and you claim that every person from that demographic falls in a category of a singular trait or stereotype, and that then forges your view of every person from said demographic, there is a magical word for that. Well, what might that word be? I'm glad you asked, Oven Mitt of Racism. It's called racism. And it kind of sounds like, oh, I don't know, that Oris might dislike these people based upon the color of their skin, given the whole painting entire demographics with a completely negative broad stroke. Just, you know, some food for thought. But don't you worry, because if you fall into any other category of race, Oris has love and heartfelt sentiments to send your way. For all of my lovely Latin and Hispanic friends out there, Oris has an interesting little tweet exchange between her and another user that reads as the following. This tweet begins with Oris stating that she'd rather perish than learn about Latino people. A user responds to this tweet asking her, "Doesn't that seem, oh, I don't know, not right?" To which Oris then replies, "I would just like to make it clear that I have a racism towards them, and I like it." I don't know about you guys, but despite what Oris's mom says about her daughter not being racist, I'm having the slightest bit of suspicion that she just might, dare I say, be a little racist. It's just a hunch though, I could be entirely wrong. Perhaps we need some more examples to really formulate our opinions here. In a tweet for the Asian community, she equally accuses her mother of being prejudiced in a tweet that states, quote, "My mom said some bad things about Asian people. I'm starting to listen to it, and my mom is turning me into a racist." Is this really the best examples we have?
Okay.
That could mean literally anything. I mean, we might just be taking it the wrong way. I mean, she really does have a fondness for places like Japan after all. Specifically, their age of consent laws, which she strangely enough refuses to condemn.
I'm just speaking from the context of Japanese culture. In Japan, they view 13-year-olds as adults. I don't really want to question the Japanese culture at all. I feel like there's like a gray area.
See, it's all just one big misconception. Lost in translation, baby.
Dear white people, does this shirt offend you?
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay. Maybe all in all, she's...
How did I get to this point in my life to listen to that? How? How did I get to this point in my life?
a little racist. The only, I believe, genuine documentation I have seen of Oris's mom actually coming to the defense of her daughter in a public online space is surprisingly on Lolcal Farms of all places, where she allegedly commented on her daughter's thread the following message. "This is the only time I will comment about this. I am not racist, quite the opposite. My daughter was never nor anything inappropriate happening with anyone in the family. My husband did not take lewd pics. There is a lot of misinformation and conjecture here that is not true. There are issues none of you know or have the right to know or intrude upon our lives." The only reason I personally find this message to be potentially legitimate, despite its odd location on the internet, is due to the fact that when Oris is allegedly typing as her mother, there are clear typos, run-on sentences, lack of commas, etc. But when we compare the way Patricia writes in her Facebook post in comparison to the one found on the lol.cal forums, it is virtually a one-to-one in terms of grammar and sentencing structure. But I'm sure you're probably making note right now of something that was said in that post. And don't worry, I know what it is. It is the actual context as to why this post was made in the first place, which was made to diffuse any sort of allegations regarding sexual misconduct between Oris and her father. So let's actually explore those allegations now, shall we? Because it is quite an unholy, albeit speculative, mess to sift through. Where this theory of inappropriate behavior between Oris and her father that continues to circulate online takes an even darker turn is when on the afternoon of November 2nd, 2019, seemingly out of the blue, Oris would casually tweet a grotesque allegation made against her father involving CSA, and how she had grown to view him as her prince/lover, as a means to cope with the prolonged abuse. I do actually have a speculative perspective that I'd like to share, as these tweets were later claimed to be nothing more than rage bait, and cited as a clear attempt of Oris attempting to seek attention online, which could very well be possible as she herself has admitted to rage baiting in the past. But there are some discrepancies that I want us to take a further look at throughout our analysis. That leads me to cast my own doubt on the rage bait theory. But first things first, allow me to read this tweet to you directly. And again, I know I stated it at the beginning of this chapter, but once more, a trigger warning for CSA. As can be seen on screen, the tweet states, quote, "My father has been committing SA against me since I was 6. Ever since, I've been so confused about our dynamic, and when I was 7, I started pretending he was my prince/lover. I'm glad I have Rachel to talk to when I feel abused or upset." After this tweet was located, I was made aware of another that is equally horrific that reads as the following. "Me and my dad had a fight because I didn't want to
play with him. He got so mad that I got upset and I said I'm finding a different house to stay at. I walked to Rachel's apartment and told her what happened.
Is that true?
At times when I feel like a victim of SA, I have Rachel. This, I do not have to explain, is an incredibly serious accusation to make. Now, in an interview that we will be dissecting later, Oris does come out and state that almost all of her online activity during this time period was actually her experimenting to see if she could handle backlash, and I cannot rightfully nor morally speculate on what may or may not have happened in someone's life. Because truthfully, I despise when people try to reach beyond the surface level explanation for their own desire for a more dramatic and juicy story than there really is. I find it to be incredibly poor journalism, not that I myself am anywhere near a journalist. However, and I could be very wrong here, take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt, but erring on the side of hypocrisy.
I'm just so confused
Allow
if
me,
that's
if you
true.
will, to share my exact thoughts surrounding these tweets. Oris, as we have seen, genuinely does not have a filter when it comes to what she says online. She doesn't watch what she says, and sometimes her thought patterns seem a little lost in the clouds, leading to more than quite a few instances of oblivious hypocrisy. And so, out of the blue, in a means to just randomly rage bait her father, the man who she refers to as being her everything, with whom she has an apparent jealousy over, leading towards Oris's seemingly possessive nature, and uncomfortable duets with the two cosplaying shipped characters together with peculiar physical affection displayed, she just happens to tweet out a very real and complex response that CSA victims have been known to exhibit. It just seems oddly in line, I suppose, for lack of better terms. Something I would also like to provide context for in regards to the friend that she states that she would confide in. This individual, Rachel, was one of Oris's closest and only real-life friends who shared an equal love for cosplaying together. It is safe to say from an outside looking in that Rachel was most likely Oris's best friend for several years due to them appearing in multiple vlog videos and cosplaying photo shoots featuring the duo on Oris's DeviantArt. And I must say, from what little I have seen from her appearances in these said vlogs, Rachel strikes me as an incredibly sweet person who may possibly suffer from some form of developmental challenges of their own, similar to Oris. This friendship would eventually end, as Oris would one day announce to her Facebook that she can no longer tolerate a friend who was neurodivergent, and that it infuriated her that Rachel did not enjoy the same movies as her, did not curse, and when the two were in high school, she saw that Rachel had a habit of speaking to herself, which Oris says made her incredibly embarrassed to be around Rachel. However, she attempted to make it work. Though after several years
needs
of this
holy
behavior,
water.
Oris could no longer tolerate
and a
Rachel
lot
for
of it
being
too.
a human being, I guess. So she cut things off with her, disgustingly referring to Rachel as being, quote, inferior AF, simply because she was on the spectrum. What an absolute garbage friend that Oris was to this person, especially since she posted this fully believing that she was in the right here. What an absolute train wreck. Getting back on track to the subject matter of the allegations Oris had made against her father. I've seen people state in forums and over on Instagram, off the basis of her own admission, mind you. However, she does not specifically reference these tweets directly, that Oris had made this allegation in a failed attempt to garner attention. However, this Twitter account only has 116 followers, and the tweet itself has only ever received 1 like with no comments. So unless she knew that these messages would spread elsewhere, and I am just unfamiliar where that location may be online, it just really doesn't make a lot of sense to me as to why she would allegedly post rage bait virtually into the void for no one to see. Now, this is going to be incredibly TMI, but it is where the foundation of my speculation comes from. And I know people
Lumpy,
say
you
online,
missed a
no,
lot.
don't
This
open
is
up
not
like that,
God
but I
lethal.
personally don't see an issue for myself being open about these kinds of issues, so I really hope this doesn't come across as me as presenting myself unnecessarily under the lens of a victim complex. But I myself am a survivor of early prolonged CSA. Having such a terrible infliction placed upon you from such an early age, it can cause the brain to develop in some really wacky ways, especially if you can't really make any sense of what happened, and you don't have anyone to really rely on to walk you through that. However, I internalized this as a deep-rooted sense of guilt, and by the 4th grade I started exhibiting severe traits of OCD, which I was already susceptible to developing. But what happened all but guaranteed its emergence. This was my brain's funny little way of having control over uncertainties and lack of reasoning in my life. I needed a way to cope and make sense of life, so OCD was conveniently there as a toxic helping hand, so to speak. So when I read Oris's tweet, and again, I must preface I could be 100% entirely wrong here,
but it immediately struck me as a completely realistic scenario that does make sense.
There is also the fact that Oris often posts romantic ship-themed posts to her Instagram of her and her father, everything we just stated prior, followed by her exhibiting intensely graphic fantasies under a sock puppet account where she pretended to be her father writing the post about an upcoming Legend of Zelda cosplay that the two were planning for.
Now, forgive me, I will have to keep this post pretty censored as it is quite a rough read. I know how annoying that is, but with that said, as can be seen on screen, this Instagram post reads as the following.
Dadra7 says, cosplay for 2020 along with @OrisCosplay, as well as what we'll do together on TikTok. I had some ideas to ship to Suyu Asui with her and my Aziwa cosplay, as well as doing Zant with her as Midna, portraying her as a SA victim, seen in one of the slides. Kelly showed me the game The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, and I can imagine Midna being a victim of SA by Zant. He took her throne, transformed her, then tried to end her. Anyways, I hope you look forward to my cosplays with my daughter.
Aside from the blatant graphic nature of this post, and we can all but confirm that Oris is the one writing this, she depicts that her father would cosplay as the character Zant, while Oris would cosplay as one of her favorite characters, Midna, where Midna is portrayed as an SA victim, further citing that she can imagine Midna falling victim of such atrocities at the hands of Zant. So, from the way that I'm reading this, it very much seems like Oris is saying that the two should cosplay as two characters.
Good night,
her father
Engine.
is a perpetrator, and she is his victim. And in an even more disturbing revelation, in two separate interviews, one by a user over on Instagram named I Want Some More, and another by a creator named Femyoys, Oris has publicly stated not only an attraction to her father, but has elaborated on such rumors. In the I Want Some More interview, which in its entirety seems to have been lost to time, the interviewer is heard midway through asking a question that appears to be them inquiring if Oris's father was merely someone she looked up to, or if there was something more going on behind the scenes, to which Oris simply states that she has an intimate attraction towards him.
Ew.
I'm gonna hyperventilate right now. What did you just say? I'm so in love with my dad.
And in the interview with Femyoys, Oris is further questioned about what she meant when she stated this, with Oris answering that she had only made such a comment for a reaction, and that she was, quote, mostly joking.
One of the claims that's been made against you has to do with incestuous tendencies.
Oh yes, I know what you're talking about. I said that I had feelings for my dad. At first I was kind of joking when I believe it was I Want Some More who was interviewing me in the Instagram live stream, and then I got all giddy because I saw her reaction, and then I repeated it and I said I have such love for my dad with a big smile on my face. Well, I didn't actually mean it, and I know I'm keeping it vague when I say that, and I know you don't want me to be vague, but I was just saying that to get a reaction out of I Want Some More, whatever her name actually is.
Keyword mostly joking, by the way. Pair this with a prior tweet, as well as every other aspect that we have already covered, and I just don't really know what to make of it. Perhaps there is the very real possibility that I am mirroring my own experiences into a situation where it doesn't belong, but my situation is far from the only one that I have familiarized myself with. Oris does have this bizarre yet very casual not safe for work aspect to her personality that I'd argue would...
You're the first one who right away recognized it. Let's go.
Probably come from somewhere. Quite possibly the internet, because that would absolutely 100% make sense. However, another allegation we are yet to explore is her claim that her father takes her not safe for work photos of her for her DeviantArt page, and the Twitter exchange that lit the spark on this conspiracy.
A follower of Oris questions her about why she was posting not safe for work photos on her account, to which Oris replies that she wanted to receive backlash on Twitter to see if she could handle it. This user then responds by calling Oris, quote, stupid, and asks her about who took such photos to begin with, to which Oris simply answers, my dad.
I must make it abundantly clear here that Oris's claim is anecdotal, and there is no evidence that proves that Joseph has committed any wrongdoing against his daughter, especially since she mentions in the reply above that she was actively trying to get backlash online, followed by a tweet that would most certainly achieve that goal. With that said, what is interesting about this claim is that in the interview we will be watching here shortly regarding her predatory allegations, she says that she has in fact tried to get her father to take NSFW photos of her, to which he allegedly declined.
So it isn't exactly as if this claim came out of thin air, as she does admit that she wanted him to do this, and she says that the only thing that prevented this from happening was her father's lack of inclination to do so.
I feel like I'm losing my mind
that
here.
You had your father take images of you.
Again, I just said that for a reaction. What actually happened is that at the time, I asked my dad, can you take pictures of me while I'm like this? I couldn't get him to do it at all.
Okay, so he technically didn't do it, but you wanted him to do it and you asked him to do it, but he technically didn't do it. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
So if he was willing to do it, it would have happened then, right? He was the only party that didn't consent, but you wanted it to happen.
Yes, exactly.
So let me get this straight. You wanted your own father to take photos of you, and you also said that you had feelings for your father, but you were actually joking about having feelings for your father to own the trolls or something.
I just wanted some help with the camera. I didn't bother to buy a ring light, which is what I'm using now to hold my camera up. I could have used a ring light to take the photos, but it didn't occur to
This is
me
giving me
until
a
I turned
headache.
25,
I need a
and I got a
stiff
ring light
drink.
for my birthday, and I've been using ring lights ever since.
This is giving me
The only additional evidence we have for this allegation is the photos themselves. And don't you worry, I would not nor could I scar you like that, but I did weather the storm and brought alongside some eye drops to help with the burning sensation. And I sifted through several of these images to see if I could find anything of noteworthiness. What a fun time. And despite the numerous not safe for work photos taken in the backyard of her family's home, only a few of these photos stood out to me, and the reason for it is admittedly very far-reaching. And these 3 incredibly low-quality photos, presumably taken in her backyard.
Okay, let's see how she's gonna look without ears. Wait, even without ears, why does she kind of look cute? Wait, why am I complimenting myself? What the fuck? She look cute though. Why do I look cute? Oh fuck. I think I'm losing it. Haven't had a liquid courage in a while. This makes me want a 12-pack. That's confidence. What the subject of the video didn't. She's a female Christian. Dear God, I wish I could unhear her voice.
Oris is depicted cosplaying a lewd version of a character known as Atsuko Kagari. Forgive me if I terribly mispronounced that.
I'm gonna
show
split.
Little Witch
You know
Academia.
what? The front hair, I'm gonna split it too. Like this part. So it has more bounce when I rig it. Looks like the British was onto something with Amelia. Yeah, kinda, right? They were definitely kinda onto something.
Yeah. This character is canonically 16 years old. These 3 photos, while in the same location, are all shot in slightly different positions and heights from one another. You can tell by following the direction of this fallen tree branch. Again, very much reaching here. Now,
Imagine
this
making propaganda
obviously
game
means
and
one of 2
failing so
things.
hard.
That
Yeah.
Oris has a phone tripod, which she decided to move and change the position of ever so slightly for each
Well,
photo.
the hair
which is
adjustment
by
I'll
no
be
means
doing in
uncommon,
rigging.
or someone is
I'm more
indeed
wondering
taking
if
these photos.
if I need to
Those are 2
split this a
equally
little.
legitimate possibilities, though again, I must reiterate that this
Let me
proves
save this
nothing
and
directly
see.
against Joseph. It is just merely my intent to iron out the allegations
Let me
that
make
I
sure I
found
don't
across these
leak
forums.
anything here.
And in doing so, we have to do our due diligence, even if it is highly speculative. And a few more additional photos that did raise some questions though. Oris has presented both safe for work and not safe for work images to her DeviantArt of her time at a convention known as
backing
Colossal
up
Con.
the file.
All of her safe for work bikini photos were credited as being taken by her father, and all of the not safe for work photos are taken without credit listed, but at night in the hotel room that the 2 shared. However, this proves nothing, aside from the fact that her father is okay with taking photos of his daughter gripping her chest and posting them online for everyone to see. Which, sure, body positivity is a thing, but this is downright weird to me coming from a father. you and I have now discussed several of the controversies that have circulated in back alley chat rooms and online forums, involving Oris's deplorable behavior towards her mother and other cosplayers, as well as we have gone in depth on all there is to examine regarding the suspect nature of her and her father's relationship. But unfortunately for us, we aren't quite done just yet, as deep within the Google Drive I was provided were documented instances of Oris not only sending not safe for work images to minors for money,
I'm
something
adding
she
way too
herself
many
openly
layers.
confirmed.
I just explained to you, don't put words in my mouth. Those minors I did not do it for money. They said they would give me money, and they wanted me to take pictures for them.
But there was a video of her admitting to having been in love with her brother's friend ever since he was 9, both which led me down a path to an interview with Oris conducted by a creator with whom I had never seen before by the name of Femyois, and where one may have expected no real merit in terms of dialogue other than Oris being, well, Oris. This interview quickly turns into something just shy of a full-blown confession, filled with contradictions and a genuine admission that she is indeed attracted to minors, making her one of the least documented TikTokers with such an incredibly dangerous attribute that is still actively current on their account, with users thinking little to nothing of her other than she is simply an oddity who raises baby dolls in passing on their feeds. And as you will soon come to find, everything we've already established about Oris is about to be made far worse than we ever could have truly anticipated.
Wait, what? It gets worse? How? How does it get worse?
Okay, but you can see why someone would, you know,
Yeah,
take issue with
100%.
you. Yeah, you know, it's not just one thing that people take issue with, right?
Yeah,
You
I completely
admitting to having this
understand.
huge crush on a 14-year-old when you were 20, do you think that it's okay for a 13-year-old girl in Japan to marry a 34-year-old man?
Okay, you're not gonna like the answer, but I'm just speaking from the context of Japanese culture. In Japan, they view 13-year-olds as adults. We view minors in a different way compared to how Japanese people view minors.
Welcome back, and look what I found at Goodwill. I had one of these when I was 5, and I brought it to show and tell, but I did not charge the battery, so I was like, guys, look how cool and awesome my robotic dinosaur is, and it proceeded to do literally nothing. What were we discussing again? Oh, that's right, predatory allegations. Let's get to that. What fun. And forgive me if I sound a little tired, it's pretty late currently, so forgive me there. On February 8th, 2019, creator Femyois, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that, would host a 5-hour-long interview with Oris where they, as I'm sure you can imagine with such an insanely long duration, discuss a vast variety of subjects and questions from the reborn cosplayer herself. I will state that there are several, I personally felt, deviations in this interview that go in quite a few different directions, but the part that we will be focusing and compounding occurs within a 30-minute time frame, give or take. The topics that are discussed with Oris are as the following. Did she send not safe for work images to minors for money? Oris's controversy involving looting underage characters, followed by her admission of being a predator and her thoughts surrounding acceptable age gaps. Oris's first appearance in this interview begins at the 33 minutes and 59-second mark, where she introduces herself, takes accountability for her prior behaviors, citing how she has changed in recent years, followed by her apologizing about how she had acted publicly towards her former friend Rachel, with whom, if we recall,
fuck is Rachel
she
now?
viciously berated on her Facebook regarding Rachel's struggles with being neurodivergent.
Hello, would you like to introduce yourself?
So hello, you might know me as Oris. Actually, I was just watching some of your video. When I say I changed quite a bit, I'm not trying to please you. I agree, I was being a baby when I said all that stuff about my former friend Rachel.
The first several minutes of this interview primarily revolves around Oris's beliefs held towards the LGBTQ+ community, which she states that she has somewhat opened her mind on. But all in all, despite identifying as a member of the community herself, she does not support nor believes in the concepts of gender identity. Though Oris's views towards the community, despite the immense hypocrisy of it, has never really been a secret, as she has often reposted transphobic memes to her page, as well as reposting content that compares the community to that of a certain little German party that held power from the years of 1933 to 1945. She also has made mention on her Twitter that she ended her relationship with her grandmother because the two did not get along, followed by a tweet where she states that her grandmother identifies as a member of the community and that it was smart of her to hide this side of herself from Oris. I'm unsure as to what Oris would have realistically done here though, had her grandmother openly been herself around her, as that comment sounds like vaguely threatening. She most likely would have just made a Twitter thread rant about her though, in all honesty. Let's be honest. Despite all of these stated beliefs and disavowments, in an incredibly confusing twist, Oris has a video on her main channel defending the trans community, but in the same video, in the comments, someone makes a transphobic, fear-based comment, which she then likes and comments on. But then she goes on to state that she's a trans man. I don't know. I don't understand. What? Up is down, down is up, and my brain is actively short-circuiting. At 41:15, the interviewer Femyois takes a drastic turn in direction when they abruptly ask Oris, quote, "When was the last time you had sexual interactions with a minor?" Quite the question to just drop on her out of nowhere.
And when was the last time you had sexual interactions with a minor?
Oris answers this question by saying that she has never had such an interaction, to which Femyois attempts to correct her by presenting a screen-recorded audio reel between Oris and an unknown individual, where she can be heard admitting that she sent not safe for work images to a minor in exchange for money. However, Oris asserts that they do not know the age of the minor in question, despite such information allegedly being readily available in the user's Instagram bio.
Oh, I never have ever.
Really? Because, like, and I can pull up the clip if you'd like. You actually, admitted to it. If you want, I can play the clip and screen share it.
I actually knew that you were going to bring that up.
Yeah. Well, hold on. I just want to play it just so that everybody, you know, is clear as to, which clip I'm, talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Hold on. I'm gonna screen share it. We'll watch it together.
I just explained to you, don't put words in my mouth. Those minors I did not do it for money. They said they would give me money, and they wanted me to take their pictures for them.
Would you not classify, you know, sending,
Did she just leave?
explicit photos, to minors as like a interaction? Would you not categorize it that way?
In regards to the actual not safe for work images being sent and who they were being sent to, I was actually put into contact with this individual directly, and that individual's name will remain anonymous. I was able to send this user a message on Discord where I stated that I was actively looking into Oris' story, and was informed that they had been sent the aforementioned not safe for work images, and if they were comfortable with sharing such information. They stated yes, and the following day, they sent me a screen recording of their Instagram DMs that they had taken several years.
Yeah, I think splitting the hair was a great idea. I feel like it's a lot better with extra layers here. Of course, locals have something off in the head, but you guys think it's also attention seeking? Oh, 100%. Less moldy. Fuck off.
Back. For obvious reasons, the video itself will have to remain censored, but the exchanges read as the following. "I'll show you when I get home," says Oris. The Anon replies, "Thank you so much. You're a wonderful cosplayer, by the way." Oris then sends a not safe for work photo of her without underwear on, to which the Anon makes the comment, "Very pretty smiley face," before inquiring about if Oris could send further images of her chest, to which Oris, without hesitation, replies with a photo of her lying in bed without a shirt. The anonymous user in these exchanges was confirmed by my own verification as well, to be 17 at the time that this occurred. Oris attempts to provide an explanation for why she had done this, making mention of a time where the creator Neon Caffeine had confronted them about this very issue. However, Oris starts off by referring to Neon Caffeine as she instead of he, which causes the conversation between Oris and Femyois to spiral into a 10-minute long back-and-forth argument about using someone's correct pronouns, something Oris adamantly does not wish to oblige by.
So, Neon Caffeine was right when she pointed out I could have, okay, please, I'm respectfully asking you.
No, you're disrespecting him by using the wrong pronouns.
No, I'm not disrespecting anyone.
You're
I
not?
just remember. No, please do not tell me how to speak. And I'm not doing it to be hateful. I just remember her before she transitioned. Okay, please do not tell me how to speak.
Once this argument finally ends, Oris states that her reasoning for sending these images in the first place was pure negligence, and that they agreed with Neon Caffeine, who allegedly told Oris that she should have confirmed the minors' ages, but that she was too blinded by the potential of making a sweet bag to question whether or not she was committing a crime or not.
Yeah, back to the other question. We both know that you did.
Yes, I was about to answer that before no offense, shoved down my throat, respect pronouns, you must use he, him. But anyway, okay, so Neon Caffeine was right when she pointed out that I should have looked at these people's bios and their ages in their Instagram bios, that they were minors. So I didn't even bother to look. I just blindly believed them when they said to me, I will pay you money. And that is the truth. You can take it or leave it. You know that I was a retard. I mean, I was the Chris Hands of cosplay for years, which I'm actually very embarrassed about. But I hope you can observe now that
said it.
My mannerisms are different.
She said completely different now, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
The conversation then transfers over to our next topic of discussion, that being Oris's reasoning for taking not safe for work photos of herself in cosplays that depict minors. Once again, Oris defends herself by explaining that her rationale for creating such controversial imagery was solely due to the fact that it was controversial. She says that back in 2018, she realized that the only way to stay relevant, in her belief, was to make herself a spectacle of negative attention, as it would draw more eyes to her page, therefore keeping her name in circulation, even if it were at the expense of her dignity, citing that she was incredibly
There's
immature
actually
at the
a
time,
different
and how
lady
she has now grown as a
that is a
person.
true
You have like a really bad track record when it comes to sexualizing characters that are minors. So
I forgot all about that.
Minor characters, as well as real life minors for like in many instances. And you would think that like after one controversy that like you would stop, but it didn't. It seemed to me at least like you just kept going. And you know, I'm not sure how I feel about that. You know.
Well, I'm about to answer that. I was so immature at the time, I mean, obviously. And not only that, I believed back in 2018 that the only way to stay relevant online was to be in controversies and gain negative attention. And then as I got more mature, got more wiser, I'm just pointing out that I was very immature at the time, and I also believed that in order to stay relevant online, I would have to keep getting backlash and making controversies, which I'm really doing my best to give up.
So did you send, hold on, are you saying that you sent to minors in order to start controversy?
Fictional characters who are underage, that's what I'm talking about.
Like, that seems like a very strange...
Yeah, I think this is gonna be it. The only thing that's left is just the rigging now. I think this is it. And I already have ears prepared. We did the thing. We absolutely did the thing. The ears and tail I'll be adding later on. The only thing I need to grab is the hair. The hair, the clips, the collar, and the eyebrows. We did the thing. The only thing I just need to do is like clean up the layers and after rigging.
Right, like usually people don't do that to stir controversy.
Okay, but I was very immature at the time, and I don't believe in that anymore.
How old were you at the time? You were like 22?
Yeah, I was 22. I'm 27 now.
I don't want this to come across as an attack on the creator Femiois, nor as a defense of Oris's actions, but in my personal opinion, this section of the interview felt somewhat in bad faith regarding the original question. The question posed for Oris was about her explanation for taking not safe for work cosplay photos of underage characters, to which Oris makes the defense that she was only doing this as a means to drum up controversy in order to remain relevant, which is met by Femiois asking Oris if they sent not safe for work photos to minors as a means to start drama, which was not the subject of the original question. It almost feels like, and again my opinion, that this is somewhat reaching to see if one could get Oris to slip up, despite her providing her defense to that question, whether how legitimate or not they may be. Both of Oris's reasons here are bad enough as is, so this feels like reaching to possibly get a worse answer than was already provided.
No. I have ears prepared. I have ears prepared. Don't worry. There will be ears to hat. Okay, there will be ears to hat. Right now, I'm just making sure. Comparing the colors. Normie foo? What do you mean normie? What do you mean normie? Yeah, I 100%. I'm glad. I'm glad.
Which,
And we're almost done
mind
at
you,
and we're
again,
almost at the
neither
end.
of these explanations provided by Oris are justifiable by any
So,
stretch
the
of the
only thing I
imagination.
need to do is
However,
just say
in
stuff.
examining the authenticity of Oris's rage bait defense, we have to understand that we cannot directly prove nor disprove that this is what she was intending to do. In another video I did about a person in a similar spectrum of behavior, an individual by the name of Anaconda
Lifu
Sen,
without ears,
that
normie
user stated
Lifu.
that
Okay,
they
okay,
too
okay,
were
okay.
attracted to their father and did horrible things
I
with their
did not
dog,
get that
to
joke
which
at
they
all.
stated that their reasoning was rage bait. But upon comparing back
Time
and
to
forth
delete all the
statements and
layers I
interviews,
don't
there
need.
appeared to be some actual legitimacy to what they were saying that threw into contradiction where the truth began to and where it ended. And something else I found peculiar about Oris's Reddit account. We can find her in a Steven Universe cosplay as Pearl, followed by her immediately stating that she hates Steven Universe
did I
because she
put
was
this?
triggered by the 1-hour Steven Universe special. Oh, wait a minute, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. If we scroll down in her post, we can find 3 instances of Oris actually
Lifu is
discussing
Amelia,
herself
will Zen
leading
be,
underage
date them
characters,
Charlie?
and the way that they
No.
progress in chronological order seems rather
Guys, I might be able to do something like this in one day, but doing 2 models in one day, I'll shoot myself. Like, I will literally shoot myself.
contradictory for someone who was attempting to rage bait an entire community. Her first post, dating back to January of 2019, so around the time frame Morris had mentioned, she can be seen stating that she was going to be looting a character by the name of Ochako from My Hero Academia, as well as other anime teens in the future, citing her hatred for teenagers in real life, particularly stating, quote, "Teenagers aren't innocent," which is an insane thing to say when you're rationalizing creating not-safe-for-work content of such characters by drawing from your real-world disdain for actual teens. But what really grabs my attention is the fact that
Why
only
does
a
it
few
keep
days later,
disappearing
she makes
there?
another post saying how she is considering
So
backtracking on
confused.
creating said not-safe-for-work photos of the My
Minecraft,
Hero
right?
Academia character
Sure.
due to backlash,
Sure.
and that she would instead be doing so to another character from the anime One Piece, who is canonically an adult. Now,
just
for
need to
someone
grab
who is
all the
attempting
layers
to
I
double
wanna
down
save.
for rage bait and controversy, it seems rather counterintuitive to create said backlash, only to then 4 days later walk back said rage bait due to fear of said backlash. She even has yet another post following this one, where she says that people had reached out to her begging her not to cosplay as the My Hero Academia character, and so she had ordered a wig to make an adult version of the character as a means to do her first not safe for work cosplay, quote, without any backlash. In my view, this is the antithesis of trying to garner backlash by allegedly trying to directly avoid it. However, it is also entirely possible that Oris is playing 4D chess with all of us. So I do encourage you to form your own non-biased thoughts and opinions regarding this matter. At 56 minutes and 27 seconds of this interview, PM switches directions and questions Oris about what her thoughts are on LonCon, which leads us to some rather interesting dialogue from Oris, to say the least.
What are your thoughts on LonCon?
Oh, well, okay, you're not gonna like the answer,
Oh,
but
shit,
I'm just
copied the wrong
speaking
thing.
from the context of Japanese culture. So you know that in Japan they view 13-year-olds as adults, and I know as Americans we're like, okay, that's really fucked up, but I think we think that way because we view minors in a different way compared to how Japanese people view minors.
Which view do you think is correct? Which view do you think is correct? Because they are mutually exclusive, right?
Okay. Yeah, well, I don't really want to question the Japanese culture at all.
Why?
Because I feel like
Yeah.
there's like a gray area. Like, yes, it's wrong,
Oh, fuck,
but
there
also
is.
they don't see anything wrong with it, and
so-
it's part of their culture.
Oh man, off to a really great start, aren't we?
The fact that
Oris
she means
gives
there's
one
a
of the most
gray
dumbest
area.
and concerning answers that I heard throughout this entire interview, and it truthfully seems like a glaring self-report, in my opinion. She says that in America,
we got
have
all
been
the
conditioned
layers.
to believe that Japan's former age of consent of 13 is disgusting and downright deplorable, and that this is a result of our culture as Westerners, and somehow not a basic biological and moral understanding, and that she refuses to condemn the Japanese for what they believe to be is an acceptable age of consent, referring to it as, quote, a gray area.
We got all the
feel like
layers
there's
that
like
we're
a gray
adding.
area.
You know, despite
30
the
minutes to
endless
my
amounts of
birthday?
evidence
Oh,
that proves
shoot.
that interactions with that barely
Oh,
developed
Happy birthday, Rob. Can all the remaining foo-foos that haven't fallen asleep, can you wish Rob a very, very happy birthday? Oh, dang, leave for late night? No, I should probably sleep soon. Wait, is this woman making fun of Japanese people? More like she is glamorizing some very bad things. This is the only good way I can put it. Yo, okay. There's a lot more foofus left in the chat than I expect. So once I'm done with the layers, I'm gonna end the stream and go sleep and do the rigging in the morning. And not gonna blame anyone, not gonna point fingers. But why the fuck am I doing this? The fuck? Why the fuck am I doing this? It's half past noon in my area. You're from Southeast Asia. The heck is sleep? Okay.
and still developing age demographic causes both physical and psychological damage to minors. But hey, Japan is the most perfect place, baby, with zero flaws, said the Western-obsessed woman who has never been. Kawaii desu yo.
I don't really want to question the Japanese.
Immediately after this response, Fimyois then asks Oris what she believes to be an acceptable age gap, presenting her with a hypothetical scenario of a 13-year-old girl and a 40-year-old man being together, to which Oris instantly condemns such an age difference. Thank God for that, at least. However, though, when asked about how she felt about the idea of a 14-year-old and a 20-year-old being together, she legitimately has to pause and think about her answer here. That answer eventually being presented as pretty bad.
So, do you think that it's okay for a 13-year-old girl in Japan to marry a 34-year-old man? Do you think that that's okay?
No,
okay,
that's
good
weird.
news. That's good news. What about like a I don't know, like a 20? What do you? How do you feel about like a 20-year-old and a 14-year-old?
I'm afraid of the answer.
No, Oris, it's not pretty bad. It's completely irreparable behavior and genuinely putrid. Why on earth do you honestly need, I mean, I know why. Why on earth do you need time to think about your answer when it comes to the morality of a 14-year-old and a 20-year-old dating? But just as we are trying to scarf down this poop cake of information, before we can even reach for the glass of water to digest it all, we are instantly met with an insane revelation where Oris just casually admits that she's a predator, and that she has romanticized the idea about marrying her brother's friend that she had known since before he was even 10 years old. Branching off of their conversation about the rights and wrongs of a 14-year-old and 20-year-old dating, Fimyois says that if she remembers correct, that Oris had actually admitted to having a huge crush on someone who was 14 when she was in her 20s, to which Oris simply owns up to this allegation and states that this boy's name was Sam.
Pretty bad, because I do remember there's like a video clip of you saying that when you were 20, you had like this huge crush on someone that was 14, right?
Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about. His name is Sam. He's more of my brother's friend.
If you recall, as has briefly been shown throughout our little analysis today, we briefly watched a clip of Oris being interviewed on a live stream with a user who I've found goes by the Instagram handle I want some more, where they ask her about not only her attraction to her father, but a rumor of Oris being in love with her brother's 16-year-old friend, to which Oris says yes, but clarifies that she had actually had feelings for this minor since he was only 9 years old.
Is it true you like your brother's 14-year-old friend?
Yeah. Well, he's 16 now, but I used to have a crush on him, but ever since he was 9, it felt like I
This is just so
liked him
disturbing.
because he understood me.
Which just, I mean, it's obviously all bad, but how do you just make that worse? Hey, is it true that you were in love with a 16-year-old? Well, hold on there, pal. I've actually been in love with them since they were 9. What
Yeah,
the fuck?
that doesn't
while
make
I
it
haven't
better.
been able to locate the entirety of this interview,
I did find a post from this user confirming that they did in fact conduct an interview with Oris quite some time ago. I've reached out to this user but haven't heard anything back, so in a non-harassment manner, if anyone actually knows who this individual is,
I'd love to find a way to get in contact with them to see if they potentially still have this live stream archived somewhere, as I am incredibly curious to know everything that was said during it. But with that said, PM EST is referencing this section of the interview from I Want Some More when they confront Oris about such an allegation. And honestly, Oris's response here genuinely just leaves me baffled of her severe lack of social awareness, which perhaps one might argue that is a rather ableist comment of me given the fact that she is neurodivergent, but I still think it's a fair assessment to make regardless. As stated prior, Oris promptly elaborates that this minor, who is now currently over the age of 18, was named Sam, a close friend of Oris's brother Casey, clarifying that she was really immature at the time, which is not nor will ever be an excuse for having romantic feelings for a 9-year-old all the way up until they are 18 years old. That's just absolutely disgusting.
As I was recording this, I was also made aware that Oris has several mentions of her friend over on her Twitter account that read as the following. Also, Oris states in these tweets that Sam is 12, but that simply just means that time has passed from when she had first met him. Would it sound disgusting if I said that I'm feeling romance for this 12-year-old friend of mine, that I want relations?
Yes,
not
it's
that
disgusting.
I would have relations. I know better to not have
It
relations with
100%
him
is
because I know that's
disgusting.
probably illegal. But that's how I feel right now. Wanting relations. Even if me and my friend are only 6 years apart, I'm starting to want romance with him. I'm trying to say that I feel romantically in love with my 12-year-old friend Sam. I would probably sound disgusting if I said I wanted relations. But the problem here, Oris, is that you are literally saying that you are wanting to have intimate relations with a minor, and that the only thing preventing you from doing so is the fact that it's, quote, probably illegal. Also, to put in perspective that age gap, Oris states that they are 6 years apart and that Sam was 12 at the time, meaning Oris was 18 years old wanting to be
Good night,
with a
Prince.
12-year-old. That is beyond unacceptable. You have graduated high school while they have barely
Hope you
entered
survive
the
this.
8th grade.
To better explain her
This is
interest
very-
towards this minor, and I suppose she thought that this would make for an "oh, that makes total complete sense" kind of moment. Oris describes
night,
a time when
Jesse.
she was a child and her mother had shown her an old Western movie from the 1990s called Legends of the Fall.
She states how the premise of this movie follows the main character, a Western cowboy, who meets a Native American girl at a young age, falls in love with her, and once she fully grows up, he then marries said girl.
Which, that just sounds like a really weird, creepy plot, but no point in getting to the semantics there. It is this exact premise that Oris states she felt was akin to her interest towards her brother's friend Sam. However, she states that once he had finally turned 18, she realized this dream of hers could be no more. Not because she recognized how predatory and disturbing it was, but because Sam was not interested in women.
Remember when I
Oh
said
my
I
God.
was really immature at the time? Well, I was trying to do this analogy where, okay, so when I can't remember how young I was, but I was maybe in my late teens, and my mom showed me this movie called The Legend of the Fall. And there's this Native American girl who starts out as a young girl, and I think Brad Pitt's character ends up marrying her as she gets older and by the time she's an adult. So I was using that as an analogy because I'm like not thinking about how their takeaway would be if I said that. And I was just thinking to myself, well, what if by the time Sam, that's his name, would get older and become an adult, what if we were to get married? Which is not the case, by the way, because it turns out he's gay. He's not attracted to me, and it doesn't matter now because I actually have a boyfriend who lives in Florida.
Okay, so let's
course,
expand upon
Florida.
what I believe she's trying to say here, because this is what I'm hearing and maybe you disagree, which by all means let me know down below if you think otherwise. Oris's sole reason for not pursuing this minor after they had reached the legal age was just because Sam was not into her. She isn't saying that she outgrew her immaturity and realized how unacceptable it is to have developed feelings for a literal child, therefore resulting in her seeking out immediate psychiatric help. She's just saying that the opportunity had never presented itself. And can we also, again, talk about how insane it is to say that when you met a 9-year-old, you felt like they saw you in a way that you had never been seen before, and felt that they truly understood you?
It felt like
we have only 9 minutes left, but it's a struggle bus here.
That's a second grader she's talking about, by the way. The remainder of this interview consists primarily of other creators
All the
making
layers are
appearances
cut
and
and
giving
prepped
advice to Oris about how to
and
better navigate
separated.
whatever issues they may be experiencing and how to steer clear of controversy in the future. If you wish to watch the entirety of this interview,
I
by all
guess
means
it's a
feel
good
free to do
example
so. But for the sake
for
of
people
keeping
how
everything
long all
tightly
this
knit and
takes.
compact for information
Good night,
purposes,
can I?
we will not be examining this section, as I feel it would just take far too long, and we already have the crux of
to
our
prep
talking
to
points laid out
export.
before us. All in all, after everything you and I have discussed, I am left
Time to
confused
export.
and with mixed emotions, with certainty towards how I feel regarding her interactions with minors.
I want to recognize.
Would it be
while
just
not
half a year
excusable
ago, I
and
wouldn't
verging
have
on the
been
side of
able to do
redundancy at
this.
point, Oris does claim to be on the spectrum, which has affected her social and developmental skills since she was young. She is not a person without cognitive struggle in her life, and in those regards, I do hold
File,
sympathy,
save
not just for
as.
her, but for anyone else who faces such challenges. She genuinely does, in my personal opinion, strike me as a person who seems incredibly oblivious to the contradictions and hypocrisies of her own actions, as well as the brazen nature of her verbal attacks online.
great,
However,
thank you.
no doubt,
Save
this
us
could be me
moldy
speaking
cakes
with an
now.
incredibly biased lens towards those with mental struggles.
Let me double check
That
if I
being
saved
said,
it.
countless other people walk the exact same path that she does.
Yes,
equally
I
dealt
have
in
saved
unfair
it.
hand in life. And those people do not go out and attack communities and minorities,
It
berating
has
them for
been
the
done.
color of their skin, orientation, or physical appearances. It's inexcusable no matter the scenario, and she's been on the internet long enough to know exactly what she's doing and how it affects others, especially when she has made mention of how when people attack her for things such as her weight, that it makes her feel terrible about herself, and that such insults are a far cry from genuine criticism. Yet that doesn't stop her from calling people racial slurs and body shaming other cosplayers unprovoked as a means to promote her own
Amelia
cosplays
Lifu
as being
will be
far more
back.
superior than others.
Not back.
It's
Will be
quite
officially
frankly
real
just
tomorrow.
really pathetic and needlessly judgmental.
As to her admission of predatory interest and behaviors, what can we say that isn't already painfully obvious? Oris is,
has
by
begun
her own
Mortal
wording,
Kombat music
attracted to minors.
intensifies.
Yet here she is, still actively posting to her reborn mom of many TikTok page, remaining completely undetected as both a creator and as someone who frequents anime conventions, many of which have numerous minors in attendance. I will say, do I believe that Oris is directly reaching out to minors online and attempting to solicit images and inappropriate interactions with them? To my knowledge, no. There has only been one direct instance of Oris sending not safe for work images to a minor, which was obviously the occurrence where she claimed she did so for money.
However, and this is in no way a defense of such gross negligence, I did personally speak to the two individuals who were responsible
genuinely
for
just
baiting
waiting for it
Oris
to be
into
over.
committing such an act, and neither of them can recall whether or not Oris was made aware of
I'm
their
just
ages or
gonna,
not,
in the meanwhile,
because despite this information allegedly
post
being
for
readily
me,
available
on
in their
Twitter.
bios, they did not at any point inform Oris themselves that they were in fact underage. This does not excuse her behavior by any means, but when fitting the action with the crime, this would strike me from the information that was provided as a case of harmful negligence involving minors, rather than an instance of direct predatory intent. However, despite this, it doesn't change the fact that this follows her online track record, and who's to say that someone else, despite my strongest condemnation of doing so, won't also attempt to woo her over with promises of money, as a means of getting her to send further not safe for work images to minors.
And when paired with everything she has stated prior, such as her refusal to condemn Japan's former age of consent of 13, needing time to think of if 20 and 14 was an acceptable age gap, hatred towards teenagers, and her stated belief that they hold no innocence, alongside her admission of being in love with her brother's underage friend for over 10 years, I suppose Oris would find herself in a bit of a boy who cried wolf scenario when pleading ignorance towards the user she sent not safe for work photos to's age, despite allegedly such information being readily available in the user's Instagram bio. Despite her continued active appearance through her almost daily uploads to her main TikTok account, Oris remains, for the most part, quiet and out of the public eye, silently maintaining her role as a mother to her reborn dolls and progressing her journey through cosplay, making the claim that she has changed as a person and has long since seen the errors of her ways. Whether you believe that to be the case or not is entirely up for you to decide. For now, the story of Oris may be dormant for the time being, but her legacy, and those who walk a similar path to that of hers throughout the feeds of millions, is far from over. And where one nightmare ends, another is soon to begin, as we have seen time and time again from the continual epidemic that are the creeps and degenerates that wreak absolute havoc on the internet year after year. It is not a matter of if another online menace is to eventually be outed, but rather when. And so, for the time being, all we can do is take the stories of those like Oris's as a precautionary tale to take against the countless monsters hidden away in the back alleys of online spaces, disguised in the crowds of the endless friendly faces that we scroll past in our feeds daily, when we are harmlessly browsing the internet as a light-hearted escape from the outside world.
If you're still actively hearing my voice, I'd like to take a moment to say thank you for
Okay, it's done. We even finished the video. We are the last of the survivors here. I appreciate everyone who stuck around until the very end, and I appreciate everyone who keeps indulging me in these like really random things. I still cannot believe. Oh my god. And I also want to thank the UK government for giving us this bomb ass game. And now Amelia is gonna be officially part of this channel. I mean, Fumilia, I'm sorry. Legally distinct waifu, okay? So tomorrow, Fumilia is gonna be taking over the stream. No Lifu tomorrow, it's Fumilia, the whole stream. Okay, time to say thank you to everyone. Not gonna lie, when a woman said it's not true, I thought she was gonna say, oh, hi, Mark. Okay, let me do a big round of thank you. Rob, thank you so much for the support, and once more, happy birthday. Moose, thank you so much for the support. Darwin, holy fuck, thank you so much for the support. Miss Sura, holy fuck, thank you so much for the support. Prince, thank you so much for the support. Leo, thank you so much for the support. Forgotten Hope, thank you so much for the support. Jason, thank you so much for the support. And I think I got everyone, right? Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure I don't forget anyone. I want to make sure I say thank you to everyone here. And don't forget, tomorrow I'm not streaming. My dear friend Familia is gonna take over. So everyone be nice to her. And once more, thank you everyone for the honestly, I still cannot believe you guys you guys are the worst but also the best. The fact that you guys make me go on these like weird weird stupid ideas on stream. You guys are just as crazy as me. Now, night everyone, and see you all tomorrow. Night.
Vita fugit solus sum in umbris lacrimose, flamma doloris me ardet, et mors vocat me ad se.
Fatum inexorabile,
Fatum inexorabile,
et corda franguntur in tenebri. Lacrimosa obscura, et celum plorat cum me. Umbrae cadunt et venti ululant, ploramus, ploramus, miserere nobis. Odite voces mea in tenebris ego regno, mors et dolor me vocant. Lacrimosa, lacrimosa, obscura eternum. Lacrimosa, lacrimosa, miserere nobis. Miserere nobis in aeternum obscura. Ploramus, ploremus.
Vox mortis resonat per aeternum.